Hello and welcome to America's Day at the Races here on FS2 as we have live racing coverage for you from Monmouth Park here in Oceanport, New Jersey. A little bit of wet weather to start the day has us off the turf, but still our feature, the Jersey Derby, will go forth on the main track as we want to welcome you to our set here at beautiful Monmouth Park. I'm Maggie Wolfendale and pleased to be with you on this Saturday afternoon as we are just a week away as well from the Belmont Stakes to be run up at historical Saratoga. And of course, you can watch that on Fox, and looking forward to that. We'll touch on how the possible entrants are doing, including Sovereignty, your Kentucky Derby winner, as well as Preakness winner Journalism, as they look to rematch in the third jewel of the Triple Crown. But also, like I said, we have that live racing card for you as we'll check out who stayed in this Jersey Derby off the turf, as there is one MTO, Cool Intentions. He will participate, and we'll also see Barbadian Runner, who is a multiple stakes winner on the main track. Sammy Marin will ride. I think his morning line will be a little lower than 10-1 come post time, as I welcome in somebody who's always a favorite on the card. That is Jonathan Kinchin. JK here at the Jersey Shore. You've been here, I have not, so you have dressed appropriately with, it's Shark Week.
Oh yeah, I got on Birkenstocks. I mean, this has to, it's almost required to get in the gate. You have to be very comfortable, but no, it's fun. It's nice and cool down here. And look, I think they had like a tornado watch last night. So for the track to be fast behind us now, I think we can be grateful for that.
Yeah, it is. They had a tight seal on it. It is open, harrowed, and fast for today's card. But let's check out that MTO that we see here for Jorge Delgado. He was second last time out in the Long Branch behind Kentucky Outlaw. He kind of went forward at the start, had to steady a little bit, losing some position down the backside, but he was able to rally for second.
Yeah, look, he ran well enough in here, and I think that if you look back at his 2-year-old dirt races, you kind of would have expected him to run well here in this spot. The problem I see for him today is that it's a smaller field. He's not the quickest horse early. Sometimes that can be a problem. The other thing is his price. MTOs always seem to get overbet a little bit, and it feels like the horse you were talking about, Barbadian Runner, might actually end up being a better price based on some of the things he's done in the past versus Cool Intentions.
Exactly, might get overlooked based upon connections. As if you want to play today's races, don't forget the only way to do so is with your Naira Bets account. New members can earn that classic $200 deposit match bonus, as well as a $25 free bet when you use promo code Belmont25. Get started, get signed up today, and check out all the details at nairabets.com. Well, we need to welcome in the third member of our team. Joining us now, Paul LaDuca. Paulie, we mentioned Barbadian Runner being a possible threat to who looks to be the post-time favorite in this now off the turf Jersey Derby.
Yeah, and for smaller connections with Henry Waters. Now, Sammy Marin will be aboard. If you looked into daily races for him, you never like to see that denotation of no rider. I've never seen that guy get on a mount. So Sammy Marin gets aboard, a hot Sammy Marin, but you made a really good point. This son of Barbados, and of course, a Maryland-bred Maggie. $5,000 purchase has got, you know, more money in the bank on the dirt than, you know, the outside horse in here. And, you know, I think JK makes a good point that, you know, Barbadian Runner could be the horse to catch in here in a multiple graded winner. And I think, like you said, multiple graded stakes winner, like you said, in Maryland. But since the blinkers have gone on, and I think it's changed this horse, and Henry has done such a good job. And like you said, you get Sammy Marin. This is more of a rider's race, and I think he pushes the button from the get-go. And like you guys said, the track maintenance guys have done an amazing job. The track looks absolutely amazing. So I actually think Barbadian Runner is going to give this the outside horse a big look. It looks like a 2-horse race to me, Maggie. But we'd be rooting for the Maryland bred, I would guess, just like you.
Yeah, well, duh. I mean, I'm like obligated to do that, JK.
Contractually, you have to.
You know, exactly. It's when your birth certificate says Maryland born, you have to root for those Maryland-bred foals as well. Paulie, thank you so much. As we check out what we have on tap for you, today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. We are listed as good to start the day. I would have to think we're fast going into the start of the card. After maybe a couple races, we have a nice looking maiden special weight. Also, the race leading into the Jersey Derby, the 7th, looks pretty interesting as well. A sprint for some accomplished runners that will begin the late pick 5. And of course, the feature race 8 is the Jersey Derby. Well, we're off the turf for the opener. 5.5 on the main track. And of course, as often is the case, JK, in these off the turf races, they love to bet horses who are turf horses.
Yeah, I mean, look, when I saw the weather last night, I looked to the 5 and the 6, and I said, neither one of these horses is probably going to run. They feel like they're turf horses. They're probably not going to keep them in here. They show up here. The 5 is the favorite at 3-2. The 6 is 5-1. I'm going to look elsewhere. I'm going to give the 7 winning shot a little bit of a shot in this first race.
As we will see on the outside at second choice, Liam's Lucky Lady gets the massive drop down in class for Anthony Margotto. Well, we'll also check in with the likely 2 favorites for this year's Belmont Stakes. They have settled into their digs up at the spot. We'll check in on them coming up in just a bit here on America's Day at the Races.
For years now, Monmouth Park's 50-cent win early pick 5 has helped players win early and often. This year, we're adding more. Monmouth Park's new middle pick 5 boasts a player-friendly 15% takeout and more opportunity to score. Start your day winning early. Continue to winning more. Play Monmouth Park's win early and middle pick 5. First post, 12:50.
Journalism and sovereignty, nose to nose, down to the last 16th of a mile. Sovereignty has taken the lead. Journalism is second toward the inside. Baez is third, but it will be sovereignty to rule the Kentucky Derby.
That's how they finish. 1-2 in the Kentucky Derby. Welcome back to the program on America's Day at the Races. As Sovereignty, he reigns supreme, at least in the first jewel of the Triple Crown. But it would be Journalism, who would, well, find a lot of trouble, but still make good on favoritism going into the Preakness. Let's take a look here at Sovereignty, who the plan all along, JK, was to skip the Preakness.
Yeah, okay. I mean, it seems like a plan maybe you make after the fact, but sure, I get it. He wasn't going to run, but he is going to run in the Belmont. We're grateful for that. I'm just excited to see these two horses hook up. Look, Sovereignty should come in as a fresh horse. I understand people are going to feel that way. But I also feel that Journalism's going to come in as a fit horse, a horse who's gone the mile and a quarter, gone the mile in 3/16. So maybe, just maybe, that could be the difference between the two of them. I'm still a fan of this horse. The way he ran in the Derby I thought was impressive. I'm just excited, like I said, that we get to see both of them get in the gate, hopefully.
And to kind of expound on what you just said, I wonder, as some very smart people have brought it up to me, I wonder if Michael McCarthy, knowing that he has probably the most talented 3-year-old in the country, I know that the Derby didn't bear it out, but look at what he is able to overcome here, that he trained him like he wanted him to be able to make it through all 3 legs of the Triple Crown to be that Triple Crown winner.
I think Michael McCarthy is one of the most thoughtful and intense trainers we have in this game. It's hard to talk to him on game day. It's hard to talk to him before game day.
Yes,
and he's just one of those guys. He's very, very focused. And I agree with you. I think that he thought at the beginning of this whole journey with journalism, hey, I'm going to run this horse in the Derby if he's right, the Preakness if he's right, and the Belmont if he's right. And he did that. He's been running. He's been running because the horse has been right. And he's going to make the decision if he believes the horse is right to run in the Belmont Stakes. So I agree with you. I think that the plan was all along to participate in all 3 of these if journalism said, hey, boss, I'm ready to rock.
Yeah, and it looks as though he has. I mean, he's shipped to Saratoga, and while they are both, awaiting the foul weather that we have up there to put in their final pieces of work, it looks as though they are both happy and healthy. As we bring in Paul. Paulie, we want to get your thoughts with these 2 horses going in to the Belmont Stakes, another rematch from this year's Kentucky Derby.
Well, I'll tell you this. It's very interesting to me. I know Michael McCarthy very personally, and from knowing him personally, he's kind of like Bill Mott and John Sheriffs when it comes to his horses. So I was actually a little surprised he ran in the Preakness because he's one of those guys that will take time with his horses. So I think, to me, it's kind of scary that he's going to run in the Belmont Stakes. That's telling me that his horse is doing absolutely tremendous. And it's one of those things where, okay, now you got to face the Derby winner off a little bit of a break. You got to finish the 3rd place finisher in Baez a little bit off the break. You might have to chase a really good horse in Rodriguez around. But again, with all those factors going into it, again, Michael McCarthy just running in this race speaks volumes. Just knowing him personally. And you know what, Mag, you would know this better than me, but as handy as a horse that he is on the Saratoga racetrack, he might be tough as nails.
I agree with you. That was on full display in this year's Preakness, Paulie. Thank you so much. And you just saw footage of Journalism galloping over the main track up at Saratoga this morning. You can see how wet the track was, JK.
Yeah, and look, Sovereignty obviously appreciated a wet track, winning the biggest race of his career, the biggest race in this country in the Kentucky Derby. But Journalism didn't run bad in the slop. I thought he ran extremely well in the slop. So while we all want dry weather and we'll be hoping for dry weather, I don't think it makes a huge difference to either one of the horses.
And of course, this year, the Belmont will be run at 1.25 miles, the same as the Kentucky Derby. Well, it doesn't stop with the Belmont, as it doesn't every year. It will be the Belmont Stakes presented by Naira Bets, but then we're back here for the local prep for the Grade 1 Haskell in the Pegasus on June 14th, and then the Haskell will be on July 19th, and of course the Jim Dandy Saratoga's prep for the Midsummer Derby, the DraftKings Travers. So looking forward to what's still on tap and looking forward to, it's been a long time, I feel like, since we've had like an Ali Sheba, Ali Dar type of rivalry or Sunday Silence Easy Goer. Could this year be it?
It looks like it is, and I hope that that's the case. The one thing I noticed about that gets me excited is that once upon a time, back when American Pharoah tried it, the Haskell was a little bit closer to the Travers.
Right.
They backed it up, so now we have that gap where a horse can run in a race like the Naira Bets Haskell and then show back up for the DraftKings Travers.
Well, live action on the track to kick things off here at Monmouth Park. Race 1, as I said earlier, off the turf for this maiden 16 fillies. And we'll kick things off with Ravenite, who I think has been in races dominated on the front end where she's just been up against it.
Yeah, had some trouble last time. I could see this one kind of jumping back, getting in the mix. She's definitely more likely, in my opinion, than the other two turf horses.
Triple negative buyer figures for Imagine Era. Aaron, we'll skip to Pretty Thing.
Yeah, you don't see that very often. Pretty Thing just feels like a turf horse for me. Hard to bet at this price.
Pedigree would say that too. Coming off a layoff, Horseplay.
Another one. Feels like a turf horse. The dirt race was the absolute worst of this one's career.
Has only been on the dirt, number 7, Winning Shot.
A little bit light on figures, but I thought ran well enough last time.
Here's number 8, Maggie's Brew. Took a lot of early money, and then on the outside, Liam's Lucky Lady, the true drop down.
Yeah, just not very fast. These two outside horses aren't very fast, but I'll root for Maggie's Brew for obvious reasons.
Maybe a brew after this workday for Maggie. As we'll take a look here at number 5, holding steady at 9-5, Daughter of Calix out of a Galileo mare. She's an Irish bred. They don't have dirt in Ireland. Or, I mean, they do, but they grow potatoes in it.
Yeah, she's probably wondering, what is this? What am I standing on? Where's the green stuff at? If only she could see her saddle towel, she'd feel a little bit more comfortable.
Yeah. As she will be ridden by Chantal Sutherland back here and riding at Monmouth. Getting a bit aggressive there out on the racetrack.
Well, Max, from a horseman standpoint, I know you have some experience in that arena. Why do you run a horse like this that seemingly is all turf? Do you need to get a race into them? What would be a reason you would do so?
Because you want to lose them. But she hasn't been claimed for the 16 yet. So obviously, I don't know. I honestly, from my experience with the horsemen I've worked with, she would have been scratched for me. But other than, in the barn, doing well, and also you don't want to lose a date. I mean, that's the main thing, is you want to make sure that you get in to the race the next time it comes up in the condition book, and hopefully it stays on the turf.
I guess that's how you could kind of end up on the AEs, right? You enter, you scratch the racing office, then you lose a date.
Right. I don't know what the system is here at Monmouth, but in New York, for instance, you get a star date. So if you stay in those off the turf races, you get a star. So you're virtually guaranteed to get into the next one.
There it is.
As number 9 in here is Liam's Lucky Lady, getting a warm-up with the pony on the track, as we'll check in with Paulie, who's standing by trackside.
Yeah, trackside here, and I'm looking at the favorite here with Chantal Sutherland. Pretty Thing, and I just don't get the price. Now, I do get the price because of the connections. Now, Chantal has rode one winner so far for her Jorge Delgado on the meet, and it was on the turf course. She come rolling up the rail. It was actually a really good ride. Now, the other horses that she's ridden have not been much. Now, this horse, if you look, there's just, like you guys said, no turf pedigree, dirt pedigree, excuse me. And Galileo on the bottom side, I just don't see it at 9-5. At least, if she wins this race, she's going to win this race without me. Now, the one on the inside, I kind of was with you, Maggie. Ravenite, and, first time Lasix as a 3-year-old. I thought she ran a better race. If you look back to her first race at Saratoga, obviously she was in a really tougher field where she ran 7-7, but she put up a pretty good buyer. And at 8-1, you're looking at a pretty good price here on the one. And the last couple of weeks to rail has been good. We'll see what happens today with the rain the last couple days. The outside fillies in here, the 9 and 8, I did not see much between the 9. I thought the 8 was very interesting on your screen right there. Maggie's Brew for John Pimentel. Now, he brought in one horse in from Tampa, same type of horse that ran second. Now, Sarah Hess rode this horse last time. You get J.L. Gonzalez today. This horse got dead left and then actually made up some ground, more than it actually looks on paper. And I'll take the 8-1. This is a wide open group, Maggie. So I'm rooting for Maggie's Brew. And I bet this horse. I'll be buying the brews, Maggie.
Oh, Polly, you know I'll hold you to that. That's excellent. And honestly, JK, she was taking money early on. It was like 50 minutes to post, but she was favored, Maggie's Brew, and she took some money first time out, in which she was just so green in that maiden 25 at Tampa, as Polly mentioned, got left. She obviously was green at the gate and then made up ground while staying on the inside and being on her incorrect inside lead. So a lot of greenness, regroups, coming in off a bit of a freshening.
Well, the other thing I like about the fact that she took money first time out is she took money for a trainer who's 1 for 39 with first-time starters. So into the teeth of that low percentage stat, they still were betting this horse. There had to be a little something there. And look, it didn't run well.
Exactly, as she's now coming back down in price a little bit at 7-1. You went with number 7 in here?
Yeah, I went with number 7. It's a lot of dirt experience. No races that I really love. But I thought, it was wide all the way around there last time. They can somehow work out a little bit of a better trip. Sometimes these races can end up getting stretched out because horses that just don't, or spread out, because of horses not liking the surface. And so there can be some gaps for the 7 winning shot to hopefully work out a better trip.
Maddie Oliver aboard, so 2 female riders here in the first race. And we'll have a female rider in the Belmont as well, Saffie Osborne.
There it is. Yeah. And I didn't know a lot about Saffie leading up to the race, the Preakness, but all the stuff that they did prior to that, all the little pieces they did with her and her father, it was a really fun story.
Well, she's a girl after my own heart, as she is a Jack Russell lover as well, and the Jack Russell hating her father, which I thought was pretty funny in the piece that they did. So looking forward to seeing them up at Belmont. Horse and run, honestly, that badly. It certainly wasn't disgrace. Will be a long shot, but I like that they're participating.
Yeah, it feels like, a horse like that needed a rich strike type of year. Right. But with these 2 horses,
they're pretty darn good.
3 or 4 horses, honestly, if you want to mix in Baez and Rodriguez into the mix. Just a little bit of a tougher task.
Absolutely, as it is post time here to kick things off. Track listed as good for this opener, and still even money. I think this is definitely a book, or do you have to use?
I don't need this horse, but it's one of those situations sometimes when you find a group that's bad enough. Sometimes it doesn't matter what surface you prefer, class can prevail. It just doesn't feel like this is the type of horse that's going to do that at even money.
And plus, she's turning back in distance. This is 5.5 furlongs. She's going to get dirt kicked in her face.
She's going to have to roll, too. And they're going to be rolling. If she wants to stay connected, she's going to have to do something she hasn't really done on a surface that she hasn't done it well on before at a price that doesn't leave much meat on the bone.
We shall see if we've talked her into the winner's circle. Pretty thing. Can she run on the dirt? We'll find out in a few moments as we send it out to Matt Dinnerman for the call of race 1 from Monmouth Park.
Coming forward, 2 back, Maggie's Brew, post position number 8. Outside post, Liam's Lucky Lady. 11 races on the docket today. Good luck. We're ready to go. Looks like the Outrider's chasing a goose off the track. Now he's cleared. We're off and running at Monmouth Park. Having to steady just a little bit at the break was Pretty Thing and drops to the back. Winning shot on the lead here. Ravenite to the inside has speed. They are lining up on the front end here. Ravenite is inside, winning shot, hard scent, but not quick enough to show speed, or the most speed anyway. And coming out of the crowd is Horseplay. Horseplay takes control as they approach the forward turn run and strides a length and a tail ahead. Winning shot into second. Ravenite retreats to fourth while under pressure. Now Maggie's Brew has passed two runners and sticks her head out to claim second. Imaginarian has retreated towards the back of the field. Pretty Thing riding the rail around the forward turn is making up ground. Pretty Thing is getting off the fence in the two path. Still has 6 lengths to find to catch the front runner, who is Horseplay. Horseplay clear. Margins about 4. She's opened up, snuck away on the competition. Winning shot all in second. Ravenite re-rallying up the inside. And then Pretty Thing right behind Maggie's Brew. But it's Horseplay clear under Christian Mirage. Horseplay went to the lead, and that was that. Horseplay, your victor in the opener. Ravenite second best. Winning shot third. Maggie's Brew is fourth.
Horseplay played with them today. Christian Mirage aboard for Timmy Hills.
Yeah, look, I just think this is a situation where this horse has found a group that worked for her. She won for fun, but no one else really ran. You were dealing with a group of that had struggled on the dirt at times, had struggled in races at times, and it just felt like Horseplay found the right group for her today, and she won pretty easily at the end.
New York Bred went off at 9-1 as she did take them gate to wire. As we predicted, your favorite Pretty Thing out sprinted, got dirt kicked in her face, and as you pointed out down the lane, looked to be climbing.
Yeah, the 5. Look, they kept their date. They got her a run for fitness. They also answered a question. She doesn't like dirt. I'd imagine we'll see her at some point in the near future back on the grass if they can find a spot for her.
Congratulations to Tim Hills, as well as T&J Farm co-owners on this Daughter of Honest Mischief, as she returns to the races as a 3-year-old and breaks her maiden here in race number 1 at Monmouth Park. Well, we'll meet some of the others who are going to take on Journalism and Sovereignty. Baeza, he's back for some more action, as well as Rodriguez, who was meant to run in the first 2 legs. He's hopefully finally going to make it to the Belmont Stakes. America's Day at the Races continues in a bit.
And clear off in the Naira Benz Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
And as the field turns for home,
they're at it again. The 2 Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind Frame on the outside is coming after Dornock.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stakes.
Bet the Belmont Stakes with a $25 free play from Naira Bets. Naira Bets is the official betting app of the Belmont Stakes and is available in most states. Naira Bets makes it easy to get in on the action with streaming HD video, weekly promotions, and a state-of-the-art betting interface.
And they're off in the Belmont Stakes.
If you're betting the Belmont, your best bet is Naira Bets. Scan now for your free $25 Belmont Stakes bet, plus a $200 bonus for new members with promo code Belmont25.
City of Light, multiple Grade 1 winner, who posted 7 triple-digit buyers, stands to continue the legacy of his sire, Quality Road, with graded stakes winners, Menti, Chop Chop, and Formidable Man, sire of multiple Grade 1 winner and champion 2-year-old Fierceness.
A powerhouse win.
City of Light, a proven sire in the making, standing at Lane's End Farm.
Saratoga season passes are on sale now and include free admission to the special July 4th Racing Festival. Enjoy 4 additional days of Saratoga for the same price as last year. Secure your season pass for just about $2 per day at naira.com/Saratoga.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Here's St. Liam, exhorted to the lead by Jerry Bailey. They're in front with 1 furlong to go. Flower Alley fighting him stubbornly all the way. A pitch battle with the 16th to go. On the outside, Perfect George Wild. They're coming out to the line. And St. Liam has won the 22nd Breeders' Cup Classic.
St. Liam Stadium, winning the 2005 Breeders' Cup Classic for Rick Dutrow. And that was the last time that we had the Breeders' Cup in New York at Belmont Park. A very young Rudy Rodriguez off-siding the horse. As we got some very exciting news when it comes to the Breeders' Cup in New York this past Wednesday.
In 2023, we wrote a letter and we made a promise to Naira. If you build it, we will come. And today I'm honored to remain true to our word and bring the Breeders' Cup World Championships back to the Big Apple in 2027, where we will welcome fans from around the globe to a new era of New York racing at a beautiful new Belmont Park. Thoroughbred racing and breeding here are an essential part of our sport, and we're proud to support New York today and in the future.
I am so proud that for the first time since 2005, the Breeders' Cup will be coming to the Belmont in 2027.
We set out to build something compelling and fresh. We wanted to create really a new standard for racing entertainment to appeal to a generation of new fans. We knew if we realized this vision, we would attract events like the Breeders' Cup, so today is truly a welcome affirmation of those efforts.
As you're checking out the renderings for the new Belmont Park, that's what it looks like now. Yes, the bones are in, JK, for the new clubhouse and grandstand.
It's all exciting. Obviously, just Belmont in general is exciting. But this Breeders' Cup, I just can't wait for it. I've been at every Breeders' Cup since 2014, and I was in college in 2005, last time I was in New York. So
was I.
I couldn't go. Now, well, I could have gone, but probably couldn't have afforded it. I cannot wait for this. I've been waiting for it for a very long time, and to have it at a beautiful facility like that, it's going to be very interesting. Just from like a horseman standpoint, it's an easier trip for the guys from London. It's an easier, or from the UK in general. It's an easier trip for lots of different. It's going to be fun. I'm very excited about what could potentially happen, and I also selfishly love a one-turn mile for the dirt mile.
I am so excited. And two, we're going to have that new synthetic tapeta surface in the inside of the turf courses as well. The turf courses also getting a facelift. So I'm just elated. I've been with Naira for well over 15 years now, and to finally have a Breeders' Cup back in the Big Apple is such exciting news.
Now, if you've never been to a Breeders' Cup, it's one of the best 2 days in racing, and then to have it at a brand new state-of-the-art facility in the greatest city in the world makes sense to me.
Too much sense. Back here, though, at Monmouth, race 1 went to horseplay, of course, after they cleared a goose from the racetrack. As you heard Matt Dennerman say at the start of the race.
Yeah, if you didn't bet the 6, I bet you wish the goose would have stayed out there. Yeah, look, this horse found a great group, and for her, and it worked out well. I don't think she'll be running in the 2027 Breeders' Cup, but she got the job done here today.
Daughter of Into Mischief out of the Mare Hot Liaison, and returned as a 3-year-old, got Lasix. Really was taking a bit of drop in class, though her one dirt effort left a lot to be desired, though wasn't a much tougher field up at the spot.
I talked about this from time to time. When you're looking at this game, you're playing this game, every race is an opportunity to learn something that could potentially help you moving forward. The lesson I think I'll take away from this is sometimes it doesn't matter the surface, the class just will prevail over horses that have been running at this level on this surface that just aren't very good.
She was 9-1, so she returned 20-40 for that victory over a pair of 5-1 shots. So a nice and profitable way to kick off the day here at the Jersey Shore. Race number 2 coming up next is a Claiming 5 condition. Claimer, 6 furlongs. We do see the defection of Feast in here. And your current favorite at 6-5 is Magical Warrior. And he's looking to get back to the winner's circle here at Monmouth, a place he's never been actually at this oval. But as we mentioned before the break, let's check in with some of the other horses that are likely to make the starting gate for this year's Belmont Stakes, including Baeza. He was 3rd in this year's Kentucky Derby. Actually had to drop draw in off of the also eligibles. And then a horse that was a late scratch for the Derby, and Baeza said, thank you, buddy, was Rodriguez. He'll be lining up as well.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think that if you want to start with Baeza, this horse ran extremely well to be third. You're going to probably see it a lot over the next 7 days of the trip that Baeza had. It wasn't that bad, but I think some might argue that it was a little bit less than desirable. And he's a horse that was a progressive type anyways for the Derby. One that was kind of a little bit late to the party, hence why he was on the AE list, that was just getting good at the right time. And with a trainer like John Sheriff, you'd like to think he'll take another step forward. Is that step going to be enough to get past a horse like Journalism or Sovereignty? We'll find out. He's going to be a little bit of a wise guy type to me, and he's going to be that alternative where people are going to try to steer away from Sovereignty and Journalism, but he can definitely win this race.
He really can, and I thought maybe, Flavien Prat, in hindsight, looking at the Derby, maybe was a bit patient with him, and maybe he, in a smaller field, we'll see him be a little bit more aggressive. Here's Rodriguez, though, as it felt like the Derby, the Preakness, had a bunch of front runners in them. This Belmont does not, and this might be Rodriguez's time to shine, our Wood Memorial winner.
100%. He's got a weapon that none of these other horses have, which is speed. And he's trained by a guy in Bob Baffert who's not going to take that away from him. Now, the one thing I will say about Rodriguez, and it doesn't seem like that after this work that looks pretty darn good, he did have to miss a little bit of time here and there, which kept him out of the Derby, out of the Preakness, but he shows up here. But one thing I'll say is Bob Baffert doesn't lead him over there if they're not ready to give their best performance. The problem for him is going into the Derby, I thought he was just a little bit of a cut below the top three, which were Baeza, Sovereignty, and Journalism. Well, they're all three here, so isn't he still maybe just a cut below those three?
Yeah, but they're going to be forced to play his game. Now, sometimes, it doesn't matter. Class prevails, as we were just talking about. Sometimes trips do matter, and it could be Rodriguez who trips out.
Oh, absolutely. He's especially in a smaller field, too. And one of the things that I said is Baffert's not taking away the speed. He's not going to get cute and try to raid him and get him into trouble. He'll be out there on the front end winging it.
And thank you to our friends over at First Racing TV for that workout of Rodriguez, keeping us all informed about the workouts there at Santa Anita. And Rodriguez typically works by himself. That is what he's been doing, and he looks pretty darn good doing it heading into this Belmont, as there are Bob Baffert's Belmont winners. Well, 2 of them were Triple Crown winners.
Yeah, absolutely. You look at that list and you see a lot of Triple Crown participation. Rodriguez will be making his first start in the Triple Crown.
All right. What about the undercard? Well, the one that gets the most billing often is the Grade 1 Met Mile. Brought to you by Hill and Dam. We'll meet the 2 main players, Fierceness and White Abario, after this break.
Watchtower coming at Maduro. Maduro, Watchtower. Watchtower got her.
DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Here's Chili Flag coming with a huge rally in the center of the course, and Chili Flag is running them all down. Chili Flag, an enormous day for Irad Ortiz Jr. And they're off in the New York. Didia's running a huge race in the center of the course. It is Didia in a tremendous performance. It's Torpedo Anna. She is simply brilliant, putting them away in the DK Horse Acorn. Another stellar performance. Joel Rosario begging randomized on the inside of Idiomatic. An absolute thriller. Here it is, randomized. And here's Bookham Dano, who has blown by them all. It's going to get very close. Bookham Dano. Cogburn dominates the Jaipur, wins by 4.5. National Treasure, in the blink of an eye, has opened up a 5-length advantage. National Treasure and Flavian Prat making short work of the competition. They're coming to the 16th pole, and William Buick and Measured Time are home free, turning it on late. Measured Time outclasses them in the Resorts World Casino Manhattan. And they're off in the Belmont Stakes. It's Dornick hugging the rail, Mindframe a little erratic, but he's still right there with Dornick in an absolute thriller. Dornick and Mindframe, it will be Dornick and Luis Saez to win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
What a weekend that was. The first Belmont Stakes Racing Festival that we held up in Saratoga last year. It was so memorable. I'll never forget the feel of that crowd before the Belmont Stakes. It's truly electric.
Yeah, I was already excited before I watched that. Now I'm like super fired up. It's going to be a very long 4 or 5 days for me. I just love when we get all the superstars in one place, and that's exactly what this Belmont Stakes feels like. It's what it felt like last time. You're just getting all the superstars at one of the greatest racetracks in the entire planet, and an amazing city that really embraces racing. It makes for an unbelievable week, and I can't wait to see so many animals outside of just the Belmont Stakes.
You and me both. As we were saying, that Hillendale Met Mile is one of the other headlines, going for $1 million. And we also have that Resorts World Casino Manhattan. Looking forward to that. The Jaipur, the Woody Stevens, presented by Mohegan Sun. I'm looking forward to a horse that we saw on that reel running back in the True North by the name of Bookham Dano, bred here in the great New Jersey. So let's go back and we'll talk about the two main headliners for this year's Met Mile Fierceness. JK, his return to the races in that Ali Sheba down at Churchill was remarkable. This is him just winning over Horse of the Year, Torpedo Anna, in last year's Travers.
He showed brilliance a couple of times last year, but he also showed through some duds. I remember, actually, funny enough, in your post-race interview of the Travers, when you talked to Johnny Velasquez, he said he just learned to stay out of his way.
Yep.
The stay out of Fierceness's way fierceness is almost unbeatable. It took an unbelievable performance from Sierra Leone to beat him in the Classic, and he came back in the Ali Sheba. He ran well. It feels like the Met Mile is absolutely built for him, right? Let him roll. He's got the stamina. He's got the speed. I think he's going to be extremely tough to beat unless, of course, this guy shows up and runs big.
White Abaro, what version of him will we get too? Because he can be a bit of a Jekyll and Hyde type too, but he seems to be on the right track this year, JK. Here is his work at Saratoga on Thursday. I mean, just full of run to go 47-4.
Man, when he's good, he's really, really good. And I think people that are White Abario fans will be hoping that that other fierceness shows up, not the one we've seen in his last 3 starts. It's going to be an absolute war, this race. And we talk about these two. I mean, there's other ones that are going to show up in here that can absolutely win the race as well. Look, not trying to take anything away from the Belmont Stakes. I'm low-key more excited to see this race than I am that.
I won't tell anybody. It'll
close.
be our secret.
It's close.
As we'll also see a horse who's pretty fast. And that's a horse by the name of Raging Torrent for Doug O'Neill. He'll come in from the West Coast. He won the Godolphin Mile, though, in the Middle East last time out, and this is a horse that seemed like more of a sprinting type last year.
He's fast, but that's what's so great about the Met Mile. It's just the combination of the two worlds. You get the sprinters stretching out, you get the true milers, and then you get the mile and an eighth types cutting back. That's what makes it so much fun. Raging Torrent will be heard from. He's talented, right? He's going to be he'll put pressure on a horse like Fierceness. He can potentially set it up for a horse like White Abario, and he can also get loose out there on the front end, get brave, and keep going. He's just another one that's going to make this race that much more exciting.
Considering now that we have that Wilson Chute, and it's kind of that dog-legged mile, what have you learned about betting that race, betting that distance up at the Spa?
Yeah, to ignore the fact that it starts like that. It's you can't determine who's going to really be affected. If you're fast enough and you're drawn inside, it can work out as an advantage. If you're fast enough drawn outside, it can work out as an advantage. If someone doesn't break inside of you, it's one of those deals where there can be some pluses from it, there can be some minuses. Just leave it alone, handicap the race as normal, especially with this type of horse, this quality of horse. They can overcome adversity. That's why they're so good.
Exactly, and you hinted at it, but what race other than the Belmont are you looking forward to most?
Oh, man, there's a lot. I really want to see She Feels Pretty.
Yeah.
I'm excited about seeing her. I think with Carl Spackler, unfortunately, not unfortunately for Bob Edwards at E5.
That's fortunate for my husband.
There you go.
Donegal Momentum.
Him ending up moving to the UK and probably going to spend a lot of his time in Australia for the rest of the year. She Feels Pretty feels like that new turf superstar in the division. I think she's really fun. I want to see her run on Friday.
All right, she really does, and Cherie DeVoe has done a masterful job with her. Seems as though really adding those blinkers has really changed her racing career.
Yeah, I think for a while I was wondering about the distance for her, and I don't think that really mattered. I think it was more about just finding the right way to get her to finish her races, and Cherie's figured that out, it seems, with the blinkers.
As we are trying to not blow away with the trays of food next to us, don't forget that the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival kicks off this Wednesday up at the Spa, and the New York Breds will be showcased to kick off the racing action, and you can watch all of that starting on FS2, as I'm sure will be on a lot of the Fox channels, including FS1 and, of course, the big race on, as we like to call it, Big Fox, as well as the Acorn. DK Acorn, too, is race 2 on the track here at Monmouth Park. Just moments ago was a post parade, as I'm trying to stall because iPads are great until they lock on you.
I got 4% battery. I'm living on the edge.
Oh, gee, wow, you dangerous. All right, Icky Guy will kick things off here. 6-year-old, second start for Enrique Hernandez.
Extremely wide last time, but probably a cut below the top 2 in here.
Here is your 4-5 favorite, Magical Warrior.
Yeah, I thought this horse ran well last time. The pace wasn't all that quick. Does need to run well here today to beat this group at 4-5.
Jorge Delgado will send out the second choice, Diamond Heist, off the claim.
Yeah, not crazy about the last race, but the races prior to that were big enough to win this one.
Freddie Velasquez sending out Wizard Surratt, and Oscar Barrera has Bronx Bomber in the mix.
Yeah, Bronx Bomber, just a cut below. I thought there was going to be some moisture in the ground. This horse is 0 for 14 on a ground with moisture in it, but it seems pretty good to me right here.
And with your favorite in mind, number 3, Magical Warrior, doesn't it also feel as though he is the speed in here, especially with the scratch of Feast?
Yeah, he does, and he's drawn inside. You'd like to think they'd be aggressive to get this one going and try to hold that position. And the other thing about Magical Warrior is I feels like those races down at Tampa were just a little bit better, a little higher class than what you're going to see here.
Well, exactly. And the first and third finishers out of that last race, they went on to win their subsequent starts. Old Town Road running an 80 and Gone Nuts posting a 73. Here is his start 2 back, which resulted in a victory.
Yeah, Magical Warrior, who did get the win there. I liked this race, and I thought that this one was definitely part of the equation in picking this horse on top. But it was the race after this where there's been 2 horses that have come back and won, which makes me feel better about the fact that it's probably a little bit better than it looks on paper. He's been consistent. I like horses that can run well on different racetracks, right? He's run well at Tampa, which is a little bit of a quirkier surface. And so I appreciate sometimes when horses can overcome that change. The 4 is probably a better gamble at 2-1 if it stays like this, but I do believe the 3 is a much more likely winner. So it really just kind of depends on what your goal is here. If you're if you're involved in a multi-race wager and you had to single someone, I would single the 3. If you're looking to make a win wager, it might make a little bit more sense with the 4. I don't really need the 1, 5, or 6, but I'm not telling you anything you don't already know by the tote board.
And Diamond Heist has never been worse than second here at Monmouth, where is your favorite, searching for his first victory in 3 starts, and now his 4th start here at the Jersey Shore. But Diamond Heist, I mean, based on numbers, he looks overmatched. He has like 1 start way back when, September here. It was an 86, but consistency has not been his biggest forte.
No, it hasn't. But sometimes when you see a trainer change, I can then get creative and say, oh, okay, now I can find out how we're going to get back to that race in September. Now, if nothing changes, then nothing changes. You say to yourself, oh, that race was last September, and it doesn't seem like Diamond Heist is willing to run a race like that. But when you have a trainer change, you'd like to think the trainer probably saw that race and wants to try something new, something different, which could kind of, think about the old Nintendo, right? I feel like I'm dating myself now. You take the cartridge out, you blow in it, and put it back in.
Did that really work?
I feel like it did.
It made you feel better?
I feel like it worked.
Felt like just jamming it in there
like it
really
worked,
hurt.
Yeah,
anyway.
that definitely didn't work.
Got my anger out. But of course, the only way to play is with your Naira Bets account. And we are offering that $10 bonus when you opt in at NairaBets.com and play Woodbine. Bet at least $100 today at Woodbine and get $15, win or lose. So make sure you opt in over at NairaBets.com as they head into line here. 4-5 with Sonny Leon and Jose Delgado training this one as he will look to take them gate to wire. Can he do it today?
Look, I think, like I said, the odds are gone now, but I think the 3 is who I would go with in this spot.
Matt Dennerman brings you the call.
Bronx Bomber. We're ready to go. And Lara could be getting for all. Magical Warrior between horses, prominent in the first furlong as ahead in front. On the outside, Bronx Bomber is going to match him, these two together, and Diamond Heist is also there as well. Magical Warrior with the lead, Diamond Heist a neck behind second. Gap of 2.5, now 3 to Icky Guy, couldn't keep up with the top pair, and Bronx Bomber's alongside, patiently ridden with a half mile to go. Space of 5 to Wizard Sarat, who's at the back as they approach the 4-turn run. Magical Warrior into the turn, half length in front. Diamond Heist, the rider J-Ron Barbosa all over him to keep pace. Gap of 5. Bronx Bomber begins a move on the inside, saving ground, slipped inside of Icky Guy, who's back and forth and losing ground. Wizard Sarat well out of it as they come to the top of the lane. Magical Warrior, the leader. He's put away Diamond Heist. Now he's got to deal with Bronx Bomber, who continues a sustained run under Matty Olver. 1 furlong remaining for Magical Warrior. Still in front here and kicks on. Has another kick for the final furlong. Puts 2 lengths on Bronx Bomber. Diamond Heist left behind in third. Coming to the finish, Magical Warrior, much the best. Magical Warrior 3 ahead at the finish over Bronx Bomber. Then Diamond Heist. Wizard Sarat was 4th. Icky Guy crosses the line 5th.
Magical Warrior really was much the best. Took a lot of pace pressure from your second choice, Diamond Heist, and was able to hold off a late rail rally by Bronx Bomber.
Yeah, Bronx Bomber, the 6 came rolling up the inside, but the visual there looked threatening if you had the 3, but obviously all the run the 6 had was used on the turn to get to that position. Came to the 3 and was absolutely empty at that point. The 3 drew away. The final odds I thought on the screen were 4-5. You got 4-5 here. No problem with that. You can spend that money as well.
Yeah, exactly. And winning virtually under wraps by Sunny Leon and trained by Jose Delgado for Carroll Star Stables. So got a little bit of a, price to mix it up in the first and right back to favoritism here in this second race. Well, more to come, including the third race, but also the DK horse Acorn, as we will see if Good Cheer can remain undefeated, as she won the Kentucky Oaks and running well and finishing third was Bless the Broken. Can she turn the tables?
Seize the Gray wins convincingly.
Seize the Gray. He's going to seize the day in the Pennsylvania Derby.
Seize the Gray is still there. Seize the Gray wins the Preakness.
Watch and wager this summer at Laurel Park. Enjoy the best thoroughbred racing in the state of Maryland through June 29. And don't forget, turf racing is back with full fields and outstanding wagering opportunities. Play the early and late value Pick 5 and enjoy one of the lowest takeouts in the country. Laurel Park is the place to play and win. Racing Friday through Sunday, first race 12:10 p.m. and free admission every day. For more information, visit laurelpark.com. Laurel Park, the player's track.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
It's truly magical to have the Belmont Stakes up at Saratoga as you are watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. And I can't wait to get up there. When was the last time you were in Saratoga, JK?
After the Derby to pick up my dog from the best dog babysitters in the world, my in-laws, the Salivos, yeah.
Looking forward. There's Compton's, good place to get some breakfast. And yeah, Saratoga is really, truly the summer and Belmont place to be. As race number 2, it went to Magical Warrior, your favorite. Gets his picture taken here for Jose Delgado, Sunny Leon in the irons, and really simplified things, taking this field gate to wire.
Absolutely. Patient, too, right? Like, Sonny, he held that position with the pressure from the 4, and he obviously saw the 6 running up the inside, but sat patient. Let the 6 kind of empty the gas tank, and then went on with it and opened up and ended up winning pretty comfortably.
Exactly. And under wraps, as we'll take a look here at race number 3. It'll be a mile and 70 on the main track. starter allowance, and we did see the 1 and 4 come out 6-5 currently on a South Carolina bred. Don't see many of those. Named Walk Away Joe. He's number 3. Will be ridden by Paco Lopez. As we here on the set will be taking a look at the DK horse Acorn. Here is your stake schedule though for Friday up there at Saratoga. We'll also have the New York presented by Rivers Casino. You were mentioning she feels pretty. She's likely to go in there, right? Or is it just a game?
No, I think it's New York.
Blank on that. Okay. The Just a Game a Mile, also presented by Resolute Racing, and also the Ogden Phipps, presented by Ford. So looking forward to that plethora of graded stakes.
Yeah, and it's a ladies vibe there, right? With the New York, the Acorn, the Phipps, the Just a Game, the Bed of Roses. It's going to be a lot of fun on Friday.
It really, really is, as we see a rematch from the first and third finishers of this year's Kentucky Oaks going at it again. And Good Cheer, she has remained perfect, 7 for 7 in her career.
Yeah, I feel like I'm a broken record 2 years in a row talking about an Oaks winner who just keeps winning. Her numbers don't grab you like you might have been grabbed by some fillies in the past, but there's nothing better in this game, it feels like, to get people excited than an undefeated 3-year-old filly. It just really gets the excitement at the racetrack going, and you got one here in Good Cheer. You look at the racetrack she's on now. She won't care what the weather is. I know we all care. I want it to be nice, but she can run on anything. She has run on anything at all the racetracks around. She's a very, very nice horse.
She really is. And she's not, she doesn't put in the most brilliant performances. Everybody's main criticism going into the Kentucky Oaks is, she doesn't really run that fast of a number. But she just goes out there and does her job. And that's how Brad Cox, her trainer, has said she just approaches everything in her life, from her training to her racing.
There's something about a horse that continuously overcomes adversity, whether it be the 11-hole in a sloppy racetrack at Churchill Downs, a slow-paced race, a little bit of trouble here and there. That's one thing that you cannot really write down on paper and understand and quantify. She overcomes adversity. She's undefeated. It's hard. There's a lot of ways to get beat in this game.
Really?
Just hang around for a little while. You'll see some of the best horses you've ever seen get beat. She's found a way to dodge defeat throughout her entire career. It's always a special thing to see.
It really is. Looking forward to her. She's a daughter of Medaglia d'Oro, but we'll also see Bless the Broken, who was able to rally into a pace in that Kentucky Oaks that eventually evaporated. And I think Good Cheer earns extra credit points because she was the first one to make that move. She kind of moved early, possibly in hindsight, and was still able to hold off those closers, one of them being that filly right there.
One of the fun things about 3-year-old races, whether for the ladies or for the colts, is that these horses are still growing up, so they can continue to progress. So you get Bless the Broken, who ran well on Kentucky Oaks Day, didn't quite get the lilies draped over her back, but now she's got a bunch of other fun, exciting, important Grade 1 3-year-old races for the fillies to look forward to. Maybe, just maybe, she's growing up. Think about it a little bit like that big 8th grader, right? Who's just bigger and faster than everyone else in sports. But then the other kids start to catch up when they get a little bit older, and suddenly that advantage that the 8th grader had physically goes away.
It really is true. You see it year after year. Sometimes the 3-year-olds, that's just their year to shine. I mean, you think about Rachel Alexandra. Obviously, that was a very taxing year she put in as a 3-year-old, but still, it's the competition will catch up eventually, as we'll also take a look at a new shooter who also ran on Kentucky Derby weekend, but she blew a field away in an allowance optional claimer. Her name is Shred the Gnar. She goes out for Brian Lynch. She's a daughter of Into Mischief. She is 2 for 3 so far in her short career.
Part of me wants to just hear Brian Lynch tell the story of how this horse got his name. I could just hear it in his Australian accent. It's got to be hilarious. I will say this. This was an impressive performance. I don't quite trust the figure, but I will say this. Like we talked about earlier with Bless the Broken, these horses can continue to improve. What you just saw there was talent. You saw explosiveness. You saw a horse that can find the front end. It's always a weapon. If she continues to get better, then she could give a horse like Good Cheer a run for her money.
Absolutely, and she also just seems kind of fast too. So we'll see what she's able to do for Brian Lynch, Luis Saez as well. As we'll also Luis Saez, he's on Good cheer, right?
Yeah. Okay. Just checking.
Sorry.
Hey,
Yeah.
You're
Double
driving the
checking.
ship. I'm just riding with you.
Anyway, we're going to take a break. I need it here, as we will also check in with some of the other horses in this year's Belmont Stakes. Heart of Honor, he definitely has earned the most frequent flyer miles, and also the local prep for the Belmont, the Peter Pan. He went to Hill Road. Could he be the rising star in the division?
They're off in the Churchill Downs Stakes. And Gun Pilot 1-2-1-6-6 was that first quarter. But it's Gun Pilot and Christian Torres are going to win the Churchill Downs. Gun Pilot by 2.5 under the wire.
I had these things called if wins. And for every horse in the race, I had an if win.
And then Sarava's right alongside him.
So Sarava, he was going to be a long shot, so I had to look up what was the longest shot ever to win the Belmont Stakes.
Sarava has come on through to take the lead.
So Sarava, that was a pretty simple if win.
Here comes Sarava and Medaglia d'Oro, they're striding to the line together. Sarava on the outside, Medaglia d'Oro toward the rail, they're coming down to the finish. A huge upset is looming here. Sarava has won the biggest long shot in the history of the Belmont Stakes at 70-1.
This is a really cool feature that we're doing. Durkin recalls. And I mean, wow, he has called some legendary races, and they're legendary in part because of his race calls.
Yeah, I mean, the great ones tell a story, and they narrate in a way that it's hard to forget.
Yeah.
And there's so many moments in racing that you can think of where the story that I hear when I close my eyes is a story that they're telling.
Yeah.
Like Tom Durkin and Trevor Denman, and I think our Frank Maramati does the same thing, and it's a pleasure to hear it. I'm one of those people that if I'm watching a race somewhere and the TV's muted, I will go behind the TV and find the volume button and turn it up and let everyone get mad at me because I want to hear the call.
Well, see, the greatest thing about our job is that, like, if I'm down in the paddock or trackside, is I have an earpiece, so I always hear the call, which is great.
I walk around my house sometimes with this on just so I can.
Well, Sarava was a massive upset in that year's edition, defeating Medaglia d'Oro, who, as we were just mentioning, he's probably one of the greatest sires of fillies and mares we've ever seen, in this generation at least.
Yeah, I mean, and that's another part of it too. Is like, that's the best part about races like the Belmont Stakes is these horses are going to go on to be dads one day, and we're going to be able to watch their offspring run and relive those moments of next weekend, and that's the most exciting part to me.
We were talking about him a little bit earlier on the show, Heart of Honor. He was second in the UAE Derby, which prompted Connections, Jamie Osborne, his trainer, to bring him from Lambourn in England and run in the Preakness Stakes, where he got off a bit slowly but was able to rally for fifth that day beneath his daughter, Safi as well. And here you see him gate schooling. So we just put so much emphasis on gate skilling. We have access to a gate nearly 7 days a week. Sometimes it's 5 or 6. But in England or in other jurisdictions, they might work with a gate like once every other week. So there really isn't as much emphasis, primarily because they don't put as much speed into their horses.
Yeah, it's just not as big of a priority for them to get a horse away from there, right? Early and quick. But when they come over here to participate in our racing, they better get away from there, or they're going to experience something for horses that typically haven't run a lot on the dirt that they aren't really accustomed to, which is getting a lot of kickback, and they're just starting from behind while the rest of us have popped away from there. So you're going to see that a lot of times with the European runners who come over is an emphasis on getting them used to what we are very used to in the gate.
Yeah, looking forward to him if he can get out of there and make maybe a better showing of himself. As Hill Road, he made good on his connections, making the decision to leave this horse in America after a really good third-place finish in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. He was supposed to run in the Wood after that comeback race at Tampa, set back by a fever, and then his second race off of that of this 3-year-old campaign, gets up and wins the race here, the Peter Pan.
Yeah, this horse has been on my radar since immediately after the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. If you'll remember, the Juvenile that day, those two Baffert horses they were forward, there was no pace, it was a slow pace race. Hill Road was really the only one that was making up ground. He then switched to Chad's Barn, and now we're seeing what he can do. I know that Chad probably felt like he had a great shot last year with Sierra Leone. He's got a pretty darn good shot this year with Hill Road if he continues to kind of mature, and he's going to get some pace to close into, you'd like to think, with a horse like Rodriguez.
Is he, though? Is he? Because it feels like Rodriguez might be the only pace horse.
Yeah, but that's the thing about Baffert. He doesn't go out there and walk the dog.
True.
He runs them off their feet. He's going to go 47, 46 and a half, no matter who shows up in the race.
Well, he will get a new rider, though, as Rod Ortiz Jr. will be aboard Hill Road for this year's Belmont Stakes. Chad, a Saratoga native, Mechanicville, to be exact, has yet to win the Belmont Stakes. I'm sure it would be extra special to win it up at the Spa. Sierra Leone, third last year, second with Gronkowski. Remember that? That was a huge surprise.
Yeah, absolutely. Gronk ran second to Justify in that race. Yeah, it's something tells me Chad's got a Belmont with his name on it. It's a matter of time.
Well, Mike Rapoli and Todd Pletcher, they're no strangers from winning Belmont Stakes, as they've gone through their roster a bit here to get to Uncaged, who was honestly a bit disappointing going back to the race that we just watched, Peter Pan. He'll look to get back on track here with Grande not going forth. He's going to be the Rapoli-Pletcher horse that makes it to the starting gate for this year's Belmont.
Yeah, I mean, look, the horses that Mike Rapoli and Rapoli Stable have in their operation are horses that want to go 2 turns on the dirt. So when you find a field like this, it's not the biggest field in the world, on your home track, you give it a shot, because you have a horse that you know is going to appreciate distance, going to appreciate the dirt, and if one of the big ones doesn't show up, doesn't run well, then you got a horse like this that could jump up and make some noise. I won't be cutting in line to bet this horse to win, but I completely understand why he's in here.
And we know that Mike likes to participate in these big races. But JK, for you, of the horses who did not participate in the Kentucky Derby, who stands to be the biggest potential upsetter?
Yeah, I mean, I think Hill Road's on the outside for me just because I have to side with the fact, like you mentioned, that Rodriguez has that weapon, that speed. And I think that that speed is going to help him quite a bit in a race like this where his main competition doesn't necessarily have that weapon. And like we said before, we've seen it over and over and over again in these races. Bob Baffert's going to be aggressive with his horse that he knows can get out on the front end and get comfortable. He did it last year with National Treasure in the Met Mile. He did it with National Treasure in the Preakness. He's going to be aggressive with Rodriguez. And if he gets brave on the front end, or there's a little bit of trouble for some of the other horses like Sovereignty or Journalism behind him, he'll be sitting right where he wants to be.
All right, Rodriguez finally making it into a Triple Crown race after trying to get there in the Kentucky Derby and Preakness. Hopefully he makes it for the Belmont. As always, if you want to play today's races at Monmouth or all of Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, you know how to do it. It's with your Naira Bets account. You can earn that $25 free bet plus, of course, a $200 deposit match bonus if you sign up today using promo code Belmont25. Check out all the details there at nairabets.com. As we'll get back to racing here at Monmouth, horses clearly not in the paddock there. So, JK, they must be on the racetrack. As we'll meet the field here for race number 3. We do see a defection of the one horse. That will get us to number 2, Catch the Smoke, your current favorite.
Yeah, back-to-back races around 2 turns on the dirt that suggests that this one should be able to work out a nice trip from the inside.
Got a perfect trip last time to win as Walk Away Joe. He's one that doesn't have much early speed.
Yeah, he's starting to get a little concerning. He's always bet, but he's only won once out of those last 4 races.
Number 5, Irish Meadow, comes off a layoff.
Yeah, this horse just doesn't feel fast enough and has the layoff to deal with.
Catatumbo, number 6.
I wonder what that is. This horse was wide last time. It still didn't do much running.
And here's a horse that I almost feel like could be the horse to beat, and that's King of Hollywood. He knows how to win. 13 for 42 lifetime.
Yeah, 13 for 42, but also, Mags, I like that he's won at 4 different racetracks last year. That says a lot about a horse's consistency. He doesn't need a perfect situation. He'll show up here, and he can run on anything.
Right, he's 5 for 12, actually, over the local strip. So a horse that does have early speed, but he's going to have to do it from the outside. Do you think he is the fastest horse in here?
From a pace standpoint, he feels like he is. But the one thing about that is that if the 2 decides that they want to get the lead, sometimes intent can be the great equalizer when you're looking at pace figures. I don't care how fast the horse is if they don't want the front. Drawn towards the outside, though, with the 7, King of Hollywood, you'd like to think that you pop away from there, see what happens to the inside. If someone goes, sit off of them. If you can make the lead easily going into the first turn, why not? Geometry is always going to be your friend, saving ground around there. So I think they'll just play the break in here. But I'd also think that the 2 would want to save that position from the inside. So we'll see what those. It's definitely going to be one of those 2 for me. The 2 or the 7 will make the front.
As Dylan Davis, he's still riding this week. Catch the Smoke. He was aboard him last time, winning at Belmont at the Big A. It was such a funny race. I actually was watching this replay, and I told my girls, I said, look at this race. Isn't this funny? The Bay horses, they had nothing to say about the 3 Grays who just dominated on the front end.
There is someone whose dad lied to them like my dad did. Always bet the Grays that made a lot of money here with these gray horses running as well as they did. Yeah, you don't see it every day, but it is funny to see.
It really is. He got the perfect setup behind the battling gray horses in front of him in Winter's Ghost and Suerte. We'll see. Can he get a perfect trip and setup again, as we are going to take a quick break, or a quick pause, I should say, here on the FS2 portion of our show. And we'll be switching over to FS1. We still have a few seconds left here, but 8 to 5 on Catch the Smoke, as they are. JK, I gotta say, I'm nearly offset. Lafitte Pinkai is waiting in the wings. I'm gonna get a burger.
It's unbelievable. I'm so hungry.
Welcome to those joining us here on Fox Sports 1. You are watching America's Day at the Races with live racing coverage from Monmouth Park as we want to welcome you here to our gorgeous set here in Oceanport, New Jersey. I'm Maggie Wolfendale alongside Jonathan Kinchin and JK. It's a little breezy here. It's not beach weather, so therefore I hope a lot of people are here at the track.
I don't know where else you would be, right? We're not running at NYRA this week, so we're getting ready for next week. So if you're at the house and you're close, it's not far. Just come. You can wear shorts, flip-flops. And Maggie said she's going to go get a hamburger. I guess you can have one of those too. I'm stuck here with Lafitte when he shows up.
Yeah, and just do not wear a shark shirt like JK. He will get angry at you as they're on the track for today's third race. And if you want to get started on the action, for those just joining us, don't forget to do so with your NYRA Bets account. For new members, get that $200 deposit match bonus plus the $25 free bet when you use promo code Belmont25. Head on over to NYRABets.com to get started today. As we see horses heading to line for this mile and 70 starter allowance and Catch the Smoke. He's 8-5, owned by some local guys and Joe Iris and Alfred Knoll, trained by Wayne Potts. He's coming in here off of a perfect trip, but emphatic win up at Belmont at the Big A.
Yeah, it's one of those deals where sometimes, you know, I'm one that likes to typically play against horses off of perfect trips. Mm-hmm. But sometimes, and this reminds me when we're rolling into this Belmont, with Justify and American Pharoah, they got perfect trips because they got those trips for themselves. Catch the Smoke just might be that horse that works out those good trips. So you don't want to knock that they got one because they'll probably get another one. He's drawn well in here, tactical enough from the inside, should be able to work out another good trip. But ultimately, I'm going to go with the 7 in here because I just love the consistency that this horse has shown, winning on 4 different racetracks last year. It says that this horse can just show up and run on anything and overcome a little adversity.
He's pretty cool as he's second off the bench, but off the back of a win. 13 for 42 for this 6-year-old gelding by Palace Malice, and 5 of those 13 wins have come here at Monmouth Park. He will head into line, taking his place on the outside. Look for him to show speed as he's your current second choice at 9-5 as we get it out to Matt Dinnerman, who brings you the call, the third from Monmouth.
We're ready to go. And Lyroff. Catch the Smoke on the inside, forwardly placed. King of Hollywood moving up. And these two are 1-2 with Catatumbo right between them, easing off, approaching the first turn run. Walk Away Joe in fourth on the rail, and Irish Meadow at the back as the 5 runners corner into the first turn. King of Hollywood, where he likes to be on the lead. He's got company early. Catch the Smoke to the inside. These two get acquainted on the front end. A length and a tail to Walk Away Joe, who's right behind those leaders running in the third position. Catatumbo outside of him. Gap of 2 to Irish Meadow, who is at the tail. 2 by 2 by 1, swinging up the back stretch. Catch the Smoke on the inside, nose in front. King of Hollywood right there with him. These two stride for stride down the back stretch. A length and a half to Walk Away Joe. Loose reined in third. Catatumbo also niggled along on his outside. Still a gap of 2 to Irish Meadow, who is the trailer with a half mile to go. Catch the Smoke. King Hollywood side by side. They've been 2 by 2 by 1 for about 3 furlongs here, and they enter the turn that way. King of Hollywood, Catch the Smoke, the 2 favorites right together here, and they're 2 clear now of Walk Away Joe, who's come under a ride in third. Catatumbo also shaken up. Irish Meadow well out of it now as they come to the top of the lane. So it's been a match race throughout between Catch the Smoke and King of Hollywood. The gray is Catch the Smoke. King of Hollywood in the white plays on the outside. Catch the Smoke, narrow lead. King of Hollywood still there, game for the fight. And these two are head and head with 1 furlong to go. Catch the Smoke, King of Hollywood. They are going at it here, and outside it's King of Hollywood. He's taking a short lead. King of Hollywood, King of Hollywood out finishing Catch the Smoke for a narrow score. When he gets on the lead, he gets brave, and he loves Monmouth Park too. Walk Away Joe third best, then Catatumbo and Irish Meadow.
Well, I'm not sure, Matt, if he was ever really truly on the lead until he got to the wire first. How game is King of Hollywood? Ding-donging it the entire way around there, JK, with the favorite Catch the Smoke, and he would prevail in the last few yards.
you love a horse that can overcome adversity. And we talked about it before. When a horse that can go to different racetracks and win, they don't have that excuse of like, oh, I don't like the track there. Oh, they just show up and they run. That's exactly what happened here. This horse didn't get the lead easily in the top of the stretch. He had a foe that wasn't going to turn it away. But he does, like Matt said, he does like it here. It's his 6th win at Monmouth, but he also likes it wherever he shows up. He's a determined horse, and we saw that in the stretch. He got the job done at 2-1, beating the 3-2 favorite and Catch the Smoke.
2-1 seems awfully generous on this horse, who picks up his 14th career victory and now in 43 starts. I'm sorry, he's really, really cool. He's one of those blue-collar throwback horses that just shows up and gets the job done. And as we always like to say, he's earned that $320,000 plus the hard way.
No, for sure he does, and he's got a lot of miles on that van, I'd imagine, and it's. But you like to see it, man. You like to see these horses that don't need to have things go their own way, because races are full with adversity. And if you find a horse or you see a horse that you can trust, that can work it out, it always helps. And to your point you made about the 2 earlier, that horse had a perfect trip last time. This was a good trip, but he was dealing with a horse breathing down his neck, and he wasn't able to see it out.
Exactly, as he'll have to settle for second as Daniel Seculitano gets the win with King of Hollywood. And welcome back to the set. Maggie and JK here with you as we do have a feature here on this Monmouth card. It is the Jersey Derby. Unfortunately, lots of rain overnight into the morning, so we are off the turf here in Oceanport, but we will see 3 horses going postward, including a MTO by the name of Cool Intentions here for Jorge Delgado.
Yeah, Cool Intentions is one that was entered MTO. They obviously wanted what happened to have happened, where the race was going to come off the grass. They wanted to run on the main track, and Cool Intentions gets the main track. The problem is that MTOs are often overbet because everyone understands that was the intention. But a horse like the 3 Barbadian Runner also has some nice dirt races and is likely going to be a little bit ignored considering all the money that the MTO is going to get.
Yeah, I do think Barbadian Runner, already a multiple stakes winner on the dirt, has a legitimate shot. And for those who are just joining us here on FS1, we are in full Belmont Stakes swing as we are going to take a look here at the probables. We have the rematch of the Kentucky Derby and Preakness winner in Sovereignty and Journalism, as well as some new shooters, including as well the 3rd place finisher from the Kentucky Derby in Baeza. Really looking forward to it. It's $2 million up here at Saratoga on June 7th. We'll take a look back, though, at your Kentucky Derby winner, Sovereignty, who skipped the Preakness by design.
Yeah, look, I'm okay. I didn't like it that much because I wanted to see them run against each other in the Preakness, but selfishly now we get to enjoy the rubber match in the Belmont Stakes between Sovereignty and Journalism. Sovereignty earned everything he got on Derby Day. He did not get a great trip. He earned every part of that race. He deserved that race, and sometimes it's just satisfying to me when the best horse on the day wins the big races, and Sovereignty was that on Derby Day.
And two, Connection saying, going into the beginning of his 3-0 career, not a great workhorse, and now Bill Mott saying that he is working stronger and has come out of the Kentucky Derby just a better horse.
Yeah, the light bulb can sometimes turn on. We talked about that a little bit earlier in the show, that when you have these 3-year-olds that are growing up a little bit, that's part of the process. They're learning to work, to get a little bit more out of their morning exercise that can then set them up better for the big races in the afternoon.
Back here at Monmouth Park, King of Hollywood, Jorge Gonzalez, guiding him to victory, knew how game his horse was as he was in a match race the entire way around there, beating the 3-2 favorite, Catch the Smoke. Live racing coverage here on America's Day at the Races continues on FS1.
The champion 2-year-old. One of 4 champion 2-year-olds in his immediate family. Essential quality at 2. Undefeated.
Essential quality, though, has opened up by 5.
Devastating. His own first 2-year-olds race in 2025. If they're anything like him and you've got a mare in foal, Just imagine.
Bet the Belmont Stakes with a $25 free play from Naira Bets. Naira Bets is the official betting app of the Belmont Stakes and is available in most states. Naira Bets makes it easy to get in on the action with streaming HD video, weekly promotions, and a state-of-the-art betting interface.
And they're off in the Belmont Stakes.
If you're betting the Belmont, your best bet is Naira Bets. Scan now for your free $25 Belmont Stakes bet, plus a $200 bonus for new members with promo code Belmont25.
Smart move.
Mandaloon fighting for the front.
Mandaloon at midnight murder. Battle to the line. Mandaloon. For Rangeroo, it's Mandaloon. A Mandaloon wins.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on Naira Bets. Open your Naira Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the Naira Bets app to start using Fast Facts today. Single-day reserved seats in the Clubhouse Grandstand and Michelob Ultra Stretch are on sale now. Plus, book your single-day tables in the Miller Time 4-Star Day, Pick 6 Vodka Picnic Paddock, and Surfside Tailgate. Secure your seats at naira.com/Saratoga.
Saratoga, once again, the home of the Belmont Stakes, as we are exactly 1 week away from the final jewel of the Triple Crown. Cannot wait to see the fans lining the rail, packing the backyard, much as they were last year. And they have quite a treat waiting for them. The potential matchup between Kentucky Derby winner Sovereignty, who skipped the Preakness by design to wait for this Belmont, and Kentucky Derby runner-up and Preakness winner, Journalism, who has been here in Saratoga prepping for a Belmont Stakes start. What a matchup that will be. We can't wait. Of course, we'll talk a lot more about the Belmont Stakes. We also have live racing for you today from Monmouth Park down the Jersey Shore. Some wet weather that we've been dealing with, but of course a lot to look forward to 1 week out. I'm your host, Acacia Kamal. Thank you very much for joining us here on FS1 for America's Day at the Races. And it's that time of year when the 3-year-olds are all the talk, and rightfully so, with such a strong class of 3-year-olds that we do have from this year's Triple Crown group. As I welcome in my co-host, champion jockey Richard Migliori, here with me. And Richie, it's been a real treat, I think, for racing fans. Unfortunately, yes, no Triple Crown on the line this year, but to have such a talented group, the likes of Baeza as well, waiting in the wings to line up for this year's Belmont Stakes, it's a treat.
Of course, we always are looking for that next Triple Crown winner and the build up, the excitement to it. But absence of that, we have the winner of the Kentucky Derby, Sovereignty, and a good winner of the Kentucky Derby. You've also got Journalism, who was a good runner-up in the Derby, came back with an incredible performance in the Preakness, where he was basically a linebacker creating holes for himself. And then the new shooters, like you talked about, Baeza finishing maybe best of all in the Kentucky Derby, and Rodriguez, who is training maybe better than anybody I've ever seen, let alone heading into this Belmont Stakes.
And could be the controlling speed in that test as well for the Belmont Stakes. As we take a look at the probables, will be on June 7th. Of course, as mentioned, 1 week out, that intriguing field. Last minute edition we learned this week, Uncaged likely to point as well. So Todd Pletcher will have a runner in this year's Belmont Stakes, likely. But of course, the big names that you mentioned. We'll take a look at the Kentucky Derby, where it looks like we will have a chance to see the top 3 finishers coming out of that, which is always nice for them to settle it on the track.
Absolutely. Listen, we all have opinions. The horses have the answers. And Journalism was put into a position where he became the hunted one, right? He made the first move, and Junior Alvarado very astutely following him. He became the hunter. And, he was able to grind him down, wear him down. And I agree with what Maggie's assessment was just saying, how he just looks like he's training with more enthusiasm. A horse that was noted for not being, overly generous in the mornings. He really looks like he's kind of, the light bulb has gone on.
Sovereignty usually goes out first set in the mornings, and he is, your eye is drawn to him. First of all, he is a
hunk of horse flesh out there on the track. But his weight, his conditioning, his color, everything just look so good in the way that he's been stepping out here in preparation for the Belmont.
Well, I love the fact, too, that right after his win in the Kentucky Derby, he shipped right here to Saratoga, which is Belmont's main home base this time of year, and has been training here, and this place is good for horses.
Michael McCarthy sending Preakness winner Journalism right to Saratoga as well. But first we take a look at this. Talk a little bit, Richie, what you were talking about with that linebacker comment. I think it suits him well.
Well, there really was no hole, and Umberto Rispoli in Journalism created a hole. Now, right there, people might put a little bit of the onus on Flavien Prat. I don't see it that way. His horse got hit in the hip. It turned his weight in. He's a 1,000-pound animal. But for him to be able to bull his way through that spot, and that takes a lot of energy out of a horse, that body contact, and then finish the way he did, come home his last 3/16 in 18-2. That's faster than a lot of horses have ever come home the last 3/16. And after that kind of contact, he seems like he's thriving on the workload. He looks great galloping. And the best thing is he came out of the Preakness unscathed, because contact like that sometimes could lend itself to horses being injured.
There he is this morning. As you might hear some of the rain behind us, a little bit of wet weather, so Journalism's work likely pushed back to tomorrow. Instead, Sovereignty as well. We look forward to seeing them in their final preparations for the Belmont Stakes as we take a look at the tail of the tape between these two. Kentucky Derby versus Preakness winner. Journalism also Preakness runner-up. You know, it's such a fun matchup between two, in their own right, very talented horses.
These are very good horses. I think the depth of this 3-year-old crop is very strong, very deep, if you will. Now, Sovereignty, trained by Bill Mott, already a Hall of Famer, the youngest trainer ever inducted in the Hall of Fame, as a matter of fact. Mike McCarthy, who spent many years with Todd Pletcher, a Hall of Famer, and I think destined for the Hall of Fame himself one day. He's building quite a resume. Mike McCarthy's done something that his former mentor, Todd Pletcher, never did. Winning the Preakness. Todd's never done that.
Michael's done it twice.
And he's done it twice now. Bill Mott has had exactly 2 Preakness winners, one in 1985 and one, I believe, in 1998.
Wow, here's a look at the Saturday Stakes schedule. Of course, you can watch the action on Fox. We're so excited. 1 week out, of course, highlighted by that Belmont Stakes, but a tremendous day of racing. I know a lot of eyes on that Resorts World Casino Manhattan and the Met Mile as well, about how things are going to line up. More on those races in a bit, though, but you can experience the excitement of the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga with Naira Bets. Join now and get a $25 free bet and $200 deposit bonus. Use promo code Belmont25 for your free $25 bet and $200 deposit match. Sign up at NairaBets.com. As we head back over to our Monmouth crew, Lafitte Pinkai here with us. Lafitte, unfortunately, no turf racing at Monmouth this afternoon, but lucky for us, we have plenty to discuss 1 week out from that Belmont Stakes.
Well, as you mentioned, Acacia, wall-to-wall 3-year-olds this time of year. Belmont Stakes in a week. And here, yes, the 3-year-olds in the Jersey Derby. And while the wind is kicking up a bit here in Oceanside, the rain fell heavily last night on the Jersey Shore. And so for that reason, no grass racing this afternoon. So for the Jersey Derby, here's what's left of these 3-year-olds who will run a mile on the main track with a purse of $100,000. Just 3 of them. At the bottom, Cool Intentions, only one entered main track only. As I say hello to Jonathan Kinchin, who's been here. Welcome in Paul LaDuca, who just got here. Guys, and for the handicappers playing this Jersey Derby, when you have to make this pivot, when you only have 3 horses and you're switching surfaces, what's the first thing you do?
Who do I like in the pick 5 to try to get a live dual horse in here? Not going to be the best race to bet to win on, but that's the greatness of these multi-race wagers. Paula, you can get involved elsewhere, and it feels like Cool Intentions is probably going to take a lot of money considering the fact that he's at the MTO.
Yes, listen, if you like Cool Intentions to win that race, I think Barbadian Runner is another horse in there, but this is your middle pick 5, and it ends in the Jersey Derby, a 3-horse race. Jonathan makes a good point. If you could pick one of those 3, and maybe you can shorten that pick 5 a little bit. And Cool Intentions checked a little bit last time out, but a good race, Lafitte.
A legit check. Some trouble on the backstretch. Opening day, the Long Branch with a spot in the Haskell on the line, JK. Cool Intentions, who's had that trouble early, but poised in the stretch.
Yeah, he ran well enough, right? I hope that he might have run a little bit better considering the fact that He did have some experience running on the dirt and some nice dirt races down at Gulfstream Park as a 2-year-old. I was hoping he would jump up here and run a little bit better, but I think he ran well enough. And he's a horse that, without a doubt, is the horse to beat in here because of his experience on the dirt, the way he's run on the dirt. But my fear is he's going to be a little bit overbet.
Entered main track only. All comes together for Team Cool Intentions as we welcome back in Maggie Wolfendale, who jumped the fence behind us and is now trackside here at Monmouth Park. Among the 3 in the Jersey Derby, Barbadian Runner. What are we expecting from him today?
Yeah, Lafitte, I just used like a hang glider. The wind is so strong, I just glided down from the set here to trackside. But you're right, Barbadian Runner, I think, is a real threat to Cool Intentions, as he's already a multiple stakes winner in his native Maryland. As if you go 3 back to the Miracle Wood, he was down on the rail, and I never think being down on the rail is a good place to be there at Laurel Park. He did extricate himself from that inside position and was really game and full of run, powering home, but was able to defeat a horse by the name Pay Billy, who would return in his next start with an 83 Beyer speed figure. So you're dealing with a horse in Barbadian Runner who has accomplished, I think, a lot more than his main rival. Entered for the MTO. He does pick up hot riding Sammy Marin as well. So I think this Henry Walters trainee Barbadian Runner has a real shot to upset the field. Guys?
Richie's going to love this one. A real jockey's race, rider's race in this 3-horse Jersey Derby. A little bit later on, race number 8, post time around 4:18 Eastern. We'll have it for you right here on America's Day at the Races, along with this. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm, 100 years doing the usual. Unusually well, all Monmouth, all the time. Races 4 through 7 coming up. Now we're on Fox Sports 1, races 8 through 11 as well. Fox Sports 1, late pick 5 gets started in race number 7. To the live racing. 8 minutes out for the 4th. Take a look at the field and updated odds off the turf of the main track. The good news, we didn't lose the bulk of the field in this one, guys.
No, big scratch of the one, Davola, I thought, in here, and Hot on Your Heels. They were 3-1 and 6-1 in the line, so wide open race for me, JK.
Yeah, I think that happens a lot in turf sprints when they scratch off to the dirt. I think turf sprints are more about the distance and less about the surface, so they're fine running on either one.
All right, let's meet the field. Davola scratched. First one you'll see, I promise, will be Editor's Choice. Overlay here at 10-1, and the high-riding former Eclipse Award-winning apprentice, Axel Concepcion, who won the Cliffhanger last week. That was a fun story to follow, guys. The first day ever riding at Monmouth Park, young rider winning the featured event.
Yeah, and he's a welcome addition to this jockey colony. And Editor's Choice, 0 for 3 over dirt tracks, 0 for 8 over this Monmouth turf, and now being on the main track, going to be really tough to endorse. Hasn't raced since October. We'll see the Gelded Sun at editorial here pretty soon when they turn around.
It sounds like we're stretching. It's because we are. They'll turn. We go on their cue. And then the post parade. Stone cold reaction. The 2-1 favorite. Is he the logical choice, or is that a Paco thing?
It's got to be a Paco thing. I hate to tell you, there's probably not a logical choice in this group, no matter who they are.
Default to Paco. Leading rider. What else is new at Monmouth Park?
Well, the problem is the siblings of this horse are 0 for 31 trying the dirt. There's been 31 attempts by this horse's mother's offspring, his brothers and sisters. No one's ever won on the dirt.
That's pretty bad. Maybe one of them is due. We'll find out. There's Editor's Choice and Alex Concepcion. Axel Concepcion, followed by Man from Malta.
You're saying there's a chance. The 4-man from Malta could be the speed of the speed. I just don't know if there's a lot of stick there.
Peace Crusader at 6-1.
This one really feels like they wanted to get onto the turf.
And the favorite, Stone Cold Reaction and Paco for trainer Scott Lake.
Listen, Paco Lopez takes this money, and sometimes he delivers more times than not. And there's a gray son of Neolithic.
Jace is no joke. The 3-race maiden 4-1 contender.
I've hated 2 of those 3 races, and I liked a little bit one of them.
Tis Timonial. 3-race, off the board in his first 2.
Yeah, Ray Handel leaves this one in with Christopher Elliott, who's had good success here.
Come on, Juan. 11-race maiden acting up.
Yeah, beaten 16 and 21 on the grass going longer.
Braca entered main track only at a price.
Yeah, this one for Oscar Barrera. Most of the racing been at Aqueduct in New York and Heart of the Warrior Racing, the owners here. 0 for 14 lifetime. We'll see if New Jersey suits him.
Graduation day for one of these maiden-claiming sprinters. The fourth from Monmouth is next. Plus, trainer Belmont, two-time Kentucky Derby winning trainer Belmont, now seeking a second Belmont victory with Sovereignty, Derby hero, rested and ready for the third and final jewel of the Triple Crown 1 week from today. Derby winners get all the love.
Nothing stood in his way. War of Will won the Preakness.
At the line, War of Will. That's a photo for the win.
Will then and Vince Chemino take the Jimmy Durante.
War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Getting closer, getting exciting. Promise me we'll have that kind of weather, that kind of Saturday at Saratoga. It's about that time for the Triple Crown to conclude. The Belmont Stakes for the second time at the Spa. Who is the nation's finest 3-year-old? Find out next Saturday, the Belmont Stakes, only on Fox. Can't wait. Be there with the entire team. Already have boots on the ground. Not the easiest segue from the 3-year-olds and championship implications in the third and final jewel of the Triple Crown to this maiden claimer, but here we are, gentlemen, as the 7 continues to warm up. JK, your top selection, Jace, is no joke.
Well, you know the best part about this, though, is that's a nice segue, but listen, these people, when they bought this horse, they were hopeful. They thought there's a chance. There's a chance the horse can run the Belmont in 2025.
Absolutely.
There's a chance. That's what's great about the game, right? Always a chance.
Yeah, listen, I kind of like the 7 here, too, as well. I will say this. You know, a lot of people have been complaining about when odds do drop down late in the race. I'll say this. The 7 right now is about 7.5 to 1, so this horse might float up a little bit. Sammy Marin gets aboard, got Lasix the last time, and just got left in the gate and was kind of disinterested. I think today will be the day.
Jace is no joke. Maggie, what are you noticing here pre-race?
Yeah, that Sammy Marin, guys, is giving him quite the vigorous warm-up. Has not stopped moving, Jace's, no joke. And that's because, as Paul kind of alluded to, I think a horse that, for his best performance, you have to get him in the game. He needs to be involved, in which he just was not in his last start. Now, if he goes back to his start 2 back, then he's a likely winner in this field. I didn't love the way he started off the warm-up, but as Sammy has kept him moving, he is getting more comfortable in his stride and moving a bit more freely. As we'll move on to the horse who, I don't know, in these races where there's not much form to go on, they were intended to run on the turf. I just picked the horse that looks the best and is moving the best out there, and that's number 5 in here, who I can make a little bit of a case for on paper as well. Peace Crusader, you know, last time stretched out to a mile, was chasing on the rail there at Parks, went through on the inside, rounding the turn, and just couldn't sustain his run. And I think a lot of times with horses that, you know, stretch out and then turn back, well, that stamina is built into them a bit. So therefore, they have a bit more left to finish the job when going the shorter distances. And I think Crusader, on top of that, just looks like a sprinter, incredibly well turned out, moving really nicely out on the racetrack. So I'm going to take a shot with him, and one that, you know, obviously can handle the dirt. Whereas you don't know that with number 8, Tis Timonial, who I do think is dropping in class out of those New York bred maiden special weights to the 16 for Ray Handel. But, and I'll give Acacia Clement credit for this, Tis the Law is turning out to be much more of a turf sire. She pointed that out correctly with his juvenile starting last year. And on the bottom side, I remember the Damn Adriatic Dream. She was all turf, all the siblings were turf. This is a turf horse, but as JK and I were talking about earlier on the show, sometimes class does prevail. But to me, just looks more turf meant. But I will say this, as he was coming off of a layoff last time, he just did not look fit. And today, he's far more tucked up. So we'll see, Lafitte, if another New York bred can get the win on the card.
Race under the belt, a move forward. Perhaps Tis Timonial, the New York bred at 5-1. The surface switch, you also discussed this earlier, JK, the opportunity these races can represent for handicappers when often they are treated as if the race is still going to be on grass. Are you seeing any of that in this race?
Not really. Not in this spot. You're right. It's 100% something that happens in these situations. These horses are so lightly raced. There's not a lot of form really to trust anyway. It doesn't really matter. I will say about the horse who's a favorite here, the 6 Stone Cold Reaction, is the one thing I do look for in these spots is horses that have speed. Right? They were, they were scheduled to go 5.5 on the turf. Now they're going to go 5.5 on the dirt. It is such a race that will be dominated by speed. What I will say about the 6 is that horse does at least have speed. I think even in that situation, it's a little bit less about Paco and more about the fact that this horse looks like they could find themselves either on or near the lead, which goes a long way. I'm going to try to beat the 6 because down here, the Jersey Shore, Paco's typically overbet. Yeah. A little bit, a point or two lower than he probably should be, or his horse should be every time. So there's always some opportunity to pick up some value. For me, that's the 7.
Final thought, Paulie.
Well, I think the 4 Man from Malta is the quick of the quick, and they're kind of betting that horse like he is. So I'm hoping that the 4 and 6 do go out there. The 7 needs to be more forward. If he's more forward, I think Sammy Marin can attack.
Something to watch right from the start as they move into line. The $16,000 maiden claimer sprinting 5.5 of the main track. Matt Dinneman with the loading call. Post time for the 4th live from Monmouth Park.
O'Neill has got it. Come on, Juan. Post 9. Peace Crusader in the orange. 2 back. Stone Cold Reaction. Post position number 6. Then we wait on Baraka to the outside post. Here's Baraka. Go again. We're ready to go. And we're off. Editor's choice away slowly. Stone Cold Reaction was last out of the gate, too. Man from Malta on the lead at 1. Scampers away. 2 lengths in the early stages. Come on, Juan takes the 2nd spot. Stone Cold Reaction has made up plenty of ground here. All the way into 2nd with Peace Crusader, who sports the orange silks. And then comes a deep Tis Timonial, who's plummeted to the back of the field here. Braca is in midfield going into the far turn run with Jace is no joke. They go into the far turn. Man from Malta, the leader here rounding the turn, 3/4 of a length ahead. Peace Crusader coming out of the crowd taking second. Stone Cold Reaction third, sent along between horses. Gap of 2 lengths to Braca, scrubbed upon. Jace is no joke, staying on the fence, turning for home, gets to the 2-path as they swing off the corner. The other's out of it, down the stretch, and the early leader is being swarmed here. On the outside is Peace Crusader. Stone Cold Reaction has a head in front of him now. Stone Cold Reaction to the front from Peace Crusader on the inside. Jace is no joke is firing a good shot today. It's Stone Cold Reaction in front, though, and Stone Cold Reaction wins it. Jace is no joke was second. Come on, Juan. Third across the finish. Peace Crusader was fourth.
Didn't break, didn't matter. In the end, Stone Cold Reaction, Paco Lopez, 5-2 in the fourth at Monmouth Park.
Well, two best horses ran 1-2 here. Both these horses didn't break well. I thought Sammy Marin did a great job riding the rail, but watch Paco kind of make it a little bit tight for him and make the 7. Jace is no joke. A little bit tougher to go through that hole, JK.
Yeah, look, you can't be too results-oriented in this game. I still feel good about the opportunity to play against Paco at a short price. There's 3 horses within a length of this horse in terms of beating him. In this game, you can sometimes not see the ball go through the hoop and then be reluctant to shoot it next time. You got to just believe in the process, stay the course. I think, Paulie, we were on the right horse. We just got the wrong result.
Yeah, I'm with you. But, again, I always say this to everybody. Paco takes money, but he delivers, and it's just unbelievable. He will get overbet most of the time, but he wins a lot of races here, Lafitte.
6, 7, 9, 5, 10. Wins a lot of races to the tune of 11 titles here at Monmouth Park in Oceanport, New Jersey, as our coverage continues. And when we come back, trainer Michael McCarthy, I wonder how many times he's been asked. So, is he running? Is he? We'll know soon enough, as journalism Preakness winner in Saratoga arrived earlier this week as a countdown to the Belmont Stakes continues.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
She feels more than pretty. She feels fantastic.
It is all she feels pretty. The sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. Americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
Pandagate has now taken the lead and quickly opens up here. Pandagate with a quick burst really handled this field, won by 7 or 8 lengths at the end.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, as always brought to you in part by Hill & Dale Adelapa. Slick track, Saratoga Racecourse. 1 week till the 157th Belmont Stakes as the racing continues here at Monmouth Park, and another trip to the winner's circle for Paco. Paco Lopez in Stone Cold Reaction as a real scramble, Paul, unfolding at the top of the stretch.
Yeah, and you could see he was in between horses. The the big gray bunny rabbit there, and put away the 4 and was on top of the pace most of the way. The horse that Maggie liked, the 5. I was seeing this earlier. It seems like Lafitte last week and the week before, you're kind of treading in the middle of the racetrack. You got to be much the best. The rail has been key here.
And extra credit, JK, for a horse to break like that at this level. Generally speaking, it's curtains.
Absolutely. It's a little bit of the chicken or the egg when it comes to Paco Lopez. Does he get the best mounts because he's the best rider, or is he the best rider because he gets the best mounts? I think it's a nice mixture of both of those thoughts.
Similar conversation we'll have all summer regarding a star jockey by the name of Arad Ortiz. Turning the page. Race 5 Monmouth, $5,000 claimers, a mile here. English Painter at 1-5. Why such a heavy favorite?
Just the fastest horse. When you look and compare it to all the other horses in this race, English Painter is the fastest. I will say this, though. If you want to try to get cute and beat English Painter, there is a little bit of a pace situation here. This horse wants to come from out of it. Someone else could get loose in here.
Hate when he gets all technical.
Yeah, he's kind of right. The 3 is going to be dead last in this race. So you are going to take a horse that's going to be a heavy favorite. But like Jonathan said, horse is the fastest horse in the race.
Whoa, you said Johnny. That's my alias. That's how I start betting and having adult beverages. You start calling me Johnny. It's not that time yet.
Oh, now I know.
Race 5 coming up, Monmouth Park, as the countdown does continue to the 157th Belmont Stakes. Probables look like this, presented by Naira Bets. 7 strong, including Sovereignty, Kentucky Derby Hero, Acacia Clement at Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott's barn.
Here in the Belmont Shed Row on the Oklahoma training track, Kentucky Derby winner Sovereignty stall is just a few behind me. But if you come over to the Mott barn, you might notice this little barrier that's been put up as well to give a little bit of space between Sovereignty's stall and the adoring public. Real VIP kind of velvet ropes type of feel, if you will. But as far as Sovereignty is concerned, he's been here at Belmont's Saratoga base training in preparation for the Belmont Stakes after opting to skip the Preakness Stakes and give a little bit more time in between races. As we hear from trainer Bill Mott, it seems that all systems are go with Sovereignty and what he's been showing here in Saratoga.
He came in from Churchill Downs about 4 days after he had run down there in the Kentucky Derby, and he's trained forwardly since he's been here. He hasn't missed a day for any reason, and he's had a couple breezes already and will probably breeze one more time before he races on Belmont Day. But just steady works, nothing fancy, just trying to maintain his fitness and his well-being. What trainers like to see is that his appetite is good, he's eating up well and moving very well.
And with some of the wet weather today on Saturday did alter some of the training schedules for Belmont Stakes possible contenders, including Sovereignty. We'll see if we do get a chance to see him work tomorrow or possibly Monday in his final preparation for that Belmont Stakes. But he usually goes out first set, and he has been a sight to behold, one that immediately catches your eye and really has that aura about him. Very exciting to see what he might do leading into this year's Belmont.
A more aggressive Sovereignty, Bill Mott has said, a stronger Sovereignty, and pretty scary for the competition in the Belmont Stakes. JK recently asked about the Preakness and why Sovereignty did not run in the Preakness. Bill Mott said it never really came up. It was never really a thought. Can you have perspective to just how mind-blowing that is when it comes to the Triple Crown in North American thoroughbred racing?
Yeah, I mean, it's significantly more mind-blowing to the final decision to not run him, right? That can make sense, right? They're horsemen. They're going to evaluate how the horses are looking, how they're training. They know the horses. And so they might make a decision on the Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday after the Derby to not run them, just like Michael McCarthy did with journalism to run him. The idea that it was never on the table is very bizarre to me. That it was 100% not even something we ever even thought about. What do you mean, how far is it from Louisville to Pimlico? I didn't think about that. That, to me, is a little bit shocking, but, you know, I don't think most people would say that Bill Mott is like the most traditional thinking trainer. It's why he is who he is. But yeah, definitely a shock to me.
Just jarring to hear, but one of the very best in the business, goes without saying. Bill Mott eyeing a second Belmont, and we're eyeing the main competition, assuming he runs. Journalism, the Preakness winner, heart, guts, determination. We've run out of ways to describe what he did in Baltimore, Paul, in the Preakness Stakes.
Athleticism. I think he's might be the most athletic 3-year-old that we have. Now, you can say Sovereignty has turned into a monster, but what he did in the Preakness, you'll never see again. It was one of the most thrilling races I've ever seen. And in the Kentucky Derby, he did not disgrace himself. And when you get back to that question, were you a little bit surprised about Belmont? I was, because journalism and Sovereignty were so much the best that day, besides Baeza, who was never going to the Preakness. They were so much clear, you would figure that, okay, we'd go to the Preakness and then finish it off and have a chance to win the Triple Crown. But that's not how Bill Mott thinks. And if this horse is stronger and bigger coming into this race, he's going to be a bear. But that's not saying that Baeza isn't stronger. That's not saying that journalism got a little bit stronger out of that last race, too, as well.
Awaiting confirmation from journalism's trainer, Michael McCarthy, arrived earlier in the week. And here is Michael McCarthy on how journalism is adapting to his new surroundings.
He's had a great 10, 12 days up here. Very pleased with what we've seen so far. Obviously, Saratoga is so good for horses, the greenery, the break in the climate. Just like today, a little bit of wet weather, but he's been very, very happy up here. I don't see a whole lot of change in him, no. He's always a horse that looks good, feels good. He carries a wonderful amount of condition, so very pleasing to see him here early this morning. Hopefully we've got a good racetrack tomorrow for journalism. We can go ahead and work. Obviously the Belmont Stakes is on the radar being here, so we'll let him run through the lane and make a decision on the Belmont shortly after that.
What the racing world wants to see, Triple Crown grudge match, Derby winner v. Preakness winner. As we are now joined by the MIG out at Saratoga. Richie, for the jockeys involved, whether it's Junior Alvarado on Sovereignty, Umberto Rispoli, Preakness winning rider, on journalism, what's at stake here? What does this Belmont Stakes opportunity represent?
Well, it's a major race on a major stage. The eyes of the racing world or racing public is going to be on the Belmont Stakes, and also kind of to lay claim to who is the best 3-year-old at this juncture of the year. Right now, it's still very much open to debate. They met one time. Sovereignty got the measure of him in the Kentucky Derby, but then journalism's effort in the Preakness certainly gained a lot of traction. Now, Umberto Rispoli, unlike Junior Alvarado, maybe less of, familiarity is maybe the right word on the major stage. You know, you think about Junior, he's already won a Dubai World Cup and Breeders' Cups, Cody's Wish, but Umberto's still kind of forging that reputation. Now, his ride in the Preakness, I didn't fully agree with, but you have to give him credit for two things. One, his resolve. He made a decision and he stuck with it, and his courage, because that was about as brave a ride as you're ever going to see. And Junior delivered a flawless ride. But this combination right here, Junior Alvarado and Bill Mott, is formidable because they have so much confidence in each other. There's so much communication and trust. And trainers would get so much better out of their riders if they showed them the kind of confidence that Bill Mott shows Junior Alvarado, and in turn Junior has in Bill Mott, and they work together in the morning, so they're familiar with the horses, knows their capabilities. And that's something that should never be overlooked, Lafitte. A top rider knows what he has underneath him and what their capabilities are and how to use that in a judicious fashion. And I think Junior has done that on a consistent basis, but he has the backing of a trainer that gives him full confidence to do that.
Didn't have the chance to potentially bid for a Triple Crown with the Derby winner Sovereignty not running in the Preakness Stakes. Junior Alvarado, look forward to seeing them, of course, in the Belmont Stakes next Saturday at Saratoga. Jonathan and Paul, so yeah, as we get closer and closer, is it safe to assume that journalism will have, for lack of a better phrase, somewhat of a built-in excuse because he will have run in all three legs of the Triple Crown and facing Sovereignty, a very fresh Sovereignty in the Belmont Stakes?
No, I don't think so, because I think that if he wasn't going to run his best race, Michael McCarthy wouldn't run him there. There's a lot of other big races in the summer, right? After he went through what he went through in the Preakness, if he wanted to take a little bit of a deep breath, go back to California and then point towards the Travers, no one would really knock him for that based on what we've seen so far. So the fact that he shows up, he's going to run his race. And so I'm not concerned about that at all being a built-in excuse, not even a little bit.
And then speaking of fresh horses, Hill Road, Paul, the Peter Pan winner, and now we're learning that star jockey Irad Ortiz to ride in the Belmont Stakes.
Well, anytime that you win the Peter Pan, you're always considered that you're going to be in the Belmont Stakes, and this one would be by Irad Ortiz Jr. for Todd Pletcher. And listen, a good race last time, Hill Road, but a lot of people say he got a very good setup. Is he the same type of quality as the top 3 horses that ran the Derby? Remains to be seen, but he does got a little bit of quality to him. And we'll see if he likes this racetrack or not. I think he's an outsider in the race, but you can never leave these type of horses out that are kind of progressing at the right time.
Maggie Wolfendale is with us. The presence of Irad Ortiz, not a Flavien Prat for the Belmont Stakes. Hill Road, Maggie, how much would he have to improve to compete with the very best 3-year-olds that he'll be facing in the Belmont?
Yeah, right now, Lafitte, he's sitting below the bar of sovereignty and journalism. And that might be because he hasn't had the most steady 3-year-old campaign. He came back at Tampa and was 3rd, then had to battle the fever in which he was meant to run in the Wood Memorial. Got back on track, though, with the Peter Pan victory, in which I thought he got a bit more of a pace to run at than was, projected in that race. So he did so, and he won beneath Flavien Prat with a well-executed and well-timed ride, despite not switching over to his outside lead. Now, connections prompted to leave him in America as a son of Quality Road to participate in these 3-year-old dirt races after a really good effort in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile and finishing 3rd behind a pace with the 2 Baffert horses, including Citizen Bull, just waltzing around the racetrack. So he is a horse that does feel as though there's upside, and his trainer Chad Brown indicating in such with his workouts, his workout 2 back, in which he went 48 and change out the 3/4 in 1:15, was very good, and it seemed as though his trainer Chad Brown delighted with it in saying that the gallop out was what impressed him the most, and that this is a horse that's truly a stayer, so that the 1.25 miles could be right up his alley, Lafitte.
Hill Road for trainer Chad Brown in the Belmont Stakes. Close and yet so far. The 4 runners he's unleashed in the Belmont thus far, JK. The Belmont's 1.5 miles, though, last year. I don't know. I think Sierra Leone, he just might have gotten there.
Yeah, look, I think last year obviously was his best opportunity with Sierra Leone, even though he was second with Gronkowski. I don't think Gronkowski was beating Justify that day. But, I mean, Chad's going to win one of these races. I think that it's just one of those things, it's circumstance. I know a lot of people think of Chad as a turf trainer. Well, look how many Champagnes he's won and how many grade 1s he has on the dirt. It's just a matter of time before he gets a horse that'll win this Belmont.
I will say this, Lafitte, you had mentioned this a couple weeks ago because you were saying, I don't really know if journalism's going to run the Preakness because Michael's so kind of like Bill Mott and John Sheriffs. He's very careful with his horses. Have you ever seen him this jovial with his interviews? He's very, very usually quiet. His horse must be doing journalism very well.
We await a decision, a confirmation, and whether or not we'll have a chance to see the Preakness winner and Sovereignty, the Derby winner, go head-to-head for a second time in the Belmont Stakes next Saturday at Saratoga. Riders up, ringing the bell. Horses have left the paddock, headed front side for this 5th race. Coming up from Monmouth Park next, you're watching America's Day at the Races.
makes his run for glory as they come into the final furlong. Frosted is second with 1/8 of a mile to go. American Pharoah's got a 2-length lead. Frosted is all out at the 16th pole. And here it is. The 37-year wait is over. American Pharoah is finally the one. American Pharoah has won the Triple Crown.
And then there were 12 Triple Crown winners. Already been a decade. American Pharoah, 2015 Belmont Stakes Triple Crown winner. The buzzing, the cheering didn't stop for several minutes.
As loud as that sounded on your TV, and it felt in my ear, I remember on that day it was louder. I've never been in a sporting event environment where I felt like the building I was in was shaking. It probably was in that Garden Terrace there. It
Look
was
at that.
one of the coolest things I've ever been a part of in my life.
One of the best things I ever did that day, I was in the winner's circle. I did not watch the race. I knew I was going to see it 58 times after that. I just literally took my camera and panned the crowd. And it was almost like in 2006 when I played at Shea Stadium when a big catch would happen. My camera was moving up and down, but it wasn't my camera. I think it was Belmont Park that day.
In part, because so many never thought we'd see it again. But finally, the drought was over, a Triple Crown winner. And the chase for a title, a 3-year-old title. Headline 3-year-old events, Saratoga in Monmouth, Naira Betts Haskell, DraftKings Travers. As always, the summer highlights at the Spa and right here at Monmouth Park. We're getting closer to post time for the 5th race on the program. $5,000 claimer and English Painter, Paul, who continues 3-5 favorite.
Yeah, like I said, not a lot of speed, but this son of Muddings with Chantel Sutherland for Jorge Delgado, definitely the one to beat.
Pretty simple. Sometimes they're just the fastest in the race.
Yeah, and there's not a lot of horses in here that are going to be able to take advantage of the fact this horse doesn't have a lot of pace. I would think that Chantel will keep this one connected.
Boca Guy and Paco at a price.
Yeah, and Diane Marici's gotten off to a good start, so I would use this horse underneath.
Knox pictured.
Yeah, another one with no early speed, but not nearly as fast as the favorite.
You like Crazy Legs Hirsch a little bit, Paul?
Yeah, a little bit. Elroy Leon, Crazy Legs Hirsch. I think he's the only one that's got a legit shot.
Good names in this field. There's Get Like Mike.
Yeah, Get Like Mike for Claudio Gonzalez and Jorge Vargas. I was saying this last week. Jorge Vargas doesn't ride a ton of horses, but he's 22% for the year. He's a dangerous rider.
That's the field for this upcoming 5th race. Just a $5,000 claiming crew, a mile, 3-year-olds and older. English Painter, who ran here opening day, ran well, closed on the rail, denied a neck. And the heavy favorite as the warm-up continues, and we check in with Maggie.
It's not often, Lafitte, that I think that the heavy favorite looks by far just a standout in the field when I look at them physically, but that is the case here with English Painter, and a horse that is shocking because he has spent the majority of his career not on the main track, but boy, did he run well on it last time out, and just being defeated a neck by denying who, albeit is more of a turf horse, as that was an off-the-turf event, but Swift Tap, he's more of a dirt horse and a decent one at that. So he finished in front of him that day, English Painter, and he just looks so well turned out in his coat. Chantel Sutherland gave him a warm-up without the pony. He's moving well, seems like a happy horse, just great conditioning too. And that's just something I can necessarily say about all of these horses here in this field. I definitely prefer him physically over anybody else in here, but I do think that the horse that Paul's interested in number 6, Crazy Legs Hirsch, deserves another chance, because last time he was coming back off of a near-year layoff and was going the 6 furlongs, and while he has been competitive at the 6 in the past, sometimes these horses just lose a bit of their speed, and physically at least, Crazy Legs Hirsch definitely looks like a horse who wants to run a bit further. Now, I actually saw him going back to last year in June, I believe, at Belmont at the Big A, in which he was a late scratch that day. He just was not moving particularly well, especially at his hind end. But didn't notice that at all today. So it feels like a horse that was definitely using his last race as a prep, and it could set him up nicely for a performance here this time around, Lafitte.
26 times, Paul, first or second Crazy Legs Hirsch in a 47 race career.
Yeah, an $18,000 purchase by Mucho Macho Man. Yeah, and he's 25 for 39 in the exacta on the dirt. He's been in some really good barns. Now he drops to an all-time low at 5. I think you're going to either see the best out of him today. If not, we'll see what happens from there. Because then the English Painter's just going to be really tough to beat in here.
Repeat of English Painter's performance opening day. Jonathan, good enough, I imagine?
Yeah. I mean, I think if you're leaning on this horse for a win wager, I think at 3 to 5, there might be value here. This horse is that much better than these horses, I believe. If this horse, the 3, if Chantel can keep this horse within 2 or 3 lengths of the lead, and I think it's possible because there's not a lot of other speed in here, it'll just turn into a sprint for home, and this horse will be the best horse sprinting for home late.
3 to 5 at post time. English Painter, Chantel Sutherland, Matt Dinnerman with the load and call post time, the 5th of 11 live at Monmouth Park.
Knox is loaded. Crazy Legs Hirsch. One back. Get Like Mike. Get Like Mike to the outside. We're ready to go. And they're off. The quintet all broke as one. Crazy Legs Hirsch going to the lead. Boca Guy takes second. Get Like Mike to the outside with him as they go into the first turn run. But on the lead, Crazy Legs Hirsch assumes control on the lead. Get Like Mike a clear second. Boca Guy retreats to third now, and he's 2 lengths off the pace on the inside. Gap of another 2 lengths back to Knox, who's towards the back with English Painter. 5 runners separated by 6 lengths, approaching the backstretch run, and the pacemaker is Crazy Legs Hirsch on the lead by just a neck. Get Like Mike there on the outside and is applying the heat. 1.5 lengths to Boca Guy. He's gotten the Garden Trip in third, 2 clear of Knox, who's pushed upon already. The first one under a little pressure. English Painter sticks his head out and is clearly fourth now down the backstretch run. Half mile to go. Crazy Legs Hirsch, half length in front. Get Like Mike still on the outside there, but backs off just a little bit. And those two hit the far turn as one, and they're even once again. Crazy Legs Hirsch neck in front once again of Get Like Mike, who's right there applying more heat with 3 furlongs to go. The last 3 line up at the back. Knox, English Painter, they're still together, but Boca Guy has dropped to the back as they come to the top of the stretch here. Crazy Legs Hirsch loses the lead. Get Like Mike's got a nose in front. Crazy Legs Hirsch is still there with him, and English Painter is poised to pounce. No excuses from here for English Painter on the grandstand side, motoring to the front. English Painter going clear with a furlong to go, and he's your winner. English Painter finishing up strong, and English Painter 3 lengths ahead. English Painter finishes full of run. Get Like Mike second. Crazy Legs Hirsch was third, then Knox and Boca Guy.
Yes, he was the fastest horse in the race, English Painter.
Yeah, it goes off at 1 to 5. You can do worse than that in the stock market. And it's not nearly as much fun. Look, it was a perfect ride by Chantal, right? She broke away from there. She saved ground on the turn. She eased her way into the race. And like we kind of predicted, there wasn't anyone in here that was kind of one of those loose leader types that was going to be able to put her in a bind, Chantal in a bind. Wasn't able to happen. Source got a perfect trip and won as easy as could be.
Yeah, Get Like Mike kind of put away the 6 Crazy Legs Hirsch, but you can see the 3 was always moving like the winner. And 1 to 5 will start off your Jersey 6.
And able to stay closer to the pace.
Yeah, just needed to stay connected. You know, didn't want to fall way out of it, but there was just no one else in here to take advantage of it. You know, it's one of those situations where, yeah, everyone can see on paper that there's a paceless situation, but if you don't have a horse that has any pace, there ain't a whole lot you can do about it.
Chantel Sutherland aboard English Painter. Favorite does not disappoint in this 5th race, Monmouth Park. 3, 8, 6. I think that's an 8. There's a glare in here. Is it? I believe it is. 38654, English Painter in the 5th Monmouth Park Plus. When we come back, the Hillendale Met Mile star-studded affair. Fierceness coming in hot. Stellar 4-year-old debut at Churchill Downs in White Abario. Is he back? All the way back on the ascend in 2025. They'll clash in the Metropolitan Handicap.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, proudly standing 4-time champion New York sire Central Banker, sire of multiple stakes winner Bank Frenzy.
Now Bank Frenzy means business, and he'll win the Haynesfield.
Also standing Salamini, sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock, and 7-time stake horse Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates to Mike Lee.
And Provocateur, the only Grade 1 son of Into Mischief standing in New York, half-brother to Wood Memorial winner Rodriguez. At McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, New York stallions that deliver.
Bet the Belmont Stakes with a $25 free play from Naira Bets. Naira Bets is the official betting app of the Belmont Stakes and is available in most states. Naira Bets makes it easy to get in on the action with streaming HD video, weekly promotions, and a state-of-the-art betting interface.
And they're off in the Belmont Stakes.
If you're betting the Belmont, your best bet is Naira Bets. Scan now for your free $25 Belmont Stakes bet, plus a $200 bonus for new members with promo code Belmont25.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit IHDVStallions.com today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to Monmouth Park and America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Betting track anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. First thing you see when you walk in the front gates, that sandcastle. And for Santel Sutherland, hoping this is what she would see after this 5th race, the winner's circle with English Painter. Easy win here. Turning for home, just finding his best stride.
Yeah, saved ground on both turns and tipped out. I mean, I think it's one of the most perfect rides you can get, perfect trips you can get is save ground, go around a horse or two, and you're going to have a lot more in the tank because you weren't losing ground on those 2 turns. And like we said, there's no one that was in front that could take advantage of this paceless race. Chantal and this horse won for absolutely fun.
Yeah, this was very, very easy. If you had Get Like Mike in the exacta spot, get back $3.40. That pick 5 came back okay. $220 when you land English Painter.
5 down, 6 left. And the 6th race, New Jersey breds off the turf of the main track. A mile to see the field. And I like to see this. When you have the surface switch so often is the case, you lose the bulk of the field. Here, we lost only 1.
Yeah, and it makes it hard. And sometimes it's easier when you lose a little bit more. I thought the 3 doing this last race on the dirt was one that I thought you could maybe lean on a little bit, but these are all horses that are hard to trust.
What'd you think, Paul?
I'm kind of with JK. I was on the 3 and the 5 in here, Hydrus, but I do think doing this, the morning line, 10-1, this horse was going to be about 3-4-1.
Much more on these New Jersey bred maidens here in the 6th race at Monmouth Park, and much more on the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Gets started next Wednesday at Saratoga with all the focus on the Belmont Stakes. What about the fillies? And that filly specifically, all she does is win. Literally, good cheer. Undefeated Kentucky Oaks winner, DK Acorn Bound, as is Bless the Broken, 3rd in the Kentucky Oaks, poised for the upset, ? That's next.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Godite.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's gonna win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the Forgo.
Complete package.
Here's Chili Flag coming with a huge rally in the center of the course, and Chili Flag is running them all down. Chili Flag, an enormous day for Irad Ortiz Jr. And they're off in the New York. Didia's running a huge race in the center of the course. It is Didia in a tremendous performance. It's Torpedo Anna. She is simply brilliant, putting them away in the DK Horse Acorn. Another stellar performance. Joel Rosario begging randomized on the inside of Idiomatic. An absolute thriller. Here it is, randomized. And here's Bookham Dano, who has blown by them all. It's going to get very close. Bookham Dano. Ogburn dominates the Jaipur, wins by 4.5. National Treasure, in the blink of an eye, has opened up a 5-length advantage. National Treasure and Flavian Prat making short work of the competition. They're coming to the 16th pole, and William Buick and Measured Time are home free, turning it on late. Measured Time outclasses them in the Resorts World Casino Manhattan. And they're off in the Belmont Stakes. It's Dornick hugging the rail, mind frame a little erratic, but he's still right there with Dornick in an absolute thriller. Dornick and mind frame, it will be Dornick and Luis Saez to win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
And what a year it was in 2024 at the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. We can't wait to see the performances this year in 2025. 1 week out, yes, from Belmont Stakes Day, but the action kicks off on Wednesday, Richie, with the New York Reds racing Wednesday to Sunday this year.
It seems very fitting, right, to have the New York Reds to kick it off right here in Saratoga. There's so many of the breeding farms within close proximity. Obviously, we had the New York Breeders' Dinner right out at GMP Farm just a little over a week ago, right? So great way to kick it off, local flavor, and last year delivered. We had some great racing.
Certainly did. As we'll take a look at the Saturday stakes schedule and what we have to look forward to. Jam-packed, of course, highlighted by that Belmont Stakes, but a race that has been talked a lot about, I think, namely because of the big two names that potentially are going there in the Hillendale Metropolitan, affectionately known as the Met Mile. You have the likes of Fierceness and White Barrio, who are due to potentially go head-to-head there. As we'll take a look at Fierceness working Thursday morning, just a couple of days ago, here at Saratoga for trainer Todd Fletcher. This is courtesy of First TV. Went 4 furlongs in 49.3.
Yeah, and this is just a high gallop. This is a maintenance move for him, and he was going easily throughout. Just a gallop, basically, in the park. I'm looking forward to him. He was the horse, to me, that I thought, in my opinion, he was the best 3-year-old. He didn't get the championship, but I think what he did already as a 4-year-old kind of points out that he could have a good year.
Here's White Barrio, who also worked Thursday morning here in Saratoga. He's the gray on the inside, 47-4 for him up here at the Spa. And White Barrio is a horse back in the care of Saffie Joseph Jr. We saw him kick off his year this year with a dominant score in the Pegasus World Cup.
Yeah, a very good horse, possesses a lot of natural speed. You see the two difference, right? There's so many different ways to get to a race. This was a sharper, faster work on the main track. Todd was an easy maintenance move on the Oklahoma training track. But he looks good, doesn't he, White Barrio?
Looks like he's doing very well. And I think it's been questions with both of these horses, that both of them have shown up with brilliant performances and at times some really disappointing efforts as well. Now, of course, the big question comes in as we have our topic bar next. Which race, other than the Belmont Stakes, are you most looking forward to next week?
Well, I will go with the Met Mile. I'm a big Fierceness fan. I think maybe he got a little mislabeled early in his 3-year-old year as a horse that just could not overcome adversity. I'm seeing a little bit more depth, a little bit more dimension to him, and I think he's brilliant. He shows up with his A race, and White Barrio shows up with his A race. Well, we're going to have 4th of July early here.
It certainly will be some fireworks, well said. What about any of the turf races or turf runners that you might be looking forward to?
Well, certainly, yeah, Farbridge would be a horse that I'm certainly looking forward to. I obviously, and my condolences, obviously, Christophe Clement passing away, and now the torch passed to Miguel Clement to carry on the legacy that is such a deep and fantastic legacy, the horse family, the Clements. I'm really looking forward to Farbridge, who just seems never to get as much credit as I think he deserves. All he does is show up and run and give it his best every time.
He's been remarkably consistent, winning the Man Award last time out. Christoph was there for that performance, and yes, it's been a very tough week for the family, for the whole team, for the whole tribe as well, but very, very grateful for all of the support and the kind words said as well. And I too am very much looking forward to seeing Farbridge try his hand at that Manhattan. It starts on Wednesday on FS2. Of course, as we mentioned, kicking things off with the New York Breds, a great way to do it. Wednesday and Thursday's cards are out, so you can get to work if you've not started it already. And there's just so much to look forward to. You know, I thought our colleague Andy Sterling really put it well. He said, I've been handicapping for so many years, and I still feel like a kid on Christmas Eve before that overnight comes out.
Well, you see, I've been over here handicapping those races on set here on my iPad.
He's ready for it. Lafitte, Richie's already getting to work. I hope you're keeping up.
I'm like back where Zenyatta would be. I don't know about the stretch run, but I'm back where Zenyatta would be. It does feel like a late spring Breeders' Cup. I think we can all agree Farbridge would be the sentimental favorite of every race during this Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Gentlemen, and while if you can take the Belmont Stakes out of the mix, the same question topic they were just discussing, is there one horse, one story, one race in particular that you're looking forward to the most aside from the Belmont Stakes?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think Fierceness is definitely in that list for me, but I also want to talk a little bit about She Feels Pretty, right? A horse who will be running on Friday in the New York Stakes. You know, she's probably the turf star of this country right now, especially with Carl Spackler moving out east, way east to as far east as you can almost get. She Feels Pretty just feels like an absolute superstar, and I cannot wait to watch her run. There's just something about a good turf filly closing and running, and I think she's going to be exciting to watch.
Yeah, I'm going to go to the Met Mile. I'm going to go with White Barrio. I'm kind of with Mig. I think there'll be fireworks. That quickish work by Safi, I think he's got this horse tightened up, and it seems like wherever Safi's run his horses the past month, they're all firing. So I think that White Barrio is going to fire a big shot in the Met Mile.
If not for Cody's wish, you're talking about the 2023 champion older horse and horse of the year. But is he back? We'll find out next Saturday in that Met Mile. Maggie, is there for you a horse, a story, a race you're looking forward to more than any other aside from the Belmont Stakes?
Well, it's the 3-year-olds, but it's the fillies that I'm looking forward to, especially with an undefeated filly like Good Cheer. 7 for 7, Lafitte coming off the back of that victory in the Kentucky Oaks. And you think about last year, who won the Acorn? Well, that was Torpedo Anna, eventual horse of the year. Now, obviously, that was reflective of the rest of her competition, but still, a horse like this gets you excited, and we love to see the possibility, and I don't want to get ahead of myself, of fillies taking on boys. Could that be in Good Cheer's future? Possibly, if she continues on this upward trajectory. And last time, I thought her Kentucky Oaks was by far her best performance to date. It was a hot pace in which she was the one who made the first move, and she sustained it, because the horses that finished second and third behind her came from so far out of it. So I really think that Good Cheer, can she go 8 for 8? It's always such an exciting, air around horses who are undefeated.
Refuses to lose. Good Cheer, perfect. Why doesn't it feel like she is being as celebrated as most 3-year-old fillies would at this stage when you're talking about an undefeated Kentucky Oaks winner?
Because most of the races in her undefeated streak were just workmanlike, nothing very flashy. And I think that that's part of the reason why. Now, her Kentucky Oaks was pretty flashy when you win that race like she did in the slot from the outside, from the 11 hole, and then being able to kind of win in that regard. She's starting to get flashy. She feels a lot like Torpedo Anna a little bit different because she's undefeated, but just that where she's had to earn respect at every start, but she just kept winning.
Well, she kept winning every race by 6 or 7 lengths, and everybody kept on saying, well, who's she facing? Who's she facing? Like, she was kind of like the Rodney Dangerfield. This horse was like 5 for 5, and a lot of people kept on saying, well, who she faced. A lot of people bet against her in the Oaks, and now people are saying, well, 7 for 7. There's still, what's there? I mean, she keeps on winning.
It has kind of a gladiator feel with Russell Crowe when he's like, are you not entertained? All she does is win. Good cheer. Bound for the DK Acorn on Friday. Kind of a ladies' theme for this loaded eve of the Belmont Stakes program from the New York, presented by Rivers Casino. DK Horse Acorn, the Ogden Phipps, presented by Ford. Just a Game, presented by Resolute Racing. Bed of Roses, Belmont Gold Cup. So, I mean, that in itself feels like the headline Saturday at Saratoga, right? That's like the appetizer.
Yeah, it's a great job loading up some of those grade ones from the weekend and using them on Friday as well. Has a nice ladies' day feel to it, right? With all of those ladies' races outside of the Belmont Gold Cup.
Just talking about fierceness and Todd Pletcher and Mike Rapoli, and because there were only 6 in the Belmont Stakes, it sounds like it may be 7 now with the presence of Uncaged running in the Belmont. But how much upside does he have? What do you make of his chances against the very best 3-year-olds in North America?
Yeah, I mean, look, Mike Rapoli's barn, his operation is built on finding dirt horses that want to go long on the dirt. It's full of those types. Now, I think he'll tell you the truth that he doesn't feel like Uncaged is one of the top in his operation. But when you have a race like this that has a field that isn't the largest field you'll see in a Belmont Stakes, sometimes it makes sense to just take a chance. I mean, this horse running 3rd or a 2nd can absolutely help pay some bills for all the horses that Mike Rapoli has running around Saratoga right now.
Yeah, but you got $10 million on the line. You make a great point. If they go a little wacky on the front end or whatever, you're looking not probably to win this race, but you're looking probably to lay back, suck up 2nd, 3rd, or 4th, and get a check.
I think that lends perspective to just how good the very best 3-year-olds are this year. It feels like there's so much separation, though, between a Sovereignty, between a Journalism, and a Baeza. This is what happens. You wind up a little bit smaller fields, maybe in the Preakness and the Belmont Stakes, when the top 2 or 3 are that good.
Yeah, but who's missing? Right? That's what I ask. I'd rather have the 4 big ones that we have in here,
Absolutely.
right? Than have, if we had a 10-horse field and there's 4 other horses in there that can't win, I don't need that. I want to see the showdown between Baeza, between Rodriguez, between Sovereignty, between Journalism. I don't need some extra horse just to say we've got 8 or 9.
157th Belmont Stakes next Saturday on Fox for the 2nd time at Saratoga. Here at Monmouth. No turf race in case you're just joining us on the main track for this 6th race. New Jersey bred maidens, only one defection, Billy's Legacy. You see the updated odds on the left with Hydrus, 8-5 here, 4 minutes out. Here's the field, and you're looking at Happy Offering, the first-time starter.
Yeah, making the first start. Does have a sibling that had a lot of speed on the dirt.
Number 2, Peroto, a 10-race maiden, 23-1 outsider.
Yeah, 0 for 10 like you said, but might be the horse to catch in here. Again, another horse that doesn't really stick around late.
Could make his presence felt early. Isaac Castillo then doing this at 4-1.
Yeah, it has some okay dirt races and is going to get a chance to go 2 turns for the first time.
Livalicious, Sammy Camacho.
Yeah, this is the other one here for Chuck Spino. Was favorite last time out, did not get out of the gate well. Better gate, probably better result.
More on Hydrus in a moment. There's Feratovic.
Feratovic won race and did not run bad, didn't break well.
Wild Jaime pictured.
Yeah, another horse that is going to have to show more speed, but does get Axel Concepcion.
Chaz the Chief.
Dirt race is not very good, beaten 17 and 12 lengths.
TV Man would be a shock, 33-1 outsider.
Yeah, horse that launches from way out of for James Frangella, and we'll get Christopher Elliott aboard.
They named this horse after Lafitte, TV Man.
That is my horse. What are you talking about? TV Man, 33-1 outsider. See what happens in this 6th race, 4 minutes out. And a reminder to get involved with the Belmont Stakes Challenge. You can enter the Belmont Stakes Challenge. It's our biggest contest of the year. Biggest of the year. So secure your spot today to win cash prizes and 2 BCBC seats. Visit nairabets.com/contest to learn more.
If you're going to bet $5,000,
yeah,
you should participate in these contests. It's so much added
Why?
value because of the prize pool. It's fun. It's fun to see your name on a leaderboard. But if you know you're going to bet that much, the added value because of the prize pool, you should be participating in these contests.
Why should handicappers be zeroing in on Hydrus on your screen, warming up as the 8-5 choice here?
Well, I don't know. They might not. Maybe they shouldn't, Paul.
Well, you know, the horse got blinkers last. Listen, the horse was even money first time out, okay? as a New Jersey bred at Colonial. Now, it was a state bred race. He's by Vekoma. The Vekomas have been running well. Now, they first time gelded him today. This will be his 4th career start, but he's been betting all his starts. So I can understand why he's 3-2. You get Paco Lopez and Derek Ryan. That's a dangerous combination.
Hiding behind the trees from our viewers, Maggie, what can you tell us? What are you noticing from Hydrus pre-race?
Well, Hydrus is a horse that is going to try to stretch things back out, but do so on the main track. Now, we'll see how he reacts to that. I can't say that I have been the biggest fan of Vekoma's going a route of ground, but he at least looks incredibly fit and strong as he does return to the races as a new gelding, in which I think he totally muddled the start last time out, and he had to pick his way through the leaders, and he ran on evenly. And as I always say, horses that kind of run their races in an even fashion, sprinting, well, that often translates well to horses stretching out in distance. So we'll see how he does. I really don't have many problems with him as your favorite. I do think he makes a good deal of sense, but I'm going to try with one to upset him that has had his chances. But if you look at Doing This, number 3, his last 2 dirt races, well, they do put him in the mix and put him on par, I think, with your favorite Hydrus. And when horses walked on to the track here, he was the one who immediately caught my eye. To me, he looks best physically in this field. And 2, now this is only his 2nd start as a 3-year-old, and we saw that natural progression, relatively speaking, from 2 to 3 when you look at this pace figure or speed figure from his last start. He made a good rally up the rail, so that's a good thing. As Paul has mentioned, rail seems to be where you want to be, and obviously he was doing so on the right part of the track, but at least you know that he is willing to rally on the rail. And honestly, physically, looks like a horse that should appreciate a bit more ground to work with. So I think Doing This is very intriguing in this spot. Now, number 4, Livalicious. He is one of the others taking some money in here, but he's one I can't necessarily recommend. He has gotten totally washed out, just seems really, really nervous, and I just don't like that with horses trying a longer distance for the first time, Lafitte.
All right, so you can see him there on the screen. Washed out indeed. Livalicious to his inside. JK Doing This live on the board, and I know you're expecting a good effort from him.
Well, one of the things that I like to see when I'm looking at horses that are trying something is I just want to see some talent. And I think that one of the things that I indicate as talent is speed, a horse that can run fast. And at times, Doing This has run fast at portions of the race. Now, Doing This hasn't put it all together and found a way to get that speed to carry them to the wire in order to get their picture taken. But now they're trying something new. They're going to go 2 turns. So maybe Doing This is the type of horse that doesn't want to necessarily go that fast early, but wants to just kind of clip around there at a much more manageable pace, and the stamina can then kick in that was wasted in races where they were running a little bit too fast early. I'm just hoping the horse is going to appreciate a little bit more ground.
By Irish War Cry, Paul, a Wood Memorial winner, added distance from a pedigree standpoint should not be an issue.
No, it shouldn't be an issue. I have an Exceed and Excel mare. Now, Exceed and Excel was a sprinter. I can understand why they were targeting Turf for Doing This, but Rory Houston, pretty sharp trainer. So, 3, you're just never going to get that 10-1. I think you'll end up floating up to about 7-2 here. But Doing This is the other horse. I just didn't really see anybody else in here. I think the 5 is very dangerous. The 1 is the other horse that, it's a little bit tougher for me, maybe debuting long on the turf. Now you got to go a mile in the dirt, a little bit tougher.
First-time starter, happy offering. Race shape early on is the 6 really acting up here. And Veratovic with Samuel Marin early on when the gates open. What are you looking for in terms of race shape? Where should the speed emerge from?
Yeah, it's tough to know with these horses because they're so lightly raced where the speed's going to come from. I mean, I would hope that a horse like the 3 Doing This could show some early speed, trying to go long for the first time, get into a comfortable rhythm out there, is drawn inside. I can't imagine they're going to want to take back and eat a bunch of dirt. That to me would feel like the one that I would predict to find the front end, Paulie, the 3.
Yeah, the 3 or the 2, right? The 2's a little cheaper speed, but I'm hoping that if the 2 goes, I'm okay with that because I use 3-5. Okay, I apologize. The Jersey 6 starts here. I do think the 2 maybe gets to the front. Maybe the 3 can track. And 5, somehow Paco Lopez always gets early speed out of his horses.
Paco Lopez looking for another win on the afternoon. 7-5 now with Hydrus as they circle about, take their time, and approach the starting gate for this 6th race at Monmouth Park. In case you're just joining us, no turf racing, including this 6th race, the Jersey Derby off the turf course on the main track. Just 3 of them, 3-year-olds in race number 8, about an hour. The Saturday feature here at Monmouth Park. Just heavy rain last night, and took a peek outside, Paulie, around 11:30 or so, and started feeling very skittish, very shaky about the possibility of any turf racing today.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking to John Himes, the director here, the general manager, and he was saying, man, just today, it looks like tomorrow we'll be back on the turf. But like JK said earlier in the show, there was a tornado warning here last night. So I have to give, so you got to give the grounds crew a lot of credit. I mean, this ground is fast, which I never thought was going to happen.
Fast track here. Hopefully turf racing tomorrow on the Shore's greatest stretch. At the gate, final check of the tote board. Even money, number 5, Hydrus. Post time, these New Jersey breds going a mile in the 6th at Monmouth Park. Here's Matt Dinneman.
Feratovich doing this coming up. Wild Jamie in the yellow. Doing this goes it. Wild Jamie. Livalicious, post 4. Chaz the Chief. To the outside post, TV Man to round out the field. We're ready to go. And we're off. TV Man drifted outwards at the start, having to take up was Feratovich right at the break. They go towards the first turn, a scramble for the early lead. Happy Offering is coming away with the lead as they go into the first turn run. Happy Offering now taking back, as I say that. And Perotto is going to stride out. Happy Offering on a stranglehold right now to take back to second. Here comes Doing This to be part of the action, and Feratovich is keen. Feratovich, he's been a little bit tough to control early, trying to ration his speed here. He's up to challenge Perotto. Perotto, Feratovich 1-2. Perotto to the lead by 3/4 of a length, and Feratovich now he settles down in second. Doing This running in the 3rd position. Hydrus is outside, just 3 lengths off the pace with Happy Offering, who's patiently ridden. Livalicious right behind him, and Wild Jamie to the outside. Another length to TV Man, and 4 more to the trailer, Chaz the Chief, as they go into the 4-turn run. And in the meantime, one of them is dropped all the way to the tail and not being persevered with. That is Feratovich. So they round the 4 turn here. Perotto still in front. Doing This has claimed second, and he's coming after that front runner. These two together with 5/16 to go. Hydrus shaken up in 3rd, coming to the top of the lane, and Happy Offering is 5 off the pace. The others are well behind. Top of the lane here. Doing This, Jomar Torres leading the way down the lane. Hydrus into the 2nd position. Perotto weakens with a furlong to go. Doing This is all alone on the lead. He's 5 ahead with a 16th to go, and there are no dangers in sight. Doing This, the son of Irish Warcry, finishing the job. Doing This does it to kick off the Jersey Shore 6. Battle for second. Happy Offering, I think he just got it over Hydrus. Perotto is 4th.
Important name around here. Isabella de Tomaso's Irish Warcry, who was on the Derby Trail, ran in the Kentucky Derby, won the Wood Memorial. The sire of Doing This stretches out and strikes, JK. You and Maggie zeroing in on this one. 2-1 in the end.
Yeah, I mean, look, it just turns out this horse was, wanted to go a little bit longer, had shown some talent in some of the pace figures you had seen in some of the defeats early in the career. Now gets to go out there and cruise around there and not have to run as fast early, and gets the job done.
I did. Jaime Torres did a great job. This horse broke right on the button on top, Could have went to the front end if he wanted to. Let the 2 kind of go. Let the other horse on the outside kind of get in their own speed duel and sat here and was just much the best. And, you know, the public got this right. It looked like 3-5 on paper. It ended up being 3-1-5 as a first-time starter. Flew home late to tag the 5 here for second.
Ran like he was trying to beat an incoming storm, Paulie.
My goodness. My goodness. Bring out the tarp.
Batten down the hatches when we come back. If we come back. He was on the Derby bubble for weeks. Got in, ran big. He's at Saratoga, arrived on Thursday. Baeza. What will he do in the Belmont Stakes? Lots of love for the third place Derby finisher. And Rodriguez, California love. Very good. Very well done. California speed. Catch him if you can.
And they're off at the Naira Betts Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace. 3/4 of a length ahead.
As the field turns for home.
They're at it again. The 2 Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stakes.
Bet the Belmont Stakes with a $25 free play from Naira Betts. Naira Betts is the official betting app of the Belmont Stakes and is available in most states. Naira Betts makes it easy to get in on the action with streaming HD video, weekly promotions, and a state-of-the-art betting interface.
And they're off in the Belmont Stakes.
If you're betting the Belmont, your best bet is Naira Betts. Scan now for your free $25 Belmont Stakes bet, plus a $200 bonus for new members with promo code Belmont25.
Union Rags, a proven sire with 6 Grade 1 winners. He has 3 Grade 1 winning juveniles, including Dancing Rags, Union Strike, and standout older horses like Express Train and Paradise Woods. His success continues with recent graded stakes winner Circle of Trust and multiple graded stakes winner and Grade 1 winner Power Squeeze. Union Rags, a proven Grade 1 sire, standing at Lane's End.
To have this weather and to have the beach and this racetrack, this is paradise. You can't beat it.
This is the Breeders' Cup World Championships from Del Mar.
Oh, it's wide open. Who's it going to be? Sierra Leone does it in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Welcome back. America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Betts. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Betts app to get started. The tree just fall?
Hey, Lafitte, I don't think the heavy stuff's going to come down for a while.
That Caddyshack kind of feel here where, yeah, things change quickly at Monmouth Park. Turning for home, doing this at the top of the stretch here. The Irish war cry gelding finds his best gear and graduates JK just as you thought he would. And Maggie as well in his 6th career start.
Oh, thanks, Lafitte. I didn't think it was going to be like this. I thought that he might get out there, get comfortable, and find himself to run a little bit better than he had been. But what he did right there was impressive. It's just showing the fact that sometimes horses just want to try to do something a little bit different than we've been asking them to do.
Why are you looking at me? Listen to me. Wait, we got an objection. I think the 3 ran too fast, but we'll see what happens.
Jonathan, move a little bit. I'm going to show the viewers something. Move a little bit that way there. Is that sandbag back there? Paul jumped right into action. Went and lifted. He went and helped the crew. He picked up the sandbag to make sure the whole tent didn't go down. JK and I didn't lift a finger.
I got experience.
I was protecting my computer and my phone, so that's my excuse. What's yours?
I got a lot of experience. And in about 81 games I played in Florida, the tarp came out about 50 times. I watched those guys get paid.
I was texting OSHA saying it looks dangerous for us out here.
JK voted to go inside, which still may be an option. There was an objection, disallowed, no change, doing this, 2-1. Happy Offering. You said something about that. That was the first time starter you were talking about,
that was
Paulie.
the first time starter that was taking a little bit of money, although 29-1 splits your two favorites for Chuck Spina. Or you might want to look towards down the line, but doing this has found a home around 2 turns.
640, 380, 260. Doing this, race 6, Monmouth Park. We turn the page. Likely condition of the track to change as well. Field of 7. This one was scheduled for the main track. Grouch, 5-2, the favorite. That's coming up next here at Monmouth Park. So, maybe you're just joining us. In case you missed it, Belmont Stakes is next Saturday at Saratoga for the second time, concluding this 2025 Triple Crown, which began 4 weeks ago at Churchill Downs, as it always does. The Kentucky Derby, and in the stretch, came down to 2 special 3-year-olds, Sovereignty and Journalism. Paulie, how was Sovereignty in the end able to win the Run for the Roses?
Well, I think it was just an unbelievable ride by Junior Alvarado, and I think part of this was that Journalism had a fire because he followed Journalism all around the racetrack knowing he was the horse to beat. You could see Journalism trying to fight back, but he was able to just get the jump on him, and those long strides took over. And then you see the big long strides of Baeza almost catch Journalism, but I thought it was just a heady ride. He followed them all the way around the racetrack.
Baeza finishing fastest of all.
Absolutely, and very lightly raced Baeza, which is why he had on that 21 saddle towel, because he was on the also eligibles. He didn't have enough points to get into the main body of the field. So there's an opportunity for Baeza to continue to improve in this Belmont Stakes.
Top 3 finishers, we hope. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. We're back for the Belmont Stakes. One colt who missed the Kentucky Derby because of a bruised foot. We expect to see him in the Belmont Stakes in the form of Rodriguez. He, on paper, if the race unfolds the way it looks on paper, he is the one to catch. If you're looking at the race and the expected runners, how much of an edge does he have, Rodriguez, over his rivals, the Wood Memorial wire-to-wire winner?
Well, the main 3, right, Baeza, Sovereignty, and Journalism, don't have that early speed. So it's a really big weapon to have against those. The other thing about it is like, that's who Baffert, the type of horse Baffert excels with, is a horse that can not just go out there and try to walk the dog, but be aggressive. Go 46 to the half. Get everyone else off their game. Make them come catch you.
It's going to be very interesting. J.K. makes a good point. I do think of the big 3, Journalism is the fastest. Is he going to get put in chase mode? Then he kind of turns into the target. If Rodriguez stings him, puts him away, do other horses get set up? This horse is going to be a major factor in how this race is run.
That's the thing. It's hard for Bob Baffert to sneak up on anyone in a Triple Crown race. Hard for Bob Baffert to sneak in the back door. But as you look at the success Bob Baffert has had in the Belmont Stakes, if he's going to do so, it's going to be in a situation like this with so much attention, as Paul just mentioned, on the big 3.
Yeah, absolutely. He's not one to sneak around these Triple Crown races, as you can see with Justify, American Pharaoh, and Point Given. The difference is those horses had participated in a lot of the Triple Crown races. This will be Rodriguez's first run in the Belmont Stakes.
Acacia, so we saw Rodriguez's last race in the Wood Memorial, missed the Kentucky Derby. How has he been preparing? How has he been training for this upcoming Belmont Stakes?
From all appearances, Lafitte, exceptionally well. Rodriguez, of course, as you mentioned, missing the Kentucky Derby. He was scratched before going into Derby Day. So as a result, he had a little bit more time and able to make it to this Belmont Stakes field, which he adds, Richie, a really intriguing layer to this group because of his natural speed. Last year here at Saratoga, we saw Dornick wire the field.
Natural speed, the connections, right? Obviously, Bob Baffert, Mike Smith. And he could be controlling speed here, really. I mean, are you seeing from the probables a lot of speed sign on? I'm not.
No, I would think it's going to be Rodriguez on the front end. We'll see if anybody's able to push him. But I would imagine, and Bob Baffert is not one to take away natural speed. So we'll take a look at Rodriguez working at Santa Anita, courtesy of First TV, and I mean, just doing it so easily coming in.
So this was a nice 5 furlong work, basically kind of a maintenance move. Now you'll watch the way he comes through the stretch. Straight as a string. He jumped over to his right lead, meaning he's leading with his outside right foreleg. Straight and true to the wire, ears flicking back and forth. Then you'll see the rider ask him a little bit for a gallop out. and he kind of levels off and gives him a bit more on the gallop out. And this is on the heels of a 7-furlong workout last week, Acacia. That was as good a workout as I've ever seen in my entire life. And he did that solo as well. And why is that significant? Well, when horses work longer distances, like a 7-furlong work galloping out a mile, they'll tend to lose interest, or they don't have as much motivation as they start to get tired. He didn't by himself. He went 7/8 and 24 and change, and follows up with this 5/8. Rodriguez is a major player to hit a home run in this spot.
I see what you did there. But we talked about that gallop out, that foundation in the mornings. Not only a long workout, but often it's what happens past the wire that really matters as far as putting that foundation and that fitness, the bottom, into a horse.
Yeah, and we see that a lot, right? Where, Todd Pletcher, very rarely you'll ever see him work a horse past 5 furlongs. And that's the case with a lot of trainers nowadays. But it's not telling the whole story, because the gallop out is elongated. They'll go out maybe just as fast, if not faster, to the 8th after the wire, and then gallop out another quarter of a mile. Now, at Santa Anita, Bob Baffert's horses will gallop all the way back around after the work. So they've already kind of went once around, worked to the wire. They'll gallop out all the way back to almost the 8th pole where they pull up. So the foundation is there. One thing you know, Bob Baffert's horses are not running out of condition. And Mike Smith, like mind as Bob Baffert, allow horses to use their speed. And the way Bob trains, a rider can be confident they're not going to get tired under them if you make a little more use of them. They let them use their speed.
Another very intriguing California contender, though, is Baeza, who we saw with a valiant third-place finish in the Kentucky Derby. Up until the last moment, Richie, we weren't even sure if he was going to get in the field, though he certainly proved he deserved to be there.
A lot of credit to John Sheriffs, his conditioner. Brought him to Churchill Downs as if he was in the race, trained him up to the race like, I'm in, and then he got in, and he ran tremendous. And one thing we know about John Sheriffs, his horses get better with racing, get better with training. He doesn't point them for just one particular spot, but he has them ready for the big days. I'm a huge fan. He's one of the top 4.
And he has a bit more tactical speed than the likes of a Sovereignty, for instance.
Absolutely, which could be a blessing or a curse in this situation, because then he's cast in the situation of chasing a very good Rodriguez and could starch him and set him up to be picked off by, journalism and or Sovereignty. But really intriguing, good field. I really think we're going to look back on this 3-year-old crop, historically speaking, as a very, very strong crop of 3-year-olds.
Well, another very interesting potential contender for this year's Belmont Stakes is Heart of Honor, who we saw finish second in the UAE Derby, ran in the Preakness Stakes for Jamie Osborne, his daughter Safi aboard, which was a pretty cool moment as well. Ran 5th, coming back a little bit that day. Here he is up here at Saratoga, schooling in the starting gate. We've seen him galloping here, getting his feet underneath of him. He's a horse that's kind of been knocking at the door.
Yeah, he's knocking at the door. And what I find really interesting is that's Kieran Fallon, who is a champion rider and knows his way around a good horse, obviously, as his exercise rider.
Yeah, not a bad replacement, right?
Wow.
To have in the morning.
He's a tremendous horseman, Kieran, and a great hand on horses. And, when we talk about riders and hands, what are we talking about? It's that feel between the rider's hands through the reins to the horse's mouth, and knowing exactly how much you can take and how much you have to give, and finding that balance. You don't want to take so much where the horse throws his head or loses their stride, and he has that great ability to just get horses to melt into his hands.
Well, we look forward to seeing what Heart of Honor can do, and all of the other contenders in this year's Belmont Stakes just 1 week away. In very intriguing field, and the party is starting. A lot of excitement coming up downtown this week as well. There'll be a lot of fun things going on. We hope that you'll be participating. The energy has been fantastic, and we can't wait.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Call it a hype video for a reason. So many great moments in the history of the Belmont Stakes. JK, for you, is there one in particular that comes to mind, a favorite Belmont Stakes?
Yeah, I mean, on the racetrack, probably Rags to Riches when she beat Curlin. That would be probably my racetrack one, but my life one, the real one, is 2012 when Palace Malice won. It was the only Triple Crown race that I got to see in person with my father, so that one goes up pretty high.
Wow, I'm going to go old school and the Victory Gallop in Real Quiet. It was just one of those things where I think Kent DeSormo got a little bit blamed for something, a lot of people blame him for, and they say he would have got taken down anyway with Gary Stevens flying through the lane. But I always thought it was never Real Quiet's fault. It was never Kent DeSormo's fault. The horse just got a little lost on the front end.
It's bizarre. They hit the wire, and the entire racing world, the sports world, did we just witness a Triple Crown winner?
Yeah.
Or not?
Yeah.
And to wait several minutes for the photo that revealed that Victory Gallop got there just in time. Now, this is a sizzle reel. Historic. And for the second time ever, next Saturday, Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Triple Crown concludes at the Spa Championship Implications. It's New York's biggest race, and it happens only on Fox. 157th Belmont Stakes. The countdown continues. The rain continues to fall here at Monmouth Park. Not as severe, not as heavy as it was coming down. Riders up, post-parade brewing, and now a sloppy sealed track. We'll talk about the adjustments handicappers should possibly make for the remainder of the program dealing with the wet surface. Post-parade, there's Wistucky, now with Shug McGahee.
Yeah, switches to Shug's barn. This horse has some races for Dale Romans that could absolutely help get this one done.
Bar Down Express in the money in 3 of 4 on wet tracks.
Yeah, a horse that's in good form, too. Melissa Iorio will ride.
Grouch, then the 4 without pretense.
Yeah, without pretense will be Paco Lopez.
5-1 currently. Ellie's Boyfriend representing speed.
Yeah, should be on the front end. Could be tough to beat.
Riyadh Moon, 4-year-old debut.
Yeah, transfers from the Steve Asher's barn to the Derek Ryan barn. Not getting played at the windows.
Lloyd! I can't say it without saying it like Ari Gold would say it. I can't. I've tried.
Hey, look, I hear you. This horse not too quick from the outside. A little overbet at 4-1 for me.
On this sloppy sealed track, the 7th race in 2 minutes, 6 furlong sprint, $55,000 purse. Wistucky drawn inside the 6-5 favorite. And a reminder, in case you haven't signed up, you have the Belmont Stakes next week. You have the entire summer at Saratoga. Get involved, sign up if you haven't, and experience the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga with Naira Bets. Join now. Go to $25 free bet, $200 deposit bonus. Use promo code Belmont25 for your free $25 bet and $200 deposit match. Sign up at NairaBets.com. Winding up is Lloyd. Paul, your top selection. Why?
I like Mockingbird. No, I like the outside post for Lloyd. He hadn't had a race since January. He's a horse that is 1 for 2 over the wet, but if you look at some of his best efforts, they're here at Monmouth, and he's the kind of horse that is 4 for 6 here with an 85 buyer. There's some other horses in here. The 5 Ellie's Boyfriend, I think, can go to the front end. This is a tricky race, but I think the 1 is the key to this race, Lafitte. This horse has got some big-time speed from the Dale Romans barn to the Shug McGahee barn. It's really hard to gauge what this son of Nyquist is going to do.
6-5 Wistucky. To Maggie, were you able to find cover before that biblical storm hit, Maggie?
Well, yet again, a lot of credit goes to our producer, Bobby Klatt. He went up, he got my rain jacket for me, which is proving not to be that waterproof. It's a little wet and chilly. But yes, we found some cover here trackside. So the weather, it's unpredictable to say the least. So hopefully it's lightening up a bit here as we'll take a look at number 1. That is for Shug McGahee in Wistucky. He's a horse that if you go back and watch his races, he does have the propensity to want to lug out. I mean, Junior Alvarado, who rode him 2 and 3 back, had that outside rein kind of looped and full full grip on the inside rein to try to keep him in. And Shug McGahee is a trainer that doesn't often use a lot of equipment on his horses when it comes to bridles and bits. Well, this guy has the full Monty. He's got a rubber figure eight, he's got a ring bit, he's got a tongue tie. So these are all tools that Shug doesn't necessarily use, but it's because this guy likes to lug out. Now, as far as the turn back goes, I do think it makes a lot of sense. He's run very well when sprinting, including 4 back behind Into Pleasure, who rattled off 3 straight 90 Beyer speed figures thereafter, and that's then when Wistucky broke his maiden. We'll see how he negotiates this wet track. He's run well over a wet one in the past, and he kind of moves like a horse that should like this kind of surface. He definitely has that Uncle Mo type of kind of suspended stride that I always feel like appreciates a sealed racetrack with some moisture in it. But the horse who seemed to be moving best over the surface is number 3, Grouch. How can I not love that name, first of all? And secondly, he is coming out of a race, second off of a layoff here for Tom Clark, in which he was wired by River Dog, who is in top form, who is a very nice horse. He was in chase mode throughout and just kind of weakened while doing so on the inside. I'm apt to say that he probably needed that start. Now, truth be told, he'll probably need to run a race to win this that he hasn't run in the past. But I do like the fact that he's shown an affinity for a wet track, and it was evident in his warm-up. I'm going to take a slight shot with him, but I do respect the favorite in here. Lafitte?
Maggie going with Grouch, Derby winning rider Sonny Leone of Rich Strike fame. Any final thoughts as they have reached the starting gate, starting to load with Wistucky in the gate at even money?
Yeah, Wistucky is a very likely winner from the back races, but I'm going to go with the 2, Bar Down Express, who the last 2 races, last 3 or 4 races have all been pretty good, but the last 2 specifically, feel like a horse that's going to appreciate cutting back, and I like the price.
I like Lloyd. Both times he's had the outside slot, he's won by 6, and he's lost by a head. I think he likes it way out there. You're getting a square price right now, 9-2.
Moving into line on this sloppy sealed surface. Post time for the 7th from Monmouth Park. Matt Dinnerman with the call.
2 back, Riyadh Moon. And to the outside post, Lloyd. We're ready to go. And we're off. Ellie's boyfriend to the lead right away. Strides clear from Riyadh Moon, who takes second. Lloyd to the outside, and Wistucky down on the inside of that pair. Gap of 2 to Bar Down Express without pretense second to last, and that leaves Grouch to trail the field first. No doubt about who that is. Ellie's boyfriend strings them out. Has opened up 3 with a half mile to go. Lloyd taking the second position away from Wistucky, who's in third, now shaken up a bit in the slop here by Marin, and he's losing contact with the top 2 going into the turn. Wistucky. Riyadh Moon shaken up from fourth. He's lost a few lengths around the turn. To the inside of him is Bar Down Express. Then without pretense, still second to last. Grouch has yet to pass a runner as they round the far turn and approach the top of the lane. Ellie's boyfriend only a length in front. Lloyd gets a tap on the shoulder in second, and these 2 are 1-2 coming off the turn with Riyadh Moon, who's bearing down with big strides, just tried to lug in there and had to check when he got caught right behind the heels of Lloyd. On the inside, Bar Down Express is making a nice move, but Riyadh Moon, he's got the lead now and starts to assert his authority. Riyadh Moon kicks to a length and a half advantage, and Riyadh Moon is your winner. First out for the Derek Ryan barn. Bar Down Express was second. Lloyd checked in third. Without pretense was fourth.
At 11-1, Riyadh Moon. First start with trainer Derek Ryan. 4-year-old debut. Rolls in the slop at Monmouth.
A lot of times you'll hear people say that you don't want to take horses off of Hall of Fame types like Steve Asmussen because how are you going to improve them? Well, it means that horse got everything the right way, learned how to be, was trained, was schooled, was fed right, vet right. Now sometimes you can move to another operation. Just a change of scenery can wake one up, and that's exactly what happened with this.
Yeah, and a horse that broke a maiden for maiden 50 in December. Good job of training here by Derek Ryan. He gets Sammy Camacho aboard in a tremendous price here at about 11-1.
Big number. Derek Ryan will have Bookham Dano ready to roll in the True North. All part of the Belmont Stakes Festival. Before we say goodbye to our FS1 audience, wanted to send it back to Saratoga once more. Acacia, as we inch closer to this third and final jewel of the Triple Crown for the second year of the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Yeah, you all might have heard that there's a big race coming up here to Saratoga. But one of the great things about this town, Richie, is that you have the atmosphere. The racing atmosphere that we all know and love here at Saratoga, and the way that the fans and the community embraced the Belmont at Saratoga last year as well and really celebrated it, I'm sure once again will take place this year.
It's hallowed ground. This is the Mecca. You know, you come here, the best of the best come up here every summer, and we've added another layer with the Belmont Stakes being run up here. It'll be 3 consecutive years before we're back to its rightful place at Belmont Park. And Acacia, we were talking about it off camera. It's a timeless place. It has the charm and history, the feel of an old town, but all the modern amenities of a big city in a lot of respects. And the history that's been written here. I mean, I got here the first year when I was 14 with a PhD, poor, hungry, and determined.
And look at you now. As there's plenty going on. There's a concert downtown. I'm judging the window decorating contest on Tuesday, which I'm excited about. And of course, world-class racing. Here's a look at Friday's stakes schedule, because we've talked a lot about Saturday, but Friday, certainly not just an appetizer, but some big races in their own right.
Just every day, there's something for everybody, and we're just going to have the best of the best. And I love that all these great horsemen, horse people, and horses are congregating here for a little preview of things to come.
That's right, and of course Saturday highlighted by that Belmont Stakes presented by Naira Bets. We cannot wait to see the potential big names lining up and all of the other terrific horses, these 3-year-olds. Lafitte, we will of course keep talking about it because it's that big a deal in our sport. These 3-year-olds always have the spotlight on them, and we've got a very good group this year.
Oh, so much meat on the bone, so much to discuss. As we just saw a $25 winner here at Monmouth Park. Belmont Stakes, it's post time, gentlemen. Who is favored?
The Kentucky Derby, is a big weight. And I think that because of that, it's sovereignty. But recency and seeing journalism overcome that, he's going to be bet too. My final answer will be sovereignty, but it'll be pretty close.
Yeah, I think sovereignty will go off as your favorite because people will look at the last race, and he won the Kentucky Derby. So I do think sovereignty and Bill Mott, and people are a little bit more familiar with Bill Mott on the East Coast than Michael McCarthy.
Can't wait. 1 week from today, as we turn the page here at Monmouth Park, where you just saw the $25 upset. The Jersey Derby looks a little different than when they drew the race off the turf on the main track. Guys, just 3 of them, and no surprise here, the one entered main track only early on, the odds-on 1-9 favorite.
Yeah, sometimes the Belmont has a 1-9 shot when there's a horse running for the Triple Crown. Not this year, but I do think Cool Intentions makes sense. This horse is 1-9. Probably will come up a little bit.
Yeah, I would think so, 1-5. And I would think that Barbadian Runner is going to be like 3-1 in here, somewhere in that area. If you're going to try to beat Cool Intentions, it's probably going to be tough now that it's sloppy, too.
Just 3 of them. Real riders race, real jockeys race in the Saturday feature here at Monmouth Park, which you can see on Fox Sports 2 as we could say goodbye to our Fox Sports 1 audience and highlight one final time the star 3-year-olds in next week's Belmont Stakes Derby winner, Sovereignty, getting lots of love, fresh and ready. Journalism. Is he running? Is he listening? The Preakness winner. Will we see him in the Belmont Stakes? And who will hoist the hardware, the August Belmont Trophy? Third and final jewel of the Triple Crown for the second time at Saratoga, 157th edition. Next Saturday at Saratoga. I did not get a countdown.
Chancer McPatrick proves best.
Chancer McPatrick wins the Champagne impressively. It is going to be all Scottish lassie. She wins the Frisette easily.
Watch and wager this summer at Laurel Park. Enjoy the best thoroughbred racing in the state of Maryland through June 29. And don't forget, turf racing is back with full fields and outstanding wagering opportunities. Play the early and late value pick 5 and enjoy one of the lowest takeouts in the country. Laurel Park is the place to play and win. Racing Friday through Sunday, first race 12:10 p.m. and free admission every day. For more information, visit laurelpark.com. Laurel Park, the player's track.
Welcome to our viewers on Fox Sports 2, America's Day at the Races. Live look, Monmouth Park in Oceanport, New Jersey. Didn't look like that last night. Didn't look like that about 45 minutes ago. Heavy rain impacting the Saturday program here at the Shore's greatest stretch. Welcome, everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. You're just in time for the feature event. That looks a lot different than when they originally drew it. 3-year-olds, just like in the Belmont Stakes next week. But these 3-year-olds in the Jersey Derby scheduled for grass. Now they're on the main track, and only 3 of them. Take a look at the field here. They will be traveling a mile on what is now a sloppy, sealed surface with all the rain that just blew through. $100,000 purse. 1 3-year-old entered main track only. Cool Intentions, 1 to 9, with about 18 minutes to post. On set, my friends and colleagues, Paul LaDuca, Jonathan Kinchin. Guys, for someone at home who's hell-bent on betting this race, a 3-horse race, what is the strategy for the handicapper in these types of situations?
Well, first of all, I want to be friends with that person who's hell-bent on betting this race. It's my kind of guy or gal. For me, I like the 8 Cool Intentions. I think it's going to be tough to beat. You could play a pick 4, right? Something like that. I'd single Cool Intentions on the front end. In the last leg, I actually like the 3 JJ Valentine. That's a way to try to maybe hit that repeat button a little bit. But Cool Intentions was going to be tough on the dirt before it started raining. This is a horse that has a tactical edge on the group, so he's going to be able to get out there, be aggressive, be forward. And when you look at Cool Intentions, you got great dirt races going a little bit shorter. He also has a horse by the name of Sovereignty in his running line when he tried the Florida Derby. So a lot of people are going to fall in love with that. This horse deserves to be a short price. I wouldn't talk you off trying to beat him. I just think he's the most likely winner.
Yeah, and I can honestly say I thought he should have won last time out, to be honest with you. I didn't think he had the best trips, kind of cut at the rail, and Jerome Barbosa had to make a decision. And when he flagged him late, he kind of went out Kentucky Outlaw. So he caught it. Probably should have won the long branch. Now you're getting a 3-horse field here. He's going to be really tough. I'll give my props to Barbanian Runner here, who probably is going to be second best, but I just don't know how they beat Cool Intentions.
3-year-olds in the Jersey Derby coming up next. Race 8 of 11 here at Monmouth Park. Today's races are scheduled, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. 8 through 11, late pick 4, all coming at you here on Fox Sports 2. I promise, with that Jersey Derby coming up next on a sloppy, sealed surface the rest of the afternoon. Hopefully, grass racing back tomorrow at Monmouth Park. And in case you haven't done so, invite still stands. Get involved with the Belmont Stakes next week. Sign up NyraBets.com and enjoy the excitement of the Belmont at Saratoga with NyraBets. Join now. Get a $25 free bet, $200 deposit bonus. Use promo code Belmont25 for your free $25 bet and $200 deposit match. Sign up, NyraBets.com. Belmont Stakes probables, 7 strong, tackling the demanded 1.25 miles of the Belmont at Saratoga. Sovereignty, Derby winner, Journalism, Preakness winner. Fingers crossed, Baeza, 3rd place finisher in the Kentucky Derby. Top class 3-year-olds in the 3rd and final jewel of the Triple Crown. We have boots on the ground with Acacia Clement, Richie Migliori on site at Saratoga as the countdown continues to next Saturday's Belmont Stakes. Guys.
A lot to look forward to, Lafitte, and due to some wet weather today, as you might notice my raincoat, Richie, some of the workouts pushed back to tomorrow. Hopefully we will get a chance to see both Sovereignty and Journalism work tomorrow, but having a chance to have seen them both kind of get settled in, Baeza as well, horses getting their feet underneath of them, and a lot of horses really do thrive up here in Saratoga.
There's a lot more green space, right? A lot more places they get to walk after their training. They don't go right directly back to their barn and cool out back into the stalls, places to graze. And just the tranquil atmosphere lends itself to horses being a little more relaxed, a little bit calmer. Now, it won't be quite the case when this place is packed with people, but I think horses really, their appetites pick up here, cooler evenings. It's just a wonderful place for horses.
Yeah, it really is as far as that training is concerned, but we could ideally see the top 3 finishers from the Kentucky Derby, and it was a thrilling finish in the Kentucky Derby this year, Richie. And the good thing about hopefully seeing all of them come back in the Belmont is that they'll get to settle it on the racetrack.
Exactly. We said it earlier, right? We have opinions. Horses have the answers. Sovereignty got such an understatedly perfect ride from Junior Alvarado. following Journalism. Baeza really kind of found his best stride when he finally got all the way to the clear and out of the kickback. Look, don't you feel like at that point he was the one finishing with his legs up underneath him best of all?
Nearly got second. Journalism, though, did finish second, and then he came back to win the Preakness Stakes after that, shipping up here to Saratoga. Of course, we'll wait that final decision, but it seems like everything that he's done thus far, shipping in exceptionally well, handling himself very well so far up here in Saratoga.
Gotta love what you see watching that gallop right there. Even on video, he's carried his weight extremely well. You know, he ran a hard race in the Derby, ran a hard race in the Preakness, bullying his way between horses, and he's still training with that kind of enthusiasm, that energy, that weight, that coat. Mike McCarthy has done an outstanding job with this horse.
Let's hear from Journalism's trainer Michael McCarthy on what he has seen from the Preakness winner following that big victory.
He's had a great 10-12 days up here. Very pleased with what we've seen so far. Obviously, Saratoga is so good for horses. The greenery, the break in the climate. Just like today, a little bit of wet weather, but he's been very, very happy up here. I don't see a whole lot of change in him, no. He's always a horse that looks good, feels good. He carries a wonderful amount of condition, so very pleasing to see him here early this morning. Hopefully we've got a good racetrack tomorrow for Journalism. We can go ahead and work. Obviously the Belmont Stakes is on the radar being here, so we'll let him run through the lane and make a decision on the Belmont shortly after that.
We'll see what takes place tomorrow morning. As you might see behind us, there's been rain, steady rain throughout the day here on Saturday. But of course, we will keep an eye on the track tomorrow as to who might work, and potentially Monday as well.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it does start getting towards crunch time. You don't want to work on top of the race. Ideally, you don't want your schedule interrupted. But these horses are pretty fit, and I'm sure they can make their minor adjustments as need be. As much rain as we've had, it's hard to believe that we'll have a pristine racetrack in the morning.
See who ends up in their final preparations tomorrow morning and stepping forward onto the Belmont Stakes. Here's the tale of the tape between Sovereignty and Journalism, Kentucky Derby and Preakness winners respectfully, and we'll hopefully get a chance to see them go head-to-head once again in the Belmont.
Yeah, listen, they were very good in the Kentucky Derby and throw Baeza in the mix, and Journalism came back with that big run in the Preakness, and now you add the layer of Rodriguez being the speed. This is a fantastic race. Listen, Journalism won me over early in the year, and then just reinforced it with his Preakness. A horse, he just refused to lose. I mean, he had no right to win that race, and he willed himself to win it.
Well, as far as Sovereignty is concerned, though, winner of this year's Kentucky Derby, skipping the Preakness by design for trainer Bill Mott, shipping immediately here to Saratoga, which is Bill's main base, and has been training really forwardly since that Derby win.
Love what I see. He just looks like a stronger, bigger version of the horse going to the Derby, who obviously was very good. And one thing that people should never underestimate is the intelligence of a horse, making them the best they can be. You just look at this horse's eye. Look at the way he takes things around him. You got a horse acting up behind him, and he just moves along like he knows his place in the world.
Has that dominant presence that you really like to see as well. We often talk about horses being herd animals, and some of them are content to run with the pack. It does not seem that Sovereignty is one of those.
Now, he acts like a herd leader. He acts like the boss. And, you know, I know people say, well, they're horses. No, they have a lot of characteristics and attributes that human beings have. And, you know, people say, well, a horse doesn't matter. It doesn't care if he wins or loses. It's amazing. Go back to a barn after a horse loses and see how mad they are and how they'll stay in the back of the stall and not come forward. The horse that wins, he's feeding on the energy around him.
As much.
Right? They're more upbeat. And horses are like people as far as they'll never hide their true character from you, which a person might. But if they're lazy, they're lazy. If they're generous, they're generous. If they're mean, they're mean. A horse will never portray himself to be one thing and be another. He doesn't have an agenda. He is or she is what they are.
Well, it's a really good group of 3-year-olds this year, and has been so fun watching them on the track thus far. You mentioned Rodriguez as well with the speed, adding another intriguing layer. But first, we got to get back over to our crew over at Monmouth, guys, for some more live racing.
Bright, sunny, gorgeous afternoon here in Oceanport, New Jersey, gearing up for the Jersey Derby. Guys, with the Belmont Stakes, the excitement surrounding a Triple Crown, right? And it's only happened 13 times. The Triple Crown will remain vacant once again here in 2025. So if you don't have that, maybe the next best thing, or in some cases just as exciting, what it looks like we'll have in this Belmont Stakes when you do have a Triple Crown grudge match, Derby winner and Preakness winner squaring off in the Belmont.
Yeah, the next best thing I think would be a rivalry, right? And that's what we're going to have. We have Sovereignty, who beat Journalism, obviously, in the Kentucky Derby. Journalism comes back, wins the Preakness. You've got the Derby winner, the Preakness winner, getting in the same gate. That's pretty exciting. You mix in the third place finisher of the Derby and Baeza, adds a little bit extra spice. And then Bob Baffert, who loves to win a Triple Crown race with a horse called Rodriguez. It just really adds to the excitement of the entire thing. It would have been interesting to see what would have happened if Sovereignty would have run in the Preakness. You'd like to think he probably wins based on the trouble that Journalism sees. And now we're drawing live for a Triple Crown with Journalism as the possibility to upset it. No matter what, as long as those two get in the gate, I'll be happy.
The rematch we were hoping to see 2 weeks after the Derby, Paul. Instead, we get to see it in the Belmont Stakes. This is what the racing world's been waiting for, hoping, fingers crossed, we see Journalism in the starting gate.
Yeah, this is the next best thing, right? We always looking for a Derby, or excuse me, a Triple Crown winner, or at least an attempt for a Triple Crown. But sometimes those races are kind of walkovers for the horse that's a Triple Crown winner. This is not a walkover. This is an unbelievable race. And what would happen if Baeza won this race? Now you have all three of these horses winning each race of the Triple Crown, and now you're going to go to, okay, now who's the best 3-year-old? I think that would just be unbelievable. Now you have an ultra rivalry, and if you throw Rodriguez's hat in the ring, I just have a feeling this is going to be a tremendous race, either between 2 or 3 racehorses, maybe all 4 are across the racetrack, which we hope for.
Next Saturday at Saratoga, the Belmont Stakes 157th edition, only on Fox. Meantime, here gearing up for the Jersey Derby, and these 3-year-olds off the turf for the main track. Updated odds with Cool Intentions, 2-5. We check in with Maggie.
That's right, Lafitte. And here with that 2-5 favorites trainer, Georgie Delgado, and looking at the entries, you had to be excited when we got so much rain, and he was the lone MTO in here. And honestly, a pretty good effort last time out in the Long Branch as well.
Yeah, hopefully he can perform the same way that he did last time. You know, sometimes it goes your way, sometimes it doesn't go your way. For 3 weeks we entered grass horses and they squash the grass all the time, so we finally won. We have won our way. But we have to cross the wire first. Like, everything is going our way, but let's cross the wire first.
Exactly. Now, he is a horse that can be forwardly placed. Given that he could be the best dirt horse in here, do you just go with him from the gate?
I do believe it. You know, he has speed, natural speed. Last time he was on the 1. He broke out very well, and they have to, you know, fight with him a little bit to not go with a long shot. But today, it's 2 horses that aren't as fast as him, so hopefully we can see. I told him not to go to a rail, just stay, you know, in the middle of the track a little bit and just bring him home.
And be the best horse. Well, I do have to ask you, because as we're gearing up for Saratoga, the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, the Tremont, you have the 8-5 favorite and Mythical for that race. Huge performance first time out here.
Expecting a better performance than the first time. She's training really good. She's maturing like week by week. We're in love with her, and like we make a late decision, putting with the boys. We, you know, me, the owners, we discussed it, and like we thought it was the best place to be, and we're gonna be there.
Well, a lot of times the girls at that age are better than the boys.
I believe in the girls, so I'm a firm believer of the girls, so let's do it.
That's right. You've already teamed up with Chantel Sutherland already on the card for a win. Well, wishing you the best of luck here and at Saratoga.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
All right, Georgie Delgado sending out Cool Intentions, Lafitte. He's probably got the best horse. We'll see if, as he said, he ends up that way at the wire.
Good stuff, Maggie. Mythical, the filly taking on the boys in the Tremont. She'll have to beat more than 2 rivals. I like Cool Intentions in this Jersey Derby. See how it all unfolds. There's Barbadian Runner, 8-5.
Yeah, has some back dirt races. Doesn't have a ton of early speed, though.
Quizler, number 4, 9-2 with Isaac Castillo.
The outsider of these 3 hasn't run well on the dirt compared to the 3 or the 8.
And then the favorite by Derby winner, Breeders' Cup Classic winner, Authentic. There's Cool Intentions.
Yeah, we'll get Geron Barbosa. I love Jorge Delgado. Everything's in our favor, but we still have to cross the wire first.
No such thing as a sure thing in thoroughbred racing, or in life for that matter. Cool Intentions, though, the heavily backed 1-2 favorite for this Jersey Derby. So how will the race be run? With just the three, the strategy employed by the jockeys, who is going to be where right from the start?
Yeah, I mean, I would think the 8 will pop away from there and just look to see what happens from the inside. I don't see this being one of those situations where you want to be cute, let someone get comfortable, make them chase you around there. You dictate to them you're on the best horse. And that's what I would predict will happen here. If for whatever reason the 3 or the 4 find their best chance to win is to wire the field, I feel that the 8 Cool Intentions will have no problem just sitting off those horses.
Yeah, I'm kind of with JK. The 8 coming out of those mile and 1/8 and mile and 70 races where you have Barbadian Runner, the 3, whose best races have been around one turn. So I would think look for the 3, even the 4 to maybe try to show some speed or get pushed, because that's really the only way I think the 4 can win this race. And then I think the 8 just surveys everything from the outside.
Does this sloppy, sealed track change anything for you regarding Cool Intentions or the other 2?
Barbadian Runner did run well on a sloppy racetrack, but that was at Laurels. There's no sloppy racetrack is really ever the same, so I wouldn't get too carried away with that. The 8 Cool Intentions has not necessarily been on one, but it's more of a style for me, right? I feel like Cool Intentions, when they turn for home, I would predict that the chest of that horse is going to be clean. Because they're either going to be in the clear or they're going to be on the lead. The other horses could get in behind a little bit, whether it be the 3 or the 4, get in behind. They're going to get some of that kickback on them. And I think that goes a long way, too. The old saying, clean faces win races.
JK, you were saying this starts the late pick 4. I thought the next race has no pace. I thought that was very tough. I thought race number 10, you can go many different ways. You and I are on the same horse in race number 11, J.J. Valentine for Jamie Ness. Now, Jamie Ness has had 10 starters here, 6 winners. So if you were going to go 8 all 3, is that what you're kind of looking at?
Yeah. Oh, well, except for the all part.
Yeah.
It'll get pretty expensive pretty quick. But you can narrow in those spots and have an opportunity to hit repeat a couple of times.
Late pick 4 gets started here with this Jersey Derby. 2 minutes out. Right back to Maggie.
Now we'll start with your favorite on the outside. Looking at Cool Intentions, I mean, the Freudian slip is just on the tip of my tongue. I really want to call him Cruel Intentions. But looking at him in the paddock, as an individual, I marked down good looking, very fit, might need to develop a bit more. But then when you look at him relative to the rest of the field, well, he is actually a bit bigger and stronger than many of the others in here. Excuse me. And I do feel like he is the one who truly wants the route of ground. Now, it is a mile here. It's a 2-turn mile where I think he's built for it. And it'll be interesting to see where he finds himself. As we heard from Jorge Delgado, it was the inside post last time, found himself in a little bit of trouble, even though he broke well. I think he has a clearer run of it this time around. But I do think that number 3, Barbadian Runner, is not going to be slow out of there because the bulk of his success and racing experience has come at sprints. And don't forget that Miracle Wood in which he won is a 1-turn mile at Laurel. So he's built more like a sprinter, being a son of Barbados, who is a Speightstown. One would come to expect that because he's a little bit more stout, he's more broad-chested and really broad through his hip, has a very nicely developed hindquarter to him. So I like what I'm seeing from him, and I feel like he could be the quickest one naturally. Obviously, there's so much more to it when you look at it and think about intention as well. So I'm going to take a shot here with Barbadian Runner. I liked his form coming into this race, Lafitte, and I like what I saw from him physically, but I do respect the 1-2 favorite in Cool Intentions.
Maryland bred likes the Maryland bred Barbadian Runner. 3-2. Cool Intentions here at 1-2. And it is different for the riders. We've been recapping the Derby and the Preakness, a Derby where the jockey does not know where everybody else is at all times. You're focused on your horse. You can't keep track of 19 others. In this case, for the most part, each rider is going to know where everyone is, and there can be a tendency to overthink things a little bit and start riding other jockeys' horses.
Yeah, that can happen. I mean, when it comes to these type of races, now the best horse might just trounce these horses if the 8 is, but it turns into a rider's race. You can discourage other horses. You know, this 4 is not getting a lot of attention, but if I'm Isaac Castillo, why wouldn't you just blast to the lead and see what you got and go from there and try to discourage some other horses? But this type of race, when it's 3 horses and you got a really, for me, a standout in the 8, I think it's kind of a race where Jerron Barbosa can just see it play out in front of him.
1-2. Cool Intentions started this late pick 4 for this Jersey Derby. Was hoping to see Dream On run today. A scratch trainer, Mark Cassidy, said that he had trained as well as he had on dirt, that he was excited to give him another shot on dirt, but decided to sit this one out. So again, just 3 of them in this 2025 Jersey Derby.
Yeah, that would have been nice, especially with the Not This Time for Dream On. Not This Time's been so versatile in getting horses that'll run basically on anything. But I think the draw for the 8, Cool Intentions. I think the pedigree. I think the past races. I think the pace situation. I think the competition points that this horse is the most likely winner.
Number 8. Post 3, Cool Intentions, the favorite, as he marches into the gate. Post time for the Jersey Derby. Here's Matt Dinneman.
And they're off in the Jersey Derby. Cool Intention was away last. Barbadian Runner hit the ground running. He's on the lead with Quizler. These two stride together. Cool Intentions right behind them in third as they go into the first turn run. Quizler taking control of things here and strides clear. So it's Quizler, the pacemaker in the Jersey Derby, a length and a half in front of Cool Intentions, who takes the second position away from Barbadian Runner, who's back in third, 3 off the pace. The 3 runners almost in single file now they are as they swing up the backstretch. Quizler, Isaac Castillo making play, a length and 3/4 ahead of Cool Intentions, and J-Ron Barbosa second, another length to Barbadian Runner, and Samuel Marin patiently ridden on the inside as Barbadian Runner 2.5 lengths behind. They pick up the pace just a little bit here. Quizler trying to steal it as the longest shot in the race in the field of 3, leads by a length. Cool Intentions tracking in second, and Barbadian Runner getting off the rail for the far turn run as they go into the turn. Quizler in front, a half length. Cool Intentions has come under a ride. Barbadian Runner at the moment, it looks like he's going better than those two. And he's moving up 3 wide, 3 across the track as they come to the top of the lane. Barbadian Runner on the far outside in the pink blinkers has taken command. Barbadian Runner off the turn. Cool Intentions right behind him in second. Quizler alongside of Cool Intentions with a furlong to go. It's Barbadian Runner. He is clear. He's opened up, in fact. The margin's 2.5 lengths. Now it's 3. With a 16th to go, Barbadian Runner. What a cool horse. Barbadian Runner drawing clear to win it by about 5. Second home, Cool Intentions, and Quizler checked in third. Barbadian Runner, a $5,000 sale purchase.
Worth every penny. Cool horse indeed. Barbadian Runner, runaway winner of the Jersey Derby at Monmouth Park.
Kind of broke on top, JK. The 9 didn't get the best of breaks. 4 took the initiative, but you called it. You said the 9 was in a little bit of trouble. Sammy Marin around the far turn was trying to get his right foot into the stirrup. I don't know if it was out or not, but I don't think I've ever seen a horse moving by horses when his jockey's trying to correct his stirrup.
Yeah, the 8 Cool Intentions just didn't break particularly well from the start, but ended up getting into a great position. I had no excuse there. Horse just didn't fire, and it was a great pick by Maggie to go against the grain, against his 2-5 shot.
At this point, Paul, only a question of how far, with Cool Intentions spinning his wheels behind him in Barbadian Runner running away and hiding.
I think Sammy was just saying, my muddy shoe, please don't slip out, because I'm going by everybody. But if you watch the beginning of this race, he broke on top. And then he was the one that kind of played what we thought Jerron Barbosa would be playing, the watch and see. And what ended up happening was the 4 and the 7, the 4 and the 8, they rushed towards the front end, and Sammy just kind of just sat there. And JK made the comment, what's the guy in the 3 doing? What's Sammy doing? He wheeled to the 3 path. He knew he had horse.
What surprised you most when the real running started, as it started to unfold?
How entirely empty the 8 was. The half-mile pole, it was never in doubt that the 8 wasn't going to win. It was a matter of who was, and it felt like the 3 running around there. But no, the 8 was just empty early.
Earned about $260,000 now. $5,000 purchase. Barbadian Runner. Will Win Stables, LLC, winning owners. Henry Walters. The Maryland bred does it. The favorite. Struggle from the start. Barbadian Runner takes advantage and takes down the Jersey Derby. We'll be right back.
Who's the best? Who's top horse?
Football gods, the most valuable trophy in American sports.
The dream lives within all of us. When fueled by passion, patience, and perseverance, a spark of greatness. Come, dream with us at Three Chimneys.
Welcome back. America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 is always brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. I guess they cover the sandcastle when a typhoon hits.
I guess so.
Monmouth
JK,
Park.
did I tell you the best line of the meet? So last weekend you were not here, but the best line of the meet was Sergeant Kelly, who was here, said, "Hey, Paul, guess what?" I said, "What?" He goes, "Those two horses aren't racing anymore." That was a pretty good line. It's good.
Bar is low for the rest of the meet. Winner's Circle lead and brought to you by Basic. Tipped in July. Selected horses of racing age. Sale to be held on July 8th in Lexington, Kentucky. Start considering your entries today. To Maggie in the Winner's Circle.
Pleased to be joined by winning trainer Henry Walters. And Henry, I was just asking you, as you guys selected Barbadian Runner for just $5,000 as a yearling. Talk a little bit about purchasing this Maryland bred.
Well, we were at the sale. We looked at several horses. He was toward the end of the sale. He was one that we wanted to look at. Fortunately, we didn't get some of the ones that we were going after, and this horse fell in our lap. I mean, we had him marked down to look at, and he was the next one up. So,
and boy, has he returned dividends for that purchase price. Third stakes win, and two, you said you had him cross-entered at Penn National, but also kind of hoping that they came off the turf here today.
Yeah, either, especially here, but either way, I would have run either way, but yeah, it turned out great for us.
Did it in a fashion where I didn't see him being last of the three. I thought he would be more forward.
He broke well. he does like to settle back and have a target, but he does have a nice turn of foot, as you can see on the turn, and it's set up perfect for him.
Is he a 3-year-old that's better than we think?
He's better than I thought if you went back a few months ago, yes. So he's getting better. He's blossoming, and he's getting bigger, and he's, hopefully he'll get better and better.
Well, you've done an excellent job with him so far. Keep up the great work. Congrats here.
Thanks.
All right, Barbadian runner off the turf. Jersey Derby goes to the Maryland bred.
Maryland bred, pick the Maryland bred. Easy horse to root for. You gotta love the honesty. Paulie, Barbadian runner, and he's saying he's like, he'd be better than I thought he was.
Yeah, and you know what? His 2 turf races have not been awful. He ran a 75 buyer. He got left in the gate, and he launched to third. This is a quality little racehorse. And to think that he missed out on the other one just shows you how things work out. You go to a sale looking for one horse. This was the second one on the list. And the second one on the list was $5,000. I think I lost that in the last 2 weeks in my Naira account. I wish I would have bought Barbadian Runner.
Now banked over $250,000, $5,000 purchase, and the versatility, whether it's grass, whether it's on dirt, and it'd be exciting to follow him, and just because he is an easy type to root for.
Yeah, you got a lot of different options now. Sometimes you just learn something about a horse when you circumstances like this today. Yeah. And like we talked about leading into the Belmont, these 3-year-olds can grow up and they can change. And a lot of times, this is the type of thing you can see. You can find a horse who can do something that you didn't know they could do because the circumstances taught you that.
You know what the funny thing is, too? I just realized that's his first time ever around 2 turns on the dirt.
Lots of options. Lots of options moving forward. I was going to say, I know what you can do before you say goodbye. You can give us your selection, maybe a winner, in this upcoming 9th race here at Monmouth Park. Take a look at the field, morning line odds.
I think I like the 4. It's even money. I like the 3 in the last. I can tell you that much, JJ Valentine. But yeah, I don't love the 4 here. I just preferred the 4. I do not like the 3. If the 3 starts getting bet, the price goes up on the 4. It's goodbye. It's good to be Jose.
What's the self-proclaimed title? Like best fast capper in the game, right?
Sometimes I've been known to do it. I got one last week, I think, when you guys flashed off for a second.
You did, and it paid. All right, so Jonathan, stepping aside, good luck to your beloved Knicks as you're a lifelong Knicks diehard. Good luck to them in Game 6.
Does anybody from Texas play for the Knicks?
Duke, the Knicks, and the Mets. What planet are we on? We'll be at Saratoga next week. Countdown continues to the 157th Belmont Stakes.
The only colt ever to win 3 one-mile Grade 1s on dirt. Ran the fastest buyer of the year. That's him, 6 wide, streaking clear.
Here comes Cody's
2 more Grade 1s at 7/8. Here's his 4-go, also running a 112 buyer. That's 5 Grade 1s all told. No other son of Sires Curlin has so many. They say, be careful what you wish for. We agree.
Bet the Belmont Stakes with a $25 free play from Naira Bets. Naira Bets is the official betting app of the Belmont Stakes and is available in most states. Naira Bets makes it easy to get in on the action with streaming HD video, weekly promotions, and a state-of-the-art betting interface.
And they're off in the Belmont Stakes.
If you're betting the Belmont, your best bet is Naira Bets. Scan now for your free $25 Belmont Stakes bet, plus a $200 bonus for new members with promo code BELMONT25.
Gunite to the outside, Elite Power coming down the center. Nakatomi is 4th, then the chosen run, Elite Power to the front. At the 60th pole, Gunite is 2nd, but Elite Power does it again in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
These particular horses, Elite Power, I feel like these are horses we want to see in the breeding shed if we want to develop the thoroughbred breed.
The power of Juddmonte.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Here's Chili Flag coming with a huge rally in the center of the course, and Chili Flag is running them all down. Chili Flag, an enormous day for Irad Ortiz Jr. And they're off in the New York. Didia's running a huge race in the center of the course. It is Didia in a tremendous performance. It's Torpedo Anna. She is simply brilliant, putting them away in the DK Horse Acorn. Another stellar performance. Joel Rosario begging randomized on the inside of Idiomatic. An absolute thriller. Here it is, randomized. And here's Bookham Dano, who has blown by them all. It's going to get very close. Bookham Dano. Cogburn dominates the Jaipur, wins by 4.5. National Treasure, in the blink of an eye, has opened up a 5-length advantage. National Treasure and Flavian Prat making short work of the competition. They're coming to the 16th pole, and William Buick and Measured Time are home free, turning it on late. Measured Time outclasses them in the Resorts World Casino Manhattan. And they're off in the Belmont Stakes. It's Dornick hugging the rail, mind frame a little erratic, but he's still right there with Dornick in an absolute thriller. Dornick and mind frame, it will be Dornick and Luis Saez to win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Highlights from the first ever Belmont Stakes at Saratoga last season. Superstar after superstar as we get ready for the Belmont Stakes a week from today. Second year at Saratoga. Paulie, all the attention on the 3-year-olds, but moving the Belmont aside for a moment, is there a race, is there a horse in particular that you're looking forward to most on the weekend?
Well, I mean, I'm giving you everybody's favorite race, and that's the Met Mile. Listen, I think the matchup between Fierceness and White Abarrio is going to be very, very interesting. You got a horse that's very, very fast, and you got a horse that's won at the classic distance. Fierceness has also been good at that distance. So you got speed against a horse that you can tell that Safi Joseph is working up to the race, trying to put speed to stay close, and I think it's going to bring home a little bit of a wicked kick. And I was talking about a lot of his horses, Lafitte. His horses, Safi's horses, all over the place have been winning stakes races. This Big Gray, I think, is going to fire a big shot, but it's going to be a big task to beat a horse like Fierceness.
He glows, right? White Abarrio, back with Safi Joseph now. In 2023, he, if not for Cody's wish, he's the champion older horse. He is the horse of the year, Breeders' Cup Classic winner, White Abarrio. 2024 was a disappointment. Now back on the ascend, are you seeing the same White Abarrio? Has he found his best fastball? Is this the 2023 version of White Abarrio? Can he reach that level of excellence again?
I think he can. And I always think that he was the type of horse that overachieved at distances of ground. The thing was always, can he go in 1 1/8? Can he really go 1 1/4? There's never been an issue of him going a mile. Now he's cutting back to that traditional mile. I know it hasn't been in a long time, but I still think he has that speed to stay close. Listen, he's a classic winner. He's got a ton of classic, excuse the pun, but I just think that he's going to be right there. I think a lot of people are really giving that race to Fierceness. I think White Abarrio is going to come charging down the center of the racetrack.
In a spot that he disappointed last year, that Hillendale Metropolitan Handicap, as we check back in with Acacia and Richie at Saratoga. Guys, yeah, almost too much good stuff. So many great races and horses and storylines. What are you guys looking forward to most, aside from the third and final jewel of the Triple Crown?
Well, I think for a lot of us, Lafitte, the Met Mile is that race that's kind of the big dance, so to speak, on the undercard. Who are you excited to see?
Well, I mean, listen, the entire Belmont Stakes Racing Festival is like the most eclectic smorgasbord buffet you're ever going to. There's something for everybody. It's like going to the Garden City Hotel for brunch and that Garden City brunch buffet, right? That being said, I'm all about the Met Mile, too. I'm going right to the lobsters, right? And Fierceness, I think he was the best 3-year-old. He wasn't voted 3-year-old champion. That was given to Sierra Leone. But I think we kind of labeled him as a horse early in his 3-year-old year that maybe couldn't overcome adversity. I think that was a mistake. And I just think that there was a couple of days things didn't go his way, or he ran, uncharacteristically poor. But when he's good, he is really, really good. And I like the way he's come back as a 4-year-old, and I like the mile turning the half mile for him, if you will. I agree, White Barrio is very much the horse to beat, but it's going to be a great edition of the Met Mile.
Got the Jolly Ball. He's ready for next week. Fierceness, who has shown not only that he can overcome some adversity, but that he can put back-to-back good races together, which was something that we questioned at the start of last year.
Yeah, consistency, and that's one of the marks of greatness is consistency. You know, the difference between brilliance is a shooting star. It's brilliant, it's there, it's gone, right? Justify, he was brilliant. But greatness is sustained excellence over a longer period of time.
Well, we'll see who can take a step towards that illustrious title of greatness. But let's talk about a couple of the turf horses as well. Thought was worth mentioning. She feels pretty, pointing to the Grade 1 New York. They called it a workmanlike performance in the Modesty last time out for Cherie DeVoe, but she has been nothing short of exceptional in her career thus far.
Seems like she really turned the corner when they added blinkers.
Yeah.
And really got her focus. Johnny Velasquez always felt like she was really, really good, but just hadn't quite broken through. They seem to have been just what the doctor ordered.
See what she can do going forward to that New York and then potentially on to the Diana as well, as we bring Maggie Wolfendale into this conversation. Maggie, I know you got a kick of just talking about a Maryland bred. What about a little New Jersey bred next week?
And Acacia, maybe it's because I'm here on the Jersey Shore that a Jersey bred is who I'm excited about seeing as Bookham Dano, last year's Woody Stevens winner, up there at the spa for Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. He's back at it as he is a likely entrant in the True North as he is emerging out of the Churchill Downs where he was fourth but ran so well in defeat behind Mindframe, a pace that ultimately collapsed that he was attending to throughout. And he is just that blue-collar, overachieving throwback horse that I absolutely adore. So I saw several of the connections here this afternoon, including my good friend cousin Steve, and they are amped, fired up, and ready to go, Lafitte. So Bookham Dano, can he make it back-to-back victories up there for the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival?
And you're not kidding. Like, that was a war that he is exiting in the Grade 1 Churchill Downs. Every reason to throw in the towel, off the bench, pack it in, and refuse. Just kept battling in the stretch.
He was giant. I think the key is he's won at Saratoga. Certain horses love it up there, and you can see Derek Ryan was there. He always looks like he hit a bucket of balls before he goes to the track. But Bookham Dano's been a horse in New Jersey bred that they've always loved. And when he won from the one hole last year at Saratoga, it showed me a lot about him. And his race at the Churchill Downs was very, very good. If he can get an outside draw, which is a salty True North field, I think he's the one to beat.
Bookham Dano, two-time New Jersey bred of the year, bound for the True North, all part of the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival underway on Wednesday. We start with New York Showcase Day. Back here at Monmouth Park, and can't segue to the New Jersey breds. Would have been perfect. It's open company. $20,000 allowance optional claimers. We start with Ruth at 5-2.
This one for Sammy Marin and Todd Pletcher, filly by Uncle Mo. Should appreciate a little mud in the ground.
It's good to be Jose, the favorite, and in good recent form.
Yeah, really good recent form. A 7th link winner, then came back in an off-the-turf event and lost to a next-out winner.
Dazzy and Paco, winless in 4 tries on a wet track.
Yeah, I get an 0 for 5 at Monmouth, but it's tough to leave Jamie Ness and Paco out.
6, Goddess Factor.
I thought a good race. And, you know, keep on sticking this horse on the turf, and she keeps on getting reined off and running well.
Arkansas bred here, Gold Strategy on the outside, 11-1.
Yeah, you know, most Arkansas breds will stay up there. Dan Ward brought this horse down, a mare by Street Strategy, and she's been running okay, showed some speed a little bit. She's kind of one of those horses that's kind of trying to find her running style.
The runners in the 9th of 11. Coming up at Monmouth Park, we have just enough time to step aside. And when we return, we promise you'll see this 9th race live from Monmouth Park. Post time now, 3 minutes. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
10-25, 10-25, at 25-35, 335,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You didn't miss a thing. Back live at Monmouth Park, America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Gainesway. Power, passion, performance. Fillies and mares to enter that starting gate in just a moment. To the outside, there's Gold Strategy, and that's the filly to beat, according to the handicappers. It's Good to Be Jose. Part of the reason is this performance, Paulie. 2 starts back at Tampa, the loop and swoop far wide on the outside, but gaining with every step.
Yeah, and this was off a tiny bit of a layoff, and this horse just absolutely crushed. She circled the field. This was Antonio Gallardo aboard, and the last time she ran here at Monmouth, which is off the turf event at a mile, and she ran well. She ran a good second with Isaac Castillo. Now she gets Sonny Leon, so she's getting a different jockey each time. It seems like she runs well, and that's why she's 8-5. She's never been over a wet surface, but, you know, the way she's run over turf and dirt, I would think she'd be okay.
That's how she looked in her last win. Maggie, how does she look today?
Well, I don't know actually how she looked prior to that win as she was down at Tampa Lafitte, but I can say that she is a bit of a fizzy type, to say the least. She actually came out ahead of the field and made her way over to the backside to keep away from all the rest of her competition. Definitely a horse, a filly that lives on her nerves a little bit, as she is one of those horses, we kind of saw it earlier, right, with a horse by the name of English Painter, as he was one that predominantly started his career on the turf and synthetic and then switched to the dirt with aplomb. And so it's funny that these horses now, once they get older, they realize, hey, I can handle the dirt. It's okay. And furthermore, as I always say, these wet tracks seem to mimic it, as we do see It's Good to Be Jose kind of still on her toes. She is moving beautifully out there. So definitely the horse to beat. And the 4th place finisher out of that 2nd place effort last time out did come back to win with a 77 buyer. So definitely complimenting the race a bit. I'm going to go, though, with number 3, Ruth, as she is one of the 3-year-olds facing some older horses in here. Actually, she is the lone 3-year-old now in this field that has scratched down a bit, but she faced some pretty nice horses last time out. In Cassiar, Dry Powder ran huge, and Scottish Lassie, who was highly regarded in that race. Came up a bit short, though, off of the layoff. And Ruth, she kind of lagged behind early on in the first stages of that race and kind of just clunked along for fourth at the end of the day in what was a short field with only 5 runners. But I just feel like today she's beating a bit lesser. I respect the favorite, but Ruth making a great impression. She is a little bit more relaxed than what she was for her last start up there at Aqueduct, so I appreciate that. I'm going to take a shot with her Lafitte and hope that maybe class prevails here.
2-1. Ruth for Maggie. Ruth for Paul.
Yeah, I landed on Ruth, too. I just think Parasuli's a nice little horse, too. I think, the 3-year-olds at this time of year are okay. You do get 4 pounds of weight. The 4 is the horse to beat in here. Listen, I get it that Jamie Ness has won some races, but this is a horse that, out of the 2 wins on the page, one of them was at 1-20. The 5 is very dangerous, but I don't see anybody besides the 3 and 4 in here. So I'm going to take a chance and hope the 5 runs up the racetrack. And I know that's begging and wishing with Paco Lopez and Jamie Ness.
Good to be Jose. The favorite at post time, Matt Ditterman with the call. Race 9 live from Monmouth Park.
To the outside post, Gold Strategy. Here's Gold Strategy walking up to the gate. Go again. We're ready to go. And they're off. It's Good to Be Jose, leapt in the air at the start, recovers pretty quickly. Ruth from the inside going to the lead. It's Good to Be Jose in the second spot. Dazzy parked 3 wide approaching the turn. The Goddess Factor tucking in behind the speed and darting to the rail as they go into the first turn run. Gold Strategy, the gray, pretty much alongside. Kept well off the fence, however, as the 5 runners around the clubhouse turn. It's Good to Be Jose, Ruth are side by side. It's Good to Be Jose has the lead, and Ruth takes a hold, presses with 3/4 of a mile to go. As a neck off, it's Good to Be Jose. Dazzy is 3 deep on the course. A gap of 2 to Gold Strategy, taking the 4th position away. The Goddess Factor a length off of her as the quintet heads down the backstretch. Contentious tempo. It's Good to Be Jose. Went off at even money. Neck in front. Ruth at 8-5. The second choice in the wagering. Sticking to her with a half-mile left to go. Dazzy shown more rain by Paco Lopez in third. Now a length and a half off the lead. A gap of 2 to Gold Strategy. And the Goddess Factor still at the rear and is detached from the other 4. They round the turn. Ruth, it's Good to Be Jose. They're side by side, nose and nose as they round the turn. A length and a half to Dazzy. Paco getting to work aboard her. Gold Strategy moving inside of her and claims the 3rd position. Tries to reel in the top pair, the 2 favorites at the top of the stretch. Ruth trying to lug out here right when she switched leads coming off the turn. It's Good to Be Jose. Got drifted wide, and Gold Strategy got the rail run if she's good enough. She's trying to threaten to pose the upset here. Gold Strategy and Ruth. It's Good to Be Jose's done. Ruth put away It's Good to Be Jose, but Gold Strategy put up a strong challenge, a fresh challenge, ran by on the inside. Ruth trying to come back, but Gold Strategy is going to do it. Gold Strategy, the Arkansas bred at 13-1 under Isaac Castillo wins it over Ruth, and then came Dazzy, It's Good to Be Jose, and the Goddess Factor.
Lots to unpack, but in the end, the upset. Gold Strategy comes through at 13-1, outdueling Ruth to the wire in the 9th at Monmouth Park.
Yeah, got a nice little block from Happy Gilmore there. The 3 who lugged out on the 4. I wonder if the stewards are going to take a look at that. And then Christopher Elliott just taking the inside and will get the job done. Or Gold Strategy. This horse is going to pay a lot bigger than it's going to be on paper, especially with the 3, 4, and 5. But Ruth, Samuel Marin tried to flag this horse right-handed, and he lugged out right into It's Good to Be Jose. And at the beginning, the 4 looked like he went down to his nose, too, as well. So the beginning had a lot to do with it, but no doubt about the winner here, and you're going to get a nice price.
Yeah, dicey moments at the head of the lane as Gold Strategy digs, claws, scraps his way to the wire with Christopher Elliott in the saddle for trainer Dan Ward, the 8-year-old mare. 6 tries prior on a wet track, winless. That changes today. Gold Strategy at 13-1, 8-3, 5, 4, 6 in the 9th at Monmouth Park when we return results here. Plus, the Derby hero. At Saratoga for weeks. What a show he put on. Built down, Sovereignty tucked away in his stall. For now, passes on the Preakness, rested and ready for next Saturday's Belmont Stakes.
Spun to Run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more, and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
Night Beacon airs at the home of Spun to Run's Breeders' Cup victory.
Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
To have this weather and to have the beach and this racetrack, this is paradise. You can't beat it.
This is the Breeders' Cup World Championships from Del Mar.
Oh, it's wide open. Who's it going to be? Sierra Leone does it in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
Selling the best. Fasig-Tipton graduates won more Eclipse Awards in 2024 than any other sale company. Torpedo Anna, Moira, National Treasure, Sierra Leone, Soul of an Angel, Straight No Chaser, Fasig-Tipton, eclipsing the competition.
As the field turns for home, Mindframe on the outside is coming after Dornoch, and it's Mindframe and Dornoch head in head with a furlong left to go. Sierra Leone is closing ground. It's Dornoch hugging the rail. Mindframe a little erratic, but he's still right there with Dornoch in an absolute thriller. Dornoch and Mindframe, it will be Dornoch and Luis Saez to win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Gate to wire in the 2024 Belmont Stakes. Dornoch got the big win that day, and some really intriguing storylines coming into this year's Belmont Stakes. Richie, can Dornoch's little brother, Baeza, get the job done and keep it all in the family? Do we see another speed setup with Rodriguez taking them wire to wire? Is it journalism and sovereignty duking it out down in the lane?
You just got me really excited for this Belmont Stakes. If I wasn't excited enough already, absolutely. Listen, the Belmont Stakes delivered last year. You think about it, Mindframe has proved to be a top-class talent in his own right. Obviously, Sierra Leone wound up being 3-0 champion. He was third today. And one thing we always knew about Dornoch, and he continued to prove that, what a fighter. He loved to fight. He's the guy who goes into the bar looking for a brawl.
When he got to the lead, he would dig in and try to hold it. We'll see what takes place in this year's Belmont Stakes. As we take a look at the probables, the draw will take place on Monday. Belmont Stakes, of course, for the 3-year-olds, run at 1.25 miles here at Saratoga. And you've got the big names, the right names in this group, including Kentucky Derby winner Sovereignty, skipped the Preakness by design and waiting for exactly this in the Belmont Stakes.
And Sovereignty was extremely good on Derby Day. He followed journalism. It was kind of a throwback when horses would prep on the East Coast, right? Sovereignty in Florida, and then journalism out in California, and they meet in the Derby. And Sovereignty was the hunter. He followed journalism and got the measure of them at Churchill Downs. But we got the right horses, like you said, coming to this Belmont, and I think it's going to be one for the ages. I think when we look back on this 3-year-old crop, Acacia, we're going to say, wow, that was a really good crop of 3-year-olds.
Sovereignty, who's been very impressive in his morning preparations, as we'll check in with his trainer, Bill Mott, on what he has seen thus far.
He came in from Churchill Downs about 4 days after he had run down there in the Kentucky Derby. And he's trained forwardly since he's been here. He hasn't missed a day for any reason, and he's had a couple breezes already and will probably breeze one more time before he races on Belmont Day. But just steady works, nothing fancy, just trying to maintain his fitness and his well-being. What trainers like to see is that his appetite is good, he's eating up well and moving very well.
Eating well and getting some well-deserved carrots from Irma over at the Belmont Barn as well is where you can usually find her. And it's been really fun to follow him and really excited to see him racing again. And like we said, have them settle it on the track.
Exactly. You know, they're going to compete. They're getting back together. Good crop of 3-year-olds. And, you know, listen, I think I echo the sentiments of a lot of people when I say it would have been great to see Sovereignty in the Preakness. That wasn't the path they chose, but I think it's great. We've got your Derby winner, your Preakness winner, the Derby runner-up and third-place finisher, as well as Rodriguez, who adds a layer of intrigue. The way he's training and his natural speed, he could upset the whole apple cart, but it may not be a huge field. It's a quality-laden field.
It certainly is. 1 week from today, the Belmont Stakes here at Saratoga. But Lafitte and Paul, we'll send it back over to you. Richie and I are checking out. We'll be back tomorrow and hopefully with some more updates on how those Belmont contenders are prepping.
Great stuff as always all afternoon. Richie and Acacia, yeah, check in with you guys tomorrow. Every time I hear the name Rodriguez, maybe it's just because he's fast. I'm always thinking Benny the Jet.
Benny the Jet.
Rodriguez.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
if anybody got that,
nobody could jump
you
the
were gonna
fence
get
like
that.
Benny the Jet.
No. With his PF
PF
flyers.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Benny the Jet Rodriguez.
Baby
Anticipated.
Ruth?
Maybe that's what Rodriguez needs. Maybe the ghost of Babe Ruth will visit him the night before, and he'll run the race of his life. Because what's the line? Heroes get remembered. Legends never die.
Yeah.
Now somebody has to show Rodriguez that movie, and somebody needs to show this horse Ruth had a corner a little bit better.
Yeah, that was like a dog race. It was like one of those things where the dog kind of wipes everybody out. But then, you know what? The three kind of dug in back, but you got to give the 8 Gold Strategy credit. That was Isaac Castillo, excuse me. It was not Christopher Elliott. It was a late rider change, but Gold Strategy, 6-year-old mare, Arkansas bred, winning down here in Jersey, gets the job done. And I'll tell you what, if you're live in this double pick sixes, I hope you keep it going.
2860, Isaac Castillo. Yeah, we all missed it. I don't know how, but it's Jonathan's fault. I haven't figured out how or why we missed the jockey change, but it's Jonathan's fault.
He's eating Max's hot dog on the way home right now.
He is, to watch his beloved Knicks. Turn the page, race 10. We get an updated rider change here, if there is one, please. Can't know it all at 5-2. Levy was dry, 5-2. Who'd you come up with in the $16,000 claiming sprint now off the turf on the main track, Paulie?
I thought this was a really tough race. I landed on the 7, Jerry's Turn, near for Axel Concepcion. Timothy Hills ready 2 for 2 at the meet. I thought this was a really tough race. Point Liam's got a shot. And the Levy sometimes is never dry. Maybe in James Taylor's world.
10th race, 15 minutes out. Do we have to help out with this at some point, Paulie? Is that like part of our contract? Do we have to do like the heavy lifting and contributing to what's going on down at Big Sandy? What's going to be the new Big Sandy?
I like to put my marks somewhere.
After you see what did that sandbag, that was impressive. That's what it will look like. The future Belmont Park and the Breeders' Cup coming back in a couple of years to New York.
And Tisno is battling on. The American Horse of the Year and the ARC winner are heads apart with a furlong to go in the Classic. On the outside, Saki. Tisno fights on. Here's the wire. Desperately close. Tisno wins it for America.
At Belmont Park, epic performance, legendary call just weeks after the terrorist attacks on the World Trade Center. Tisno wins for America in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
I mean, the horses that Tisno beat, Saki, then he came back to beat Giants Causeway. My goodness, and Chris McCarron, it seemed like late, always with like a handride. The horse always responded. This was a horse that at one time wouldn't even go to the racetrack to train.
For this race, would not train.
He was
refused.
Allen Iverson. There was no such thing as practice for
Practice?
Tisno. Yeah.
Practice.
And he was just such a majestic animal. Really was.
Back-to-back Breeders' Cup Classic winner. So many great Breeders' Cup moments at Belmont Park. And as we just learned, more to come.
In 2023, we wrote a letter and we made a promise to Naira. If you build it, we will come. And today I'm honored to remain true to our word and bring the Breeders' Cup World Championships back to the Big Apple in 2027, where we will welcome fans from around the globe to a new era of New York racing at a beautiful new Belmont Park. Thoroughbred racing and breeding here are an essential part of our sport, and we're proud to support New York today and in the future.
I am so proud that for the first time since 2005, the Breeders' Cup will be coming to the Belmont in 2027.
We set out to build something compelling and fresh. We wanted to create really a new standard for racing entertainment to appeal to a generation of new fans. We knew if we realized this vision, we would attract events like the Breeders' Cup, so today is truly a welcome affirmation of those efforts.
So exciting. The Breeders' Cup World Championships headed back to New York, back to Belmont Park for the first time since '05.
Yeah, I'm excited. Listen, I was there in '05 to watch Stevie Wonderboy win the juvenile, old Stevie Wonderboy, a one-turn juvenile and then an intercontinental, St. Liam. There were so many great horses on that day, but there you can see the start of the construction and then the renderings of what it's going to look like. It is state of the art for the best, to me, the best race, the most testing race of all three of the Jewel. And then you see you can have the synthetic track inside. They've already, you see the UBS arena, they already have the shops open that are outstanding too as well right there. It is a place that you're going to want to be seen and be.
By 2027, the Breeders' Cup back at Belmont Park for the first time back in the Northeast since 2007. It was at Monmouth back in 2007 and slowly coming along the brand new Belmont Park, and what an experience that will be when we think ahead to the future of Belmont Park, and very much involved the CEO of the New York Racing Association, David O'Rourke.
You know, this project was always about, reimagining Belmont and setting New York racing up for the future. And the Breeders' Cup is the international championships. And for us, we wanted to bring this back for our horsemen. For them to have the ability to compete on their own track, it's been over 20 years. We have some of the best horsemen in the world, some of the best horses. And I think bringing this back in 27 gives them an opportunity to, literally compete on their home turf.
Home turf, Maggie. This is the reason the Breeders' Cup was designed, to design championships, right? And for New York horsemen, New York-based horses, they've essentially been at a home court disadvantage for more than 2 decades.
Can you believe that? It's going to be over 20 years since the Belmont Park hosts the Breeders' Cup. And, considering that I consider Belmont Park my home track, the fact that the Breeders' Cup hasn't been there since I've lived and worked there is astonishing to me. But I'm not the only person that calls Belmont Park home. So do many world-class horsemen. And for them to be able to do their training at home, not have to ship their horses across the country and get on flights and get on vans to do so, really, I think says a lot and gives us maybe a bit of an advantage too. You know, a lot of times you're dealing with those California racetracks and speed is a little bit more favorable. Now it feels like it could be a more even playing field, even for the Europeans. It's easier for them to be able to come over to America and just do a quick trip across the pond, as they like to say. And I think it's a great place, a great meeting point for these World Championships. That's what they're meant to be. It's on a course that doesn't play favorites. It's very fair to so many different running styles, Belmont Park. So I cannot wait. I'm so excited when they announce that news officially on Wednesday, Lafitte.
Fall of 2027, Maggie, the Breeders' Cup back at Belmont Park. Yeah, she mentioned the Europeans and the participation, as if the Europeans need any help in the Breeders' Cup. But yeah, where the climate is much more like it is overseas in New York that time of year than it is, say, out in California.
The Europeans are very happy. The 2027 Breeders' Cup is at Belmont. You're going to get way better horses because the turf courses at Belmont play more like the European turf courses. You see Santa Anita, they still win those races, but it's like running on, I would say, the fairway at the Memorial that they're running this weekend. So, that they're playing on at PGA. When you get to Belmont Park, the Europeans love that turf course. So you might be seeing horses from the Arc de Triomphe. Special horses come in for the 2027 Breeders' Cup. I've always said that. It's been a shame that it's been gone for 20 years. It never should have taken this long, and it's one of the best venues in the world. And when you go there, you can stick an 18-hole golf course in it. It's a shame that it hasn't been there for a while, and the Europeans will probably dominate the turf, but you're going to see really good turf runners.
So much to look forward to. Belmont Stakes at Saratoga next Saturday, and in the fall of 2027, the Breeders' Cup back in New York at the new Belmont Park. Right behind us, beneath us, 10th race, Monmouth Park. Coming up, $16,000 claiming sprint on the main track, sloppy and sealed. Even money favorite in Levy Was Dry. As they hit the track moments ago, and Captain Quick and Heron Barbosa in the saddle.
Gets the mount here. This horse hasn't run bad in his last couple efforts.
Looking at Rennie there. Is that right? Yeah, this is accurate. Rennie listed.
So Rennie is even though he's scratched on
Is he running for purse money only? Number one is running for purse money only. Rennie is in, but running for purse money only. Shogun Be Fast at 5-1.
Okay, Shogun Be Fast does have a lot of speed in here and gets Sammy Marin, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Sammy Camacho's on the outside horse.
Can't Know It All. And Paco, then Point Liam, the 5, and Sonny Leone.
Point Liam's in good form, a second and 2 straight thirds.
Levy Was Dry, the favorite.
Yeah, getting the money off a win, and then Dan Ward just won the last race.
Jerry's Turn pictured.
I'm surprised this horse is 11-1. Was 0 for ever. 1 for 25 on turf, but only a 2-time winner.
Too much ain't enough. Entered main track only. Yeah, make the rider Sammy Camacho.
Yeah, Ronaldo Yanez is a very good trainer. He's 4 for 9 so far this year. Claiming horses, 44%. So this horse could be dangerous at 6-1.
The runners in the 10th, 4 minutes out. 10th race here, Monmouth Park. Circle back to number 4, Can't Know It All. There he is, trained by Kelly Breen. Can't believe it's already been, 14 or so years since Kelly Breen saddled the upset winner of the Belmont Stakes and Ruler on Ice, with all eyes on the Derby winner, Animal Kingdom, with all eyes on the Preakness winner, Shackelford. It was Ruler on Ice, putting away the eventual Jim Dandy Travers winner on the rail, and Stay Thirsty.
Yeah, Stay Thirsty. And then Brilliant Speed was kind of the hot horse going in, but Ruler on Ice and Kelly Breen got the job done. And Kelly, you're going to see him in a little bit. He still dresses the same.
Always well dressed, man.
Yeah, he's got the fedora on. I would say, obviously, Mr. Lucas is number 1. I would say Kelly Breen's up there.
He's always ready to enter the winner's circle, whether it's expected or not. Ruler on Ice, the 2011 Belmont winner with Jose Valdivia, and still going strong out at Old Friends. In Georgetown. There he is. Belmont Stakes winner, Ruler on Ice. Yeah, real camera shy, isn't he?
I love it. I mean, the Old Friends in Georgetown, all the Old Friends, they do such a good job.
So cool.
I went to go see Thunder Gulch out there. Look at Ruler on Ice, kind as can be. If you ever get a chance to tour Old Friends in Georgetown, give it a whirl. Bring back memories, especially if you're an old racing fan. you'll see some horses you'll be like, oh, I remember that horse too.
Yep. 17 years old.
He looks great.
Ruler on Ice upset 2011 Belmont Stakes winner. That's happened several times, by the way. The last 4 times, I believe, that the top 2 finishers in the Kentucky Derby have met in the Belmont Stakes. Another horse has won. You have to go all the way back to 2003. Funny Side, Empire Maker, to find the last 1-2 finishers in the Kentucky Derby. They ran 1-2 in the Derby that faced off in the Belmont Stakes, and one of them actually won, all the way back to 2000.
So it's only happened twice, basically?
It hasn't happened since 2003,
Wow.
and I believe since then, rare, as it may sound, like only 4 or 5 times since. Top 2 finishers in the Derby meeting in the Belmont.
And then Birdstone, obviously came back to win the Travers and was a very good horse. That could happen with Baeza. It's just crazy. We've talked about the Belmont ad nauseum, and we're going to keep on talking to that because it's what we want to do.
It's what we do.
But the Wednesday Stakes card of all New York Breds is amazing. The whole festival, like Mig said earlier, is a smorgasbord. Whatever you want to call it, be patient. There's going to be plenty of places to make money, and hopefully your opinion is the right opinion.
Ruler on Ice, an upset winner of the Belmont Stakes. Levy was dry, an upset winner in his most recent. You're not getting this price today. 17-1 in this Stalk and Pounce clear-cut decisive win at Oaklawn Park late April.
This was a good win. It was the first time he's ever kind of sat off horses and won. He's been those type of horses that kind of goes to the front end, but Isaac Castillo got the best out of him. Now, he was in the David Jacobson barn. Tough to move up, but Dan Ward did, and now brings this horse down here, and could be a tough customer here. Is really getting played at the windows at 6-5.
Levy was dry, getting hammered. 6-5, as you mentioned. On your the 5 horse who is inside a Point Liam, Sonny Leone. His recent form, a solid, consistent in the money in his last 3. What are you expecting from Point Liam?
Well, I thought Point Liam was one of the players, considering his last 3 races, a second, a third, and a third. And they have all been at various distances, 1 mile and 40 yards, 7 furlongs, 6 furlongs. And his speed is kind of sharpened a little bit. You look at the interval times of that 6.5 furlongs, race 2 back, that's 109 and change. That puts him right there. And since we're talking about the Belmont Stakes, he's out of a point given mare.
Devastating in that 0-1. Belmont Stakes, point given as he was in the Preakness Stakes after the disappointment in the Kentucky Derby. Marching towards the starting gate. Again on the main track here, this sloppy sealed main track, and you will see the one out there, Rennie, who is running for purse money only. It doesn't figure to change the complexion of the race, as he doesn't bring a lot of speed to this dance.
No, he doesn't. I mean, in his dirt races are not much. We were trying to get the explanation. We couldn't get it why the horse is running for purse money. Maybe we'll find that out in a little bit. But I don't know how he's going to affect this race at all. I had the race 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and I know I'm giving you way too many. I thought the 7, 10-1 is way too big of a price. I know this horse has been on synthetic a lot, but Timothy Sill's horses are running 2 for 44 lifetime. I don't love. But sometimes the wet track is the equalizer for a lot of horses that like to check in second.
Maryland bred won the Jersey Derby. See how this Maryland bred performs in this 10th of 11 at Monmouth Park. Jerry's turn. It's post time. Matt Duderman with the call. Race 10 live from Monmouth Park.
And to the outside. Too much ain't enough. Too much ain't enough. Sammy Camacho rounding out the field. We're ready to go. And we're off. Good beginning from Too Much Ain't Enough on the far outside, who gets into it early. Shogun Be Fast takes the second position. Can't Know It All is third early. Then comes Levy Was Dry. A joint third, making up a little bit of ground, is about 2.5 lengths off the clear leader. Too Much Ain't Enough. Jerry's Turn Park deep on the course outside of 3 runners who line up a joint second. A gap of 4 lengths back to Captain Quick. Point Liam and the runner running for purse money only, Rennie. They round the far turn. Too much ain't enough. The leader by a length got a little bit of a breather on the far turn here. Levy Was Dry, because of that, has moved up, is under a ride, but clearly into second. Can't Know It All is third. Jerry's Turn fourth, losing position. Shogun Be Fast is weakened. He's called it an afternoon at the top of the lane, and all of a sudden, Too Much Ain't Enough stopped. And going on with it here is Levy Was Dry. Levy Was Dry with a furlong to go. He shifted in there, and Can't Know It All had to alter course, gets back outside and tries to run on here. Levy Was Dry in front, tries to get there from Can't Know It All, who's surging. Levy Was Dry in a photo. He might have got it by a nose, but we're not going to call it. That would be the guess. Can't Know It All got a good bob late in the game. It's a photo for the win with Point Liam third.
Exciting finish, close finish, heads, noses bobbing. Levy Was Dry, Can't Know It All hitting the wire together in the 10th at Monmouth Park.
Yeah, Paco Lopez is really known for this, and we got an inquiry up too.
That was quick.
The 6 came down to the rail with Isaac Castillo. Then, Paco came towards the outside. We'll see who got the bob. I thought the 6 originally had won the race.
Same.
Yeah, 6 won the race.
Funky angle,
easy.
though. Funky angle.
Nah, you can drive a wheelie bus through that.
Paul doesn't miss many.
So the 4 won the race. I don't know what the inquiry is about, but it's 4.65. But they posted an inquiry here, and I want to say the 6 right now was. Oh, they're looking at the stretch here.
Here's the head-on.
6. Ooh, the 6 did come in. That's tough. I think they're looking at the 6 coming in on the 4 there, and the 4 had to go to the outside.
Never looked like he lost momentum. Another look. You were seeing what the stewards are looking at here at Monmouth Park. Levy Was Dry in the purple. In that photo with Can't Know It All right there, coming over on Can't Know It All, and difficult to tell from this angle. Perhaps another chance to see the head-on and see just how much rushing or hurting or impeding there was in the stretch here.
And it's always tough to gauge, right? Was the 4 ever going to go by the 6? It looks like that he was going to go by. Was he going to go by in the rail? It's a really tough call. Now, it's probably before that because it was off the swing. I think when the 6 kind of switched leads, this is when Paco had to move out of that position and get out of there. When the 6 kind of Levy Was Dry kind of crossed over, he came over just a tiny bit. Yeah.
Significant swerve. It's a matter of how much he impeded the progress of Can't Know It All. When the photo revealing Levy Was Dry did win by a nose, that's taken into account, right? The fact that he won by inches and Can't Know It All, it didn't help that he had to kind of wait, go around, and try to run down Levy Was Dry on the outside. Levy Was Dry. Levy was clear. Levy was clear. No change. Good to go for Levy Was Dry. In a thriller, exciting 10th race, Monmouth Park, Levy Was Dry. Results when we come back. Plus, all she does is win, right? Good cheer, 7 for 7. Kentucky Oaks winner. Next stop, DK Acorn on Friday at Saratoga.
(16-2), a big black colt. He's a horse that is built for speed. With Practical Joke, it really is a case of like father, like son.
It's domestic product kicking clear and opening up here in the stretch.
When he ran that speed figure of 106, we were under no illusions that we had a very exciting prospect on our hands.
Domestic product just in front. Domestic product.
When you see horses like that who are capable of replicating the success of their fathers, that have the look that domestic product does, it gives you great confidence.
Monmouth Park's lucrative and star-studded Haskell Preview Day is Saturday, June 14th. Wager on the Naira Bets Pegasus for 3-year-olds, plus 3 graded stakes, all on the road to Haskell Day Saturday, July 19th. Play into 6-figure pools all day long, starting with a $12.50 first post. Racing's biggest stars prep for the Jersey Shore's biggest race on Haskell Preview Day at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
America's Day at the Races is brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Now, lots to smile about on this Saturday afternoon at Monmouth Park. Welcome back. Lots to smile about if you back the favorite, and Levy was dry with Isaac Castillo and can't know it all. Throw it down in the stretch Paul LaDuca.
Yeah, and you know, Isaac Castillo came a little bit over, just right on the tip of it being a foul. But I think by him hitting the horse left-handed and correcting the horse, there was an inquiry, but the 6 is able to hold on as the 4 can't know it all. That was a very good race off the layoff. 6-4-5 if you had that trifecta. And if you're live, that actually, the pick 5s are paying amazing. There's actually a 4 out of 5. And if you're live in this Jersey 6, good luck, because there's been some good payouts, even though you got an even money shot here.
Back-to-back wins trainer Dan Ward on the Saturday Monmouth program. Races 9 and 10, Levy was dry. Turning the page, 11th and final, $16,000 claiming sprint. J.J. Valentine, is that going to be anywhere near that price at post time, Paulie?
Well, maybe. I do think the outside horse in here better go. We'll get some money. And I also think Bolt to the Plata, the 7, is the other horse in there. I don't know if I think J.J. Valentine's going to be in the 3 to 5, 4 to 5 area, somewhere there. Not 1 to 9, but the 7 and 8 got a shot in there.
That's coming up next. Nightcap Monmouth Park, 20 minutes out till race number 11. Also, we just mentioned Good Cheer. How about the filly? One of the fillies chasing her in the stretch. Bless the Broken. She was covered in mud. Ran right through it, far back. Big effort to run third in the Kentucky Oaks. Another shot at Good Cheer in the DK Acorn on Friday.
Bucaro, any day.
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
Any track.
결승선 끝까지 사전 사승. 최고의 꿈.
Any surface.
And it's Queen Maxima in a one-horse race. She is absolutely brilliant. Queen Maxima.
Bucaro, a leading sire of stakes winners on every surface from coast to coast and around the globe. Standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
Winding things down on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. So many of the sports greats that were bred and born at Claiborne Farm. You know, there's just something special about a top-class undefeated racehorse, Paulie, and that's what we have in the 3-year-old filly division, and good cheer to put that undefeated record on the line on Friday in the DK Horse Acorn in search of a second Grade 1 win. She has drawn post position number 2. How impressed have you been by the Godolphin filly?
Well, I mean, like, she's just done nothing wrong. She's 7 for 7. And, you know, when she was doing a lot of the stuff out of Louisiana, a lot of people were saying, well, she hasn't really beat anybody. She's just trouncing fields. And she got kind of penalized for winning races by too many lengths, which was kind of weird. And she did the same thing in the Oaks. She blitzed him on the far outside and was able to get it done. In
big run, bless the broken.
Yeah, I think it was like one of those things where she was just much the best. They went wide, and she's just a really good racehorse. You have to be if you're 7 for 7. I think at shortest field, she draws the inside. I think that's okay for her. And Brad Cox runners usually run well at Saratoga. There's nothing to knock with this filly.
She was the first one that was cut loose into that fast pace. Brad Cox thought she'd be farther back. She wins clear. Any reason for trepidation whatsoever, given her competition and her next task, the DK Acorn at Saratoga?
I don't think there's any trepidation. I think maybe Brad's worrying, okay, is she going to maybe digress since the Oaks? But she's had plenty of time. And I would think she's training really well over the racetrack. I think La Cara is a major player in there. I think her main competition, she went a little too fast on Oaks Day with Dylan Davis, and I thought worked too quick before the race. I think she'll put out her best effort, but Good Cheer is by far the filly to beat.
Filly to beat indeed. Bless the Broken, the third place finisher in the Kentucky Oaks, and you could see it. Like, she was just absolutely covered. And what a professional effort to run right through all that kickback from far, far back in a bold late bid to complete the trifecta in the Kentucky Oaks.
Yeah, this one trained by Will Walden, and this horse really ran well. You're right. It takes a lot of guts and courage to run through all that kickback. Just think about if you're the jockey too. They got 6, 7, 8 goggles on. The horse don't have goggles on, so they're getting it all in their face, and they're obviously trying to see holes too. I remember talking to Mig about that. I said, Mig, when you got to load a horse and you're traveling around a blanket of horses in front of you, he said the horse won't go, but if I have free sailing, the horse will go. And that's what happened with Bless Be Broken. I think that she had so much mud in her face when she actually got clear. Here she took off, kind of like Baeza a little bit in the Kentucky Derby. It takes a lot to take that much mud for that long of a distance and to keep on chugging.
And then you have Shred the Gnar. Great name in a filly on the ascend. This allowance win at Churchill Downs early on a Kentucky Derby weekend. Is she ready for this? Is she ready for this acid test facing Good Cheer amongst others at the very highest level?
I guess she is. She's got either her ears are pricked or she's got the biggest ears I've ever seen. I mean, gosh, they are so big, but she won this with something left in the tank. Maybe she's kind of the hot horse coming in. Can she take them gate to wire? I don't know if that's going to happen. Good Cheer probably could be on her back or somebody else, but that was pretty impressive, that last race. She's heading in the right direction, definitely.
Post 2 for Good Cheer. Any impact whatsoever in terms of strategy for her and Louis Saez?
No, Louis riding well now, I think, too. And I think she just gets out of the gate, and then he just decides what to do. When you're 7 for 7, you got to ride your horse with confidence. Do you want to cut a corner here and there? I don't know. It remains to be seen. It's going to be a short field. It sees what happens. See what happens. She'll probably be sitting in that second flight. One thing about Saratoga, it is the graveyard of favorites.
Or champions.
Yeah,
champions.
Yeah.
The post doesn't seem to play a big role in the DK Acorn, perhaps a bigger role in the Met Mile, a Breeders' Cup Challenge event. Winning, you're in for the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile Metropolitan Handicap out of the Wilson Chute, and Fierceness, record-breaking performance in his 4-year-old debut in that 1 1/16 affair, the Ali Sheba at Churchill Downs. Is he the best horse in training in North America? The likely Met Mile favorite.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on NyraBets. Open your NyraBets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the NyraBets app to start using Fast Facts today.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Be a part of history and reserve your place at the all-new Belmont Park. Secure your priority deposit today for an exclusive selection of hospitality offerings, from luxury suites to premium lounges with breathtaking racetrack and paddock views. The new Belmont Park will feature modern amenities, delivering the perfect blend of tradition and innovation alongside world-class racing. Don't miss your chance to experience tradition reimagined. Visit newbelmont.com today and claim your spot.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Conquistador Cielo goes clear by 4 lengths, but Conquistador Cielo is in front. Gulch on the outside, and Gulch gets the lead. They race to the wire. Gulch, the 3-year-old, has the lead. Criminal Type on the outside gets the lead. Housebuster on the rail, coming on again. Those two to the wire.
But it's Holy Bull, hand ridden by Mike Smith, and he'll go on to a magnificent Met Mile.
Ghost Zapper has just run 3/4 in 1:08 and 2, and they're pulling away. They're pulling away to a 5-length lead. Frosted has gone on by, and he has exploded. He is absolutely blowing his competition away.
Flightline is in full flight. He had a slow start, but a terrific finish in the Grade 1 Met Mile.
Cody's Wish is drawing away. Cody's Wish putting in a huge effort here. And this beautiful racing story continues.
National Treasure and Flavien Prat devastating them in the Hillendale Metropolitan Handicap.
Metropolitan Handicap, affectionately known as the Met Mile. Those images, those memories, that there is a reason, Paul, that this race is so cherished and celebrated by horse racing fans alike, the Met Mile.
Yeah, I think obviously when you're a 3-year-old and you're a Kentucky Derby winner, that's a stallion maker. I cannot stand when a owner or a trainer wins a 2-year-old race, say, "Ooh, that's a stallion maker." No, it's not. The Kentucky Derby, the Preakness, or the Belmont is a stallion maker, obviously the Kentucky Derby. But the Met Mile is the creme de la creme. It just seems like it blends that speed with talent and athleticism. To me, it tends to be the best horse in training. And that's probably what we're going to see with Fierceness. Is he the best horse in training? I believe he might be right now.
Todd Pletcher was asked that very question. He said you could make a strong case, given what he did in his 4-year-old debut. Remember, he hadn't raced since last November. He hadn't raced since finishing second in the Kentucky Derby. And he does this in his first start off the bench, breaks the track record at Churchill Downs for 1 mile and 16th. You know, they've been racing at Churchill for about 1,000 years. Breaks a track record held by Successful Dan, who set the track record in this same race. The Ali Sheba, a bigger, better, more professional Fierceness, dominant on the undercard of the Kentucky Oaks. We get to see him on Saturday in the Met Mile.
He's scary fast on his best days, and he might be putting a lot of his issues behind. Like, I think they said in my man, who was it, John Favreau, and them, he's all grown up.
Yeah. Swingers.
Yeah, swingers.
You're grown up and you're grown up and you're grown up.
Yeah, I think fierceness is all grown up. And you know what? That happens. You know, he had some of his issues at 3. He was a little inconsistent, and now he's turning into, if that light bulb is on for the rest, he's going to be a handful for the rest of the year.
You know, he didn't break sharp.
No.
He didn't break sharp in the Ali Sheba. The fierceness, who, even though he was already a champion, that would have thrown him off his game. He would have become very aggressive, difficult to manage.
You're right.
He settled beautifully and went about his business. However, the competition is stacked. White Abario, who disappointed last year in the Met Mile, but he's back on the ascend, is White Abario, the same horse that won the Whitney and Breeders' Cup Classic in 2023. We're seeing something closer to that version in 2025 than we did most of last year.
Yeah, I just don't think he was in his best form then. You know, and I had talked to Rick Dutrow, I want to say about 2 months ago, and I had asked him, he said, listen, he just ran out of bullets with me. And I said, what do you mean? He's like, he got sour with me. I remember calling Safi and telling him, you know, Safi, I'm going to send him back to you. He's just not acting the same way he was when he had won the Breeders' Cup Classic. And when Safi got him back, he kind of reset him a little bit. He ran him in a sprint race, was like second or third, and then boom. Seems like he's back to that same horse that he was. And I like the way that Safi's been working him a little bit fast to keep him a little bit close to the pace, and I think he's going to be a major player.
They didn't know if he was interested in being
anymore.
a racehorse anymore. There was a conversation about potentially retiring White Abario. Safi Joseph said he felt a lot of pressure in that first start with him because if he didn't perform that day, retirement was a possibility. White Abario was doing this. Now the arrow is pointed that way, and can't wait to see what he does in the Met Mile. You can't call the Met Mile an undercard race.
No.
It's before the Belmont Stakes, but another headline Grade 1 event on Belmont Stakes Saturday, 1 week from today. Can't wait. Cannot wait.
I think a White Abario, when he went back to Florida, was like, no state tax. I like it better here.
Nobody ever said he was dumb. Nobody ever said he was dumb. Foes Parade, 11th and final. Odds-on favorite, J.J. Valentine.
Yeah, J.J. Valentine for Jamie Ness. 6 for 10, 4-5 right now.
Tapizar's temper pictured with Sammy Camacho.
Yeah, Jane Sibeli with her first star of the meet, first time gelding.
Teporical at 18-1.
This one for Ramon Martin needs to really pick up 1 for 21 lifetime.
Bolt de Plata just missed in his latest.
I thought this horse had a big shot. Don't really love the full cup blinker there.
Strong second choice. Beta Go.
Okay, so this would be an old school move, right? Dylan Davis is not riding here tomorrow. Why is he here at 544? I would think the 8's got a big shot here. It's an old school play.
Not much going on in New York except for preparations for the Belmont Stakes.
He could be getting Masagi in Saratoga right now.
I'm not going to speculate. Don't know the story, but here he is on Beta Go at 7-5. 2-horse race here, in your opinion, Paulie?
Well, I thought the 7 was a player, Bolt de Plata. They're not betting. That Silvino Martinez has gotten off to a really good start. But the 3 J.J. Valentine, we talked about Jamie Ness runners. They've just been on fire. Mm-hmm. But I don't love horses like for Jamie Ness that he's had now for 7 starts, no W's. He's the kind of guy they win races. So I was towards the 7 and the 8 a little bit. I get where they're going with the 3. This horse has had a race over the track. You're getting Paco, so that's going to be impacted with the price. Now, you're going to get probably 4-5. The outside horse is going to be about 2.5 to 1. So I thought the 7 and 8 were a little bit better proposition just because it's almost like being in a Chad Brown barn. When you haven't won in 6 starts, it's like, okay, have I seen this movie already?
Yeah, that very approach. J.J. Valentine, even money, 2 minutes out. And an update, or just a heads up, I should say, on the stakes activity next weekend, the rundown, the schedule. A perfect way to start off Belmont Festival, the Belmont Stakes Festival weekend with New York Showcase Day on Wednesday up at Saratoga.
And then you got the Intercontinental, who won on the 2005 Breeders' Cup car for Bobby Frankel and Rafael Bejarano. You're right. Walked the dog on the front end. Knocked me out of everything. You have the poker, the Tremont, as we were reporting earlier. Maggie caught up with Mythical, the trainer Mythical, Derek Ryan, the filly taking on the boys in the Tremont, and then June 6th and 7th speaks for itself, Lafitte.
Loaded. 4 Grade 1 events on Friday. A great day. The fillies and mares taking center stage. Belmont Stakes Saturday, exactly what you would expect. It's like a late spring Breeders' Cup type program, what we'll see next week.
And the other one is the Woody Stevens. Owen Almighty.
That's always a war. That is always a
Owen
war.
Almighty, 5th in the Derby, cutting back in the Woody Stevens.
The upset winner of the Pat Day Mile is running.
Yes.
with his trainer and co-owner, who also runs an accounting firm.
Yeah, I know, right?
Busy man. busy man.
You got all these tablets and phones now. We can all do it, right?
That is one of the hardest races to handicap, seemingly year in and year out. The
Woody Stevens is
just
really
a
fun because you
war.
get to see the 3-year-olds cut back, right?
What many of them have wanted to do all along.
Yeah. 7 furlongs is the Woody Stevens.
Yeah. Bookham Dano. Last year, see him in the True North. Next week at Saratoga.
So you have Bookham. Think of the guy, Bookham Dano. My God, fierceness. The stars that are. I mean, like, if the horses had pens, you could get some autographs.
I'm telling you, it's future champions, reigning champions. The Met Mile itself, the last 3 years running, has produced the champion older horse, the winner of that race. 2 of those 3 horses of the year in Cody's Wish and Flightline. 5 of the last 10 runners. It's produced a champion, and it's not always just the handicap division. It's a Matoli who stretches out, wins that race, and still winds up a champion sprinter. You called it a stallion maker? Yeah, Vacoma, who won it a handful of years ago.
It is. It just is. I mean, and what a start Vacoma's gotten off to.
Oh, it's just unreal.
Tremendous. And, yeah, so it's just so many great races. But the Met Mile is that race. But then when we get to the Belmont, and then the turf races that we do have are going to be tremendous as well. I mean, the turf racing at Saratoga is fun because it's trips. It's trips and it's trips and it's trips. You get those tight turns, and it's a lot of fun.
Have it for you on every Fox Sports platform known to man. And I'll get started next Wednesday up at Saratoga, the Belmont Stakes Festival. Here for this 11th and final, still J.J. Valentine. And on the outside at 6-5, it would help if I could properly turn a page.
Betty Go Go Go.
Thanks for the help and assist. Yeah, Beta Go Go Go. Both 6-5 as they make their way behind the starting gate.
Here's the thing I have issue with the 8 and the 3. So the 3, like I said earlier, 6 tries with Jamie Ness, no wins. The 8 horse, not a single win on fast track or wet. 1 win on the turf. So that's why I kind of landed on the 7, Bolt de Plata with Sonny Leon. Silvino Martinez claimed this horse. Jack Hurley had this horse. Silvino Ramirez is a really good trainer, and he's really good off the claim.
After the claim. Yeah, he is. A price there, Bolt de Plata, 5-1, post time. For the 11th and final, J.J. Valentine, 6-5. One final time, Matt Dinnerman with the load-in call. Race 11 live from Monmouth Park on Fox Sports 2.
2 back. Bolt de Plata. Beta Go 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 to round out the field. Waiting for Beta Go Go Go. We're ready to go in the finale. And we're off. J.J. Valentine broke beautifully today and is up on the pace early with Tapisar's Temper, who's a half length back in the first 16th of a mile. Bolt de Plata settles into stride third. Beta Go 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 easing right behind him and getting towards the inside now. And towards the back is Taporical as they head down the back stretch here where the pacemaker is J.J. Valentine. Went off at 4-5, leads by a length. Bolt de Plata getting closer in the 3 path, coming up to apply some heat to the front runner and the favorite going into the 4-turn run. And these two hook up and they put 2.5 lengths on Tapisar's Temper, who's lost contact in third while sent along. Gap of 5 back to Taporical, and Beta Go 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 at the moment has not picked up his feet as they come to the top of the stretch. Bolt de Plata has breezed to the front. He went right by J.J. Valentine at the 5/16, dives to the rail, hugs the fence, and kicks for home with a 2-length lead. J.J. Valentine, though, he's coming back for more. In second, on the outside of this front runner, Bolt de Plata leads by 1.5 lengths. He's still clear now. He opens up 2.5. 2.5. Tapazar's Temper gets up into second. J.J. Valentine is beaten. Bolt de Plata on top, close to home. Bolt de Plata to score a mild upset in the finale. Tapazar's Temper was second. J.J. Valentine third. Beta Go 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 checked in fourth ahead of Tap Oracle.
Bolt de Plata digs in, holds on. Way to close out the show. Way to close out the Monmouth program, Paulie, with a 9-2 shot Bolt de Plata in the nightcap.
Kind of green all over the racetrack. Sonny Leone had to correct him a couple times, but got the job done as Tapazar's Temper, who got bet a little bit for Jane Sibeli, ran really well. But sometimes you got to learn and look and see things. When you have a masterful trainer like Jamie Ness, who's won 6 out of 10, and this horse hasn't run, and then the 8 in here did not pick up his feet at all, but he's never picked up his feet. He's 0 for 16 over dirt tracks.
Yeah, he was trying to cough it up.
Yeah,
he was trying to fumble
Yeah.
near the goal line. He had lost 18 of 19 prior. That elusive second career win, Bolt de Plata, SGR Stables, LLC. Sonny Leone, of course, piloted Rich Strike to victory, 80-1 in the Kentucky Derby a few years ago. We love the stats and the numbers when it comes to these celebrated races. Let's go by the numbers for the Belmont Stakes for the 157th time and second time at Saratoga. Dates back to 1867. That's a new Belmont Park, not going to look anything like that. The old Jerome Park. Biggest blowout, no surprise. 31 lengths, Big Red Secretariat. Most wins by a jockey in the Belmont. The master, Eddie Arcaro, with a salute, 6-time Belmont Stakes winning jockey. Most wins by a trainer, James Rowe, senior, 8-time Belmont winning trainer. Owners with the most wins in the Test of the Champion, Bel Air stud, James Keane, both 6-time Belmont winning owners. The fillies in the Belmont, that was the battle of the sexes. Rags to Riches, the 3rd all-time filly to win the Belmont Stakes. 13 Triple Crown winners, American Pharoah to end the drought a decade ago. These numbers are staggering. 69 3-year-old Belmont winners have been named champion 3-year-old, 36 Horse of the Year all the way back to AP Indy in the early 90s and Eddie D, and 41, count them, 41 winners of the Belmont Stakes in the Hall of Fame, the Belmont Stakes by the numbers. So who's next? We'll find out next Saturday. Those numbers, it's like video game numbers when you see over the years how productive, and I guess it shouldn't surprise anybody, how productive the Belmont Stakes has been to year-end honors, championships, and beyond.
Yeah, and the historic place at Saratoga where it's taking place is just unbelievable. To be 1867, I mean, they weren't even thinking about a basketball hoop back then. So, I mean, it just shows you how long they've been running at Saratoga, and I think that brings that extra flair to it as well. And I think this is one of the, like, you know, Richard Migliore had said this earlier in the show. I'm in agreement with him. This might be the best 3-year-old crop we've had in a while, too.
Deep crop, especially at the top, and hopefully a chance to see those top 3 Derby finishers in the Belmont Stakes. And for trainer Bob Baffert, his fingerprints all over several of those horses we just saw in those replays, and his 3 Belmont wins, 2 of them when it meant the most in the form of American Pharoah and Justify.
Yeah, obviously the Triple Crown wins, and he'll probably argue that maybe Point Given was just as good as the top 2, who just didn't have his best day on Derby Day, but then he crushed in the Preakness, and he also crushed in the Belmont. So obviously he is not new to this, and he's got a charge in Rodriguez.
Benny the Jet.
Yeah, and
Benny
listen,
the Jet.
I trust in Richard Migliore when he tells me this is the best work he's ever seen going into this race. You know, and after this race, he ran, 109 Beyer, if I'm not mistaken, or 100 and some odd Beyer. He had some foot issues. He had a quarter crack that Bob tried to get him ready for the Preakness, could not, and now he's got him ready for the Belmont. So that's very, very dangerous. And the way he's working, the way Richie says he's working, it's one of the best works he's ever seen. And the way Mike Smith rides his horses, you're going to see Rodriguez on the engine.
Yeah, he doesn't have to deal with any of his fast stablemates, Rodriguez. You think of Mike Smith and 1 1/4 wins at Saratoga for horses trained by Bob Baffert. Well, Arrogate comes to mind. Remember when he put West Coast on the lead? That will be the strategy with Rodriguez, and if the field comes together as expected, Rodriguez has a decisive pace advantage on paper.
He does, and he's going to be the one to catch, and I think a lot of people are going to have to take him seriously. I do think Mike McCarthy is the one that's going to have the beat on Rodriguez. And I think that he's going to be the one that might have to lay second. Journalism does have some tactical speed, and I don't think they're going to have to take him too far back. Because if you let a Bob Baffert horse go on the front end for too long, a lot more times than not, they don't stop.
And that's the only way a Bob Baffert-trained runner sneaks in the back door in a Triple Crown race. You always know where Baffert is. This would be the only opportunity to kind of catch him off guard a little bit, given all the attention on the big three and how much attention those jockeys will be paying to each other.
Yeah, and you make a good point as you see the Prop Bulls right now. Citizen Bull, Barnes, all the horses he's had to run against over in California before he broke his maiden, they're all speedsters, so they always got caught in a speed duel with his own stablemates, and it hasn't happened now, and I don't think he's going to get caught in a speed duel. We'll just see how good he is.
See how it all unfolds next Saturday on Fox, 157th running of the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Right behind us, moments ago, the 11th and final. And waited, Paul, 9-2 on this one. That's how you just drop the mic, leave the show, and see you tomorrow. As Volt de Plata gives this field the slip.
Yeah, kind of process of elimination. And the 8 didn't have a win on any kind of dirt surface. The 3 in the Jamie Ness care, who's a 60% trainer, has never won under his care. So the 7 and being by Bolt d'Oro, they love a little splash on the racetrack. And give credit to the 4, Tapizar's Tepper, hadn't run in a long time. Jane Sibeli, this used to be her romping yard. So whenever you see Jane load horses in, they're live here.
$11.60 for your would-be $2 investment. Well done, Paulie. Bolt de Plata, Tapizar's Temper, J.J. Valentine having to settle for third. How about the pick 5 and the pick 6?
Pool on the pick 6, no? Yeah, 31,000. That's beautiful.
31,000. That'll work. That will work. And even in a Jersey Derby earlier today, the feature this afternoon, yes, it was off the turf. Yes, there were only 3 horses, but a great, fun story in the winner. So much fun, I forgot the name of the horse. Barbadian runner, the $5,000 purchase, who wins the Jersey Derby, who's now earned $250,000.
Crushed in the Jersey Derby, crushed. And that was the first time ever around 2 turns for the son of Barbados.
A 3-year-old who gave the 2 other the slip in the feature today at Monmouth Park. Thanks so much for joining us on America's Day at the Races. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Fingers crossed, maybe turf racing, maybe we'll see. In the meantime, another look at Barbadian runner. The Jersey Derby winner, Maryland bred. Yeah, $5,000 purchase. He's earned $250,000. All the love. All the love for the Kentucky Derby winner, Sovereignty, rested and ready for the Belmont Stakes. Journalism, runner-up in the Derby, Preakness winner, still awaiting a decision, Belmont or not to Belmont. 157th Belmont Stakes next Saturday. We'll see you tomorrow.